Welcome back to the Abomination Vaults. Sorta? I'm your GM, Steve, and I'm joined by Rick, Richard, Nina, and David!
Yeah.
David, where are you?
Together we are Recall Knowledge, a group of Pathfinder fans bringing some cheer to children's hospitals everywhere. Say hello, everyone.
Hello,
everyone!
everybody.
So today is actually a very special game for us. Last November for the Extra Life Game Day, I was lucky enough to be invited to the Pathfinder 2nd Edition Dev Team stream, and we attempted to raise money for Extra Life, and we did a fantastic job, blew out all the other Pathfinder teams in the entire community and raised more than anyone else for the Extra Life Children's Hospitals. All that was amazing. I put out there that anyone that was going to donate $100 could get a reward, and I would GM a special game for anybody kind enough to give that much to charity. And that is where David comes in, down here somewhere. There we go. David. So, David, if you will, why don't you go ahead and tell everyone what it is that makes you so awesome?
Well, I mean, I'm me, but
Good answer.
Other than that, I mean, I'm no different to any other sort of Recall Knowledge fan. I mean, I've been watching you guys for a while and just really enjoyed everything. And so when we had the charity stream, I figured, why not? And I was going to donate anyway, because it's a fantastic cause, and I really do support it. And so this was really just the icing on the cake that that as well as help support the charity, I get to play with you guys, and it's also good. It's also going to be really fun and interesting for me because I've never actually played Pathfinder 2nd Edition before. I've only ever GM'd it. So being on this side of the screen is going to be an experience. So go easy on me, guys. Or not.
Yeah.
No, we're not. We won't.
Yeah. So, to that point, like the same with me, right? I've been on this side of the GM screen for Pathfinder the whole time. When I played in that Extra Life stream, that was my first time ever as a player on a stream in front of a bunch of people. So it makes sense that you would mirror that here today and be here playing in front of everyone for the first time.
Let's go.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep. So thanks, David. You have been definitely an awesome supporter of our channel and now an awesome supporter of all the children. We all thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
And thank you guys as well.
Thank you.
Down below in the description, I will include a link to this year's Pathfinder 2nd Edition donation drive event. We're still pretty early. I mean, game day is not until November, but it's a year-long drive. You can start donating today if you want. We're going to have our channel's personal drive linked to the bigger campaign, so you can donate through there for the kids, and you too at home can be just as awesome as David. And maybe we can earn another one of these Extra Life gold medals I got in 2020. Because I didn't do our own stream, I just helped the Pathfinder stream last time. They earned the gold medal, but I'm competitive, damn it. I got this in 2020. let me rephrase that. We got this in 2020, and I want to bring it back in 2022 and get another gold medal. So let's hope we can do it this year.
Sounds good.
Heads up, if you're not familiar with our previous stream of the Abomination Vaults, today's game is a self-contained story set after the events of the Abomination Vaults Adventure Path. But if you haven't finished playing, if you're currently a player, if you ever plan to play in it, there will be spoilers in today's stream related to our particular take on the events. I mean, maybe your game would go different. Just be warned, watch at your own risk, potential spoilers. We're not going into the Abomination Vaults or anything, but all of the characters have survived that adventure path. And there could be talks of it, roleplay moments that reference things that happened in it, right? So yeah, just watch at your own risk. All right. I think today that does it for our announcements. Everyone, are you guys ready to play some Pathfinder?
Yes! I'm actually really excited right now.
Yes.
What character am I playing again? How do I play this? What?
I know.
What's
We
my
haven't
class?
reviewed enough.
All right. Viewers, go ahead and sit back and relax. And players, let's jump into tonight's first post-campaign episode of The Abomination Vaults with special guest David joining the cast of Recall Knowledge.
David!
The camera fades in, high over the familiar seaside town of Otari. We see the ships in the harbor, lumber being loaded on by dozens of workers. The same noise fills the air, the constant saw blade of the mill working to turn the tree trunks into usable material, which in turn fill the ships, which in turn float off to faraway lands, which in turn leads to new opportunities. But here in Otari, all is the same. Well, almost everything. As the camera floats in low over the town, the ominous lighthouse on the horizon, deep in the swamps, is gone. Now, it's turned into nothing more than a rubble-filled hole in the ground. It's been some time since the heroes of Otari climbed out of the pits, proclaimed the town safe, and became somewhat local legends. We see, as the camera is now floating down at street level, a familiar face walking through the town. Nulara, looking a bit nostalgic, wanders the streets. It's been a little while since she was here, as she'd been off taking some much-needed rest and relaxation. But it was the summons from her old friend Hal that brought her back to Otari. She makes her way to the edge of town, through the marketplace, and past the old rowdy rockfish. And coming into focus, we see an open-air tent on the banks of the river, the location of Rin's Wonders. As she gets closer, we see a few other familiar faces already there. Hal, Mukta, and Rin herself are all sipping tea as usual. But Nulara is drawn to a new face sitting here next to Rin. And as she walks up, she gets a good look at this new person for the first time. So David, why don't you go ahead and describe to us who you are, who your character is going to be, so the rest of the class has an idea.
Yes, of course. So, as Nulara comes in, Gemeril will stand up, put a cup down, and go over to greet her. And so you see a young Zenge woman with sharp, if somewhat androgynous features, very dark skin, but currently has the sort of pure white hair, almost to the degree that it doesn't look natural. She's wearing a long tunic in Nantambu style with vibrant golds, reds, and blues, and a brooch on her top left shoulder, which displays an image of the sun breaking through the clouds, symbol of the Tempest Sun Mages of the Magambia. On her shoulder, disturbed from her getting up, is a magpie who looks very put out at her perch being disturbed. So she comes over and sort of puts her hands together and just sort of gives a short, slight bow, and then extends her hand for a greeting and introduces herself. Gemeril of the Tempest Sun Mages of Magambia, thank you for answering and coming to...
Yeah, and I think at this point, like, the camera's kind of shifted off of Gemerald over to Nulara. For anyone at home who isn't aware, why don't you give a brief description of what Nulara looks like as well, Nina? Actually, I'm interested to know because it's been some time since the end of the campaign. What's changed and what's the same? But sorry, go ahead. I want to know.
For the most part, the biggest thing that's still the same is that she still has Incora's blade over sheath over her back and a shield, like a sturdy shield, on her shoulder. During her times outside of Atari, she would have still have been fighting, but unlike before, when the reason for her fights would be personal, right now it would be because she's trying to do good by Pharasma. She has golden and white streaks on her hair now. She decided that a costume change would be nice. So unlike the grungy brown leathers that she has like a nice midnight black with gold streaks for her armor. And then underneath it is like a nice dark purple tunic shirt and some pants because comfort is always key. Yeah, and as General puts out her hand to her, she'll look at it curiously for a second before meeting her eyes and say, "Have you known my friends for a long time?"
No, I've only arrived here recently. I was talking to Rin as pertains to a problem that I've been having back down in at school at the college, and my research has led me here, and Rin recommended that I talk to the three of you. It hasn't been long since Messrs. Mukta and Hal here and Halarmony have come, and so, to be honest, I haven't really had a chance to explain fully even to them what's going on and why I think I need your help.
So at that, like, kind of, General sort of turns, and you see behind the two of you having this conversation, sitting, pretty close to each other on the little soft chases that like Rin has in her circular sort of tent, Halarmony, the current mayor of Otari, and Mukta, his sort of advisor in some capacity. So let's start with Hal, or Halarmony, as General was so kind to put it in like proper terms. Halarmony, why don't you give a description what people see when they look at Halarmony?
Hal looks much the same. So his goatee has filled in a little bit. He's still wearing the blue with his blue long jacket with the gold trim. So it looked like it has either been repaired or replaced. But sitting here, of course, he's thinking and he's looking over at Mukta while Mukta scrolls in some kind of notepad. And he looks and says, Mukta, want to go on another grand adventure? That would be pretty fantastic. I find this... lording over this land, like, redundant. And Doriana and Kat Caroline have become the best of friends, so they can handle that. And if they have any questions about what they should do, Menems is more than capable of answering. Well, I mean, Doriana runs the town, really. But what are you writing at over there?
Yeah, sure. Adventure. Sounds great. Let's go. Whenever you're ready. Mm-hmm. And then Mukta promised revenge for the small creature's slaughter tribe.
And as we see Mukta scribbling furiously and mumbling to himself, writing in his journal, why don't you describe what people see looking at him now in the wake of the Abomination Vaults?
So, sitting next to Halarmony, you have to look down a little bit, and the camera pans down as you see a Yusoki, or rat folk, head bowed down over a large notebook, furiously writing, wearing much the same clothes as he had previously, probably the same outfit, although he doesn't look quite as upkept as he normally does. Between adventures before, Mukta would always make sure to be very meticulous with his cleaning and upkeep. Now, the robes that are more disheveled, there's stains on them. There's ink stains all over the sleeves. His goatee has grown a little scraggly, and there's a few gray hairs in there as well. And he is wearing now some small reading spectacles, as his eyes have gone a little bit worse from the strain of all the late night candle writing. But he is just head down in the book, just kind of half listening to whatever Hal is saying. Hasn't even noticed Nulara coming in yet.
And at this point, like, Rin is like smiling, right? And Rin has come over with her cup of tea and has reached out for an embrace with you, Nulara, because it's been some time since she's seen you as well. And she's just like, "How have you been, child?" And she goes in for the hug.
She stands still for a second because it's still uncomfortable for her to hug people. So right, I'm surprised to see you outside during the day, Rin. But I mean, I guess everyone improves.
Well, I've made a special exception for our guest here, and she smiles at you, General. And
I nod my head, and at which point the magpie actually chimes in and says, "It's the first time for everything." To which Gemeril just shoots a look at the magpie, and who shuts up again.
Rin, laughs and takes it in stride. She's spent a little bit of time with you, and she's used to your little companion. And she does kind of whisper into you, Nulara, and whispers a little bit and says, "To be honest, this tea that Gemeril brought from Wangi is somewhat strong. Please help yourself," and like kind of pulls you into the seat, like near her, so you guys can all sit down and kind of discuss. And she, without waiting for any sort of prompting or acknowledgement on your part, just starts pouring the tea into your cup.
There's a huge smile on Nulara's face as she sees her old friends.
Yeah.
I like what you're doing.
It is Caroline's
idea.
She says, She says, I seem a man of many years. I don't know if that's a good thing, but if she likes it, as long as she's happy, I'm happy. Don't mind Mukta. He's got a lot of responsibilities, and he's always in that book taking notes on how he can best please our foreign diplomats and other people from Absalon. And I think he's writing a book about his adventures.
Mukta, hello.
And then Nulara threw the trident with great strength and grace, and it found its mark and killed the creature in one hit.
Are you trying to make a novel? Hello, friend.
Nulara!
Friend. Hi.
You're here. Welcome. It's good to see you, friend.
It's good to be back.
And he doesn't put down the quill or the notebook, but goes and to give Nulara a hug.
I will hug him back.
You probably have some ink stains on your clothes.
Oh, these are new, Mukta. But that's all right. That's all right. So,
How have you been?
I'm good. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to.
What have you been up to? You have to tell me all about it so I can write it in my book.
All right.
Every single detail.
Sure. Maybe after we hear the debrief from our guest right here. But I will.
Yes.
I promise.
Yes.
So, Gemeril, as this, you're in the midst of this awkward situation where you're the odd one out, right? Everyone is like old friends catching up, and you're here with very important stuff you want to say. So, how are you dealing with this sort of like moment?
Gemeril is just sort of takes a step back, and Clara, her magpie, just sort of flies over and stands on her shoulder, and she just sort of whispers to the magpie, and it's like, "I hope we've got it right." And it's like, I really hope we've got it right. I don't want to be exposing these people to harm if we haven't. And Clara just replies, "Since when have you ever been sure of anything?" Then they just sort of go and look away from each other.
Rin at this point, after like handing Nulara like the cup of tea, looks to you, Hal, and says, "And should we be expecting Clovis soon?"
No, but I find it kind of weird that your bird does not say Clara or some things like that. You remember Clovis is Mushi. I think that was Clovis really saying it and not Mushi. But no, Clovis is out in the. He's working on that area on the forest. You remember Nulara and Mukta? Is that one place that was like taken over by the tendrils of blackness and that was crawling across? That thing. He said he was going to be out there healing the forest, so he's not going to make it this time. But seeing you, Jimmerl, and your friends there, kind of pulls on my heartstrings for the memory of Clovis a little bit. Wonder how he's really doing. I mean, before you leave to where you need to go back to, you said debrief. Are you in the military now, Nulara?
Ah, that's right. And Mukta flips his pages over and suddenly scrolls, and the forest was corrupted with the black touch of Nimbaloth.
No, how it's more of no. I guess you could say that the people that I'm currently working with are I guess you could say in the military.
Yeah. Well, before you go, we should take this half-day trip up north and see how Clovis is doing. I'm sure he would be able to either help him out or at least, see how he is. Maybe he could make some food for us. That would be pretty good.
Yeah.
When you mentioned the black tentacles in Nimbaloth, Gemerald sort of snaps more back to attention to sort of what you're talking about, and says, "Well, I'm sorry to interrupt all the reminiscing and the catching up, but if you could take a seat a minute, and I will get to the point of what has brought me here."
Of course.
I think Clara is like watching. You're demanding everyone's attention, but Mukta won't stop writing, right? So I think in this moment, Clara's like, "Attention, pay attention."
I kind of like do this to Mukta a little bit.
Oh, apologies, my friend. Apologies. And he sets his notebook away and kind of just writes a little bit without looking.
Yeah. So at that, Gemerald will shoot a look over at Clara and go, "Don't make me mask you." But then sort of snaps back to attention. So reaches into her bag and brings out a whole a small stack of paper. At a glance, you can see that there are sort of charcoal rubbings and various sketches and things like that. And she sort of flicks through them all, finds one, and sort of puts it on the floor in front of you and says, "Do you recognize this?" And it's a symbol of a mossy skull. And it's very obviously the symbol of Nimbaloth.
Mm-hmm.
Mukta looks down, looks at his notebook, flips a bunch of pages.
Yeah.
Like that?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. What about this? And then she gets a much larger piece of paper, which has a rubbing on it. And on this, you can see it looks like a lighthouse with an eye on the top and what looks like some sort of beams of light coming out of it.
And for like you guys seeing this, unmistakable, it's the gauntlet. The same features, the same stonework.
I was gonna say, I don't know. We can't just walk into Mordor.
I mean, we can. It goes right down the road. We literally walk there every day.
I have got something you would love to read.
I mean, as long as it's relatively non-fictions, that would be good. I'm sorry, General. Please go ahead.
No, that's okay. So so we've identified the skull. This is correct me if we've made a mistake, but we believe that this is the symbol of the outer god Nimbeloth. But we don't really know how this image relates. Sorry, I should go back and explain a bit. So about a year, 6 months, a year ago, something like that, the school that I'm associated with, the Magambia, were asked to investigate an ancient temple that had been discovered by some explorers. Now, obviously, when they say discovered, the locals had known about it forever. But the locals sort of stay away from the place, and we were asked to investigate. It's strange. So a lot of the iconography makes perfect sense, but in some places we have this skull, this symbol of Nimbeloth, directly interposed with this, presumably a lighthouse, but we had no idea what this could mean until rumors really reached us of what had happened here in Otari. To be honest, we still weren't sure, but from what you say, this is definitely the lighthouse that you had been investigating.
Rin leans forward and then his smiles oh, so you are a subscriber to my zine, and she puts her cup of tea down.
Well, my friend Blossom loves it. She's a big fan. She was so envious when I told her that I was getting to come and actually meet you. So
I'll get you an autographed copy to take home with you.
Much appreciated. But then she says, so that all makes sense, but this last image, even now, I still don't know. And so she gets out another piece of paper and puts it down. And on this piece of paper is a sketch of what looks to be an Isoki carrying a lantern on a stick, surrounded by 7 tendrils or tentacles or something like that. The drawing isn't precise enough to make it clear, but it looks something like that. I was just going to ask if any of you have any idea what this could mean.
Does it have any resemblance to Mukta?
It's a pretty crude drawing. There's not a lot of detail. It's definitely a Yosoki. Whether there's enough detail to show it being Mukta is kind of up in the air. But the symbol of the lantern on the stick that he's holding, very reminiscent of the fulcrum lattice that you guys had back in the vaults.
Oh, okay.
Quite good, but the goatee's a little off.
Oh, the lantern looks very similar, don't you think so, Ha?
It looks very similar. I mean, that picture is almost as dirty as Mukta. I mean, no offense, friend.
What?
Yeah, so the night that we had to fight Belcora, we had to bring in a lot of stones, and then Nulara subconsciously holds onto the yellow gem. What was that one, Steve?
Oh yeah,
the
you
yellow
still have
stone. Yeah, she still has it. She's not letting that go until House Old. And then her hand subconsciously goes there. The Yusoki that you have in your drawing, It was Mukta that was actually holding the lattice that we needed to bring to her.
Lenses, Belcora, lenses,
Wow.
lenses.
The tendrils.
Well, that answers one question and raises 1,000 more.
No,
Yeah,
question
like what
thought-
time is
And-
dinner?
that too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just on the off chance, she takes the rest of the paper and hands it to Mukta, and it's like, just on the off chance, do you recognize this? And she hands copies of what seem to be some sort of writing, but General says, so far, magical or mundane, we've been unable to decipher these writings, and
Mukta will chew on the ink end of the quill, as he's wont to do. With there's one side of his lips that have a permanent ink stain. Let me take a look. Do I recognize anything?
So as you look, it's weird. It's definitely sort of characters and writing, and there's patterns that repeat themselves that make it seem like there is some sort of language going on here, but it's nothing that immediately clicks or anything with you.
well,
I-
it was.
I'm sorry.
it was,
No.
No, don't. It's
No.
fine. I mean, so far you've been. I mean, just from this, you've solved several mysteries that we've been working on for months now. So, I mean,
solve one mystery, open up 3 more.
Clara kind of squawks right now, right? Like, just ask them.
what? Fine. Ugh, okay, sorry. So, now that this has been established, I have a request. Come with me to the temple. See what you can. See if your experience can unlock something, can figure out what is happening, what is going on in this temple.
Will we have to take a ship there, or will we have to walk? I mean, is it within walking distance?
No, we can walk. So it'll take a couple of days, but I got permission from the university to shadow walk here and to shadow walk you guys back. So it should only. So it's just a little bit. So the temple is just a little bit outside of Hyrantum, down in the Sodden Lands, but we can be there in 2 days.
Like anyone who is
So-
trained in Arcana or has a relevant lore skill, feel free to make a check at this point to the term Shadow Walk.
All right. Give me a moment.
Since it's shadow, can Boneyard lore help with this?
Ooh, yeah, roll with it.
Unfortunately, not.
I'm gonna say
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
It's
Okay.
gonna be a higher DC.
Yeah, go with it.
But go.
That is a 30 for Mukta.
Wow,
That's pretty good.
Mukta.
That's a natural 20 for Laura.
Let's go.
Nice.
Shadow Wolf.
It's in the chat.
I used to work for a graveyard. Did you know that?
Mukta's got a freaking
I
plus
did
20
not.
on his Arcana, huh?
I know that's
I'm
insane.
a master of Arcana.
You're a
yes.
master Arcana.
Yes.
So Mukta, you've heard of this in the sense of the Arcana and the magical realm, shadow walking. So you know about planes of existence. There is the material plane, and then it borders on a few other planes, including the shadow plane. Essentially, shadow walking is when you use the shadow plane as a highway of sorts. You slip into the shadow plane and stay as close to the material plane as you can, and allows you to cover great distances while in this other plane exactly. And from an Arcana sense, that's what you know of shadow walking. It allows you to cover great distances in short time, as long as the person is familiar with what they're doing, and you'll end up in the right place, right? And Nulara,
Yes.
from a boneyard perspective, there's talks of this sort of shadow walk. You know, the boneyard realm. Boneyard does not overlap with the material plane at all, but occasionally there are tales of people who try to shadow walk and something goes catastrophically wrong, and a traveler or two has dumped themselves into the wrong plane. If a spell goes wrong, who knows what could happen, right? So you know that shadow walking is used to cover great distances in a very dangerous way. That's what
Yes.
you would know.
Well, it's only dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. Trust me. She
But you
says.
know what you're doing?
Yeah, of course. Yes.
Right, I mean, it sounds great. We travel fast with new adventures, Nimbeloth, more mysteries, more books.
Yes, Mukta, but you and Hal could die.
But I could write more for my book.
As long as you stay in contact, as long as we all stay in contact with each other, there's no chance of that happening. The inexperienced can get lost during travel, and you get dumped and can get dumped out at a random place. But as long as you make sure to stay in contact with the one who's casting the spell, me in this case, then there's no danger whatsoever.
Nulara just gives her a look. Nods. All right.
Temple, Nimbeloth temple. Mm-hmm.
So you said it was a lighthouse? Like, is it by the ocean? Is where you do?
Well, it's a bit into the jungle, but it's near the edge of the jungle in the Sodden Lands. So
I have no idea what that is, but assuming that there's a lighthouse, it has to have a water nearby.
Sorry, that is my bad. The temple itself is not a lighthouse.
Oh,
We found that no, it's an old low stone ziggurat built into the jungle, mostly underground these days. But it is near the sea in general, though you wouldn't want to go sailing there because of the Eye of Abendigo, which is so that's the giant permanent hurricane that appeared about 100 years ago in the area,
okay.
and is avoided by travelers since. And
Well, it's going to be avoided by me too. Sounds like it.
yes, I mean, if it were somewhere else, then I would perhaps recommend just going by boat. But we would have to get perilously close to the Eye of Abendigo that way. So shadow walking is in this case probably safer than by ship.
I knew I should have learned that teleport spell from Caroline's Uncle Steve. Oh well, it's what it is. I got something better. So yeah, this sounds like a great time. Don't you all think? Endless hurricanes, underwater, whatever ziggurat means, and like Nimbeloth. That sounds perfect.
Nimbeloth.
And then Rin, as she finished her cup of tea, is sitting in her lap, and she says, "It sounds like the winds of fate have brought us together one more time, almost as if it was meant to be."
Written in a book?
In a book, yes.
Are you going
You
to go
see
too?
a little bit sad look on her face as she kind of watches over Mukta. Rin shakes her head. No. I am not an adventurer. That is your role in this story.
Well, when do we leave?
We can leave as soon as as soon as you're all ready. I would imagine that you can't just drop everything and come with me. That you have things to put in place. Hopefully, we won't be gone more than a week or so. But if you have things to put in place, Rin has graciously let me stay here, so we can leave when you're ready.
Yes, we must prepare. I need more ink and paper.
Yeah. So, I mean, Nulara, you can stay at the manor. I mean, Caroline and Doriana is there. I'm sure they would love to see you. Have a place for you to change into your warrior's gear and all that stuff. And I got to pick up all my equipment. If we need something else, I could probably convince some people to, give it to us at a discount here in the town.
Oh, Lomini, I've missed you. But like before, I'd love to. But I do have to pass by the mausoleum really quick. Maybe eat. And then I will take you up on your offer and head to the manor. General, if you want to, I didn't want to talk for you, Hal, but would you give her a tour?
Of course, if I don't want, I'm not sure she looks like she has the time and that bird wants to peck my eyes out, but I mean, we can do that.
The magpie's looking at the non-existent watch on its foot, tapping it with its wing.
Behave, Clara. Behave. We are guests here. I would love to, I would love to take a tour if you're able to, if you're willing, but obviously.
So we kind of get a quick montage scene as it fades, right? There is a quick sort of montage. We see Nulara, maybe give me a quick 15-second what you do back in Otari in this montage. Nulara, go. What are you doing at the mausoleum?
She will go back to the mausoleum really quick, look at the corners, see if Ancora's there. If she's not, or maybe when she feels her very briefly, she'll stay for a minute more, let out a sigh of relief, and then go and see Hal in the manor. She's prepared, though. She's ready to go.
Okay. Hal, what sort of tour are you giving your new found guest to the town?
Oh, in the meantime, I would say, come with me, and we would go to the manor. I would introduce him, and I'd ask Doriana, hey, can you give Jimuro a tour of the town and perhaps a windmill, and perhaps introduce to your father? And then I spent some time with Caroline saying, hey, I got to go. We need to go out there. Let the captain know that they have a port, but they don't have any ships, and so on and so forth.
She's, gives you the kiss on the cheek and bids you a fond adventure. Mukta, what are you doing in your montage?
Buying more ink and paper to bring with me. Writing a lot. Telling Raita last minute, because I forgot to tell her. Going on an adventure. Be back soon.
She's doing the dishes as you say that out the door, and she looks back and she's like, what?
I give her a kiss on the cheek and run out. Bilbo style with paper and ink.
She just shakes her head, and she, under her breath, you just see her looking a little sad as she says, never again. As she goes back to dishes.
But so the Sodden Lands is on the other side. But has Mukta heard anything about what dangers might be there? Any stories from across the continent, being from Katapesh?
Yeah, I mean, I think without even necessarily making a roll, you're feel free. I mean, it's a pretty dangerous area. It's beyond the scope of what I've necessarily prepared for this adventure, but it is a very... Let me defer to the lore master here.
It's called the Sodden Lands, so it's a...
Are we talking about are we talking about the Sodden Lands or the Barrier Peak? Sorry, maybe I misunderstood what you were asking.
I was asking, would Mukta know anything about the dangers of what we might be facing, where we're going to end up?
Got it. Okay, I'll let you go ahead and finish, David, and then I did, have a general idea of this area.
Yeah, so Sodden Land, permanently flooded. It's the edge of the jungle, and so you have the worst of both worlds with frequent hurricane-strength winds, rain, flooding, as well as all the standard dangers of a jungle.
Right, and so this is the northern end of the Mwangi Expanse. It's, it's in the jungle. It is, like you said, right on the edge of this permanent hurricane, so it's always flooded, very swampy, tropical climate, I imagine. And I guess as far as dangers, I mean, everything that would be in the normal jungle on top of the biggest thing about this area, too, it's got a very strong connection to, the Feywild.
So would Mukta have any idea what to buy to try to prepare?
Raincoats?
Raincoat, yeah. Make a general nature check for me.
Sure.
Recall knowledge nature. Recall knowledge what?
That's a 14 for a 31.
Wow, not bad. Raincoat would be good. If you're looking at the Feywild, then anything that could help deal with creatures from other realms are a possibility. They're generally not
Cold iron.
What's that? Cold iron. Yeah, cold iron's not a terrible choice for something like that. For dealing with sort of Feywild creatures and/or there is tales of a sort of underlying demonic influence in the region, which also could tie into that sort of idea of cold iron. And that's probably what you would pick up. But
does silver work? Would I know silver? It has to be cold iron, right?
Cold iron.
Cold iron.
Yeah.
Can I switch my rapier out from silver to cold iron then?
I mean, it's possible. How much money is Mukta sitting on these days?
If
I don't know.
Mukta says
Does
this
Hal
out loud,
Does Hal pay him?
See.
What do you mean? I thought you were my friend.
So to buy a standard grade cold iron weapon, it costs 880 gold.
Mukta does not have that, as he spends most of his any earnings on paper and ink. So
Yeah, it's pretty expensive to get a cold iron weapon. You could get a low grade for 40 gold, but that limits your runes you can put on it, right?
yeah, no, I'll just keep the rapier that I have then.
What is
best.
the cold? What is the low grade? I think it caps the level limit of the runes you can have.
There's no rune, right? Like a ghost touch rune that would work on it.
There are, however, there are, I think, elixirs. So there's definitely a silver sheen. I think there's a cold iron equivalent of the silver sheen, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah.
will Mukta say this to everyone else so that we can prepare?
Yeah, Mukta will mention the Feywild stuff, the cold iron. He doesn't even think about the raincoat. His focus is on his mind. Just has enough room to focus from writing on the magical items, but anything mundane doesn't even cross his mind.
May I change mine to cold iron if that's the case, Steve? I have 200 gold for a low grade one.
Oh, for a low grade one?
Low grade. Yeah.
So I'm trying to look up what the rules are for low grade. So if you have a low grade equipment, you can only have the highest level rune you can have is an 8th level rune. What runes do you have on? What are you cold ironing? On Chorus Blade.
Chorus Blade.
It might just say it might be easier to just get some cold iron blanche, which is a vial of liquid that you pour over your weapon and gives it the cold iron trait for a while.
Oh, cool.
Instead of its normal precious metal, and a vial of lesser, which works on magic weapons up to 8th level and lasts for a minute, is 10 gold pieces, and the moderate one lasts for 10 minutes up to level 15 is 140 gold pieces.
That's probably more. It's in your price range.
Cold iron blanche. Okay, I will do that.
That's interesting. I didn't even know that.
Oh yeah, is that in any of the stores?
Yeah, so the low grade one would be too low for all the runes you have in your blade, so it wouldn't work. It would need to be the moderate grade, which is 880 gold. Yeah, or like David's saying, you just get the oil that blanche. You put on.
Yeah, the blanche is like 140 gold.
Yeah, so you feel free to buy one of those.
Cool.
Where would that be?
You probably have to search the system and add it to your character sheet manually. There's no shop in Otari set up to sell you guys cold iron blanches currently.
Mm.
But
maybe chickens with Aurelia in Zirati Rockfish. She makes all kinds of stuff, so maybe she can whip it up for you by the time we leave.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable enough. So I'll let you guys, without micromanaging money and worrying about it, because we haven't really tracked our characters that well. If you'd like to add a cold iron blanche, is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm.
It's probably under adventuring gear.
It's consumable.
It's a consumable, yeah.
Yeah, that is absolutely something you can add to your character sheet without worrying about the money too much. But I don't think necessarily you can afford the full-on cold iron weapon, especially on such short notice. Is it in the system? Do you guys see it in the Foundry system?
Equipment.
Yeah, I got a moderate one, So
Yeah, because the low one won't work for your level of weapon, because your blade's considered level 12, so it needs to be moderate. So moderate one is fine.
okay.
All right, and with that sort of shopping montage, and we are pretty much arrive at the point where you guys are ready to journey. We are standing on the port side of Otari, ready to sort of make our journey to this far off place. Gemerald, you are the one casting the spell. You're taking lead on this, so you describe to them what they need to do. And
yeah, so just essentially just hold my hand or my shoulder or however. You don't all need to be touching me, just everybody needs to be in contact with each other. And then she spends a minute just sort of tracing intricate patterns in the air and speaking the correct words for the spell. And the space in front of you sort of grows dimmer and starts shimmering and almost glitching occasionally until it eventually, after about a minute, becomes a just sort of static shadow that is makes everything behind darker, but you can still see through it. And then she starts walking forward and walks through it.
I like to imagine this part feels like if you've seen, the original Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, so like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, and you're going down Willy Wonka's tunnel of creepiness and danger.
Very much so, but all in monochrome.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? Because you are in the shadow realm, the shadow plane.
Yeah.
Is it called?
Shadow plane.
It is called the shadow plane, not the shadow fell. Yeah. That would be a different game.
That's TM.
Yes.
So in the shadow plane, you get glimpses of the material plane. But like as you guys start walking and Gemerald leads you through this sort of darkened monochrome place, it's almost like everything moves comically fast, right? You're walking along, you can see glimpses of Otari, and within like a few moments, like a few minutes even, you are already see Absalom like kind of on the horizon and pulling away. The actual travel time here as you use Shadow Walk is for every 3 minutes you walk in the shadow plane, it's like an hour of walking on the material plane. So it's really fast. Yeah. And that's sort of the your world. And I think the creepiest part of it all is you're walking like over the ocean, essentially, on the shadow plane, but like it's like just walking on water.
Wow.
And
yes, the danger must be growing, for the rowers keep on rowing. They're certainly not showing any signs that they are slowing.
You're writing that in your book.
Yeah. And out of the corner of the eye, occasionally you see things move. But when you look, there's nothing.
Yeah, there's definitely that creepiness. You always feel like something's watching you. And you get the sense that there's this whole world just beyond here. If you were just to wander a bit from this border of the two planes, you could get lost in like a whole world, and there's a whole adventure. And for a moment, it's like a smaller scale version of what you guys felt in that room when Nimbleoth entered the empty vault and kind of surrounded you guys, and you were faced with that like moment of like infiniteness and how tiny you felt. It's a smaller version scale of that moment, and you take yourself back to that moment in the empty vault.
Oddly enough, Mukta's actually a little bit more calm here.
It's only because I'm holding onto your tail. You like that.
It calms me.
And this travel time, I mean, you guys end up walking like this for essentially 8 hours straight.
Yeah.
It's a long journey. You guys are used to doing a 10-minute jaunt to the Abomination vaults, right? This is much further. And so, Gemerald, what does it look like when you can feel you're getting to the end of the spell, right? And you're getting close to your destination you've planned out?
Yeah. So, as we get towards the end of the spell, Gemerald will stop and do a few more incantations. and a point of light will emerge and then spread, and then it surrounds us all, and just seamlessly we're back on the material plane in the foothills of the barrier peak, with great mountains on one side and the Thuvian desert on the other. And I turn to General, turns to all of you and says, I think that's enough for today. I suggest that we set up camp here. I will cast some wards, make sure we're protected, and
Nalaris just trying not to throw up.
And she'll sort of get a bit awkward at this point, and just sort of look around, and then just sort of walk away and start casting more magic. And she makes a big ring around where you are, and you don't notice anything different unless you don't notice anything different. But she'll say that should protect us. Anybody from the outside will just won't even know we're here.
And I think at this time, you're walking in a circle and Hal is right behind you playing soft music. Like he's trying to figure out what spells you're casting.
Yes. So if General picks up on this, she'll tell him, and she'll explain what she's doing, and say it's a spell called Private Sanctum. I designate an area within which nothing. So if you looked from the outside, it would just look like haziness and sort of slight darkness, and you would just sort of see nothing much. But it also protects us from any sort of scrying, any sort of hostile intent, and animals and beasts and the like will naturally avoid the area.
And the other thing too, I think maybe Mukta here, seeing the desert kind of stretching on one end of the barrier peaks, this is the closest you've been to home in a while.
Mukta will take a deep breath and try to get as much of the desert air that's coming up as possible. And there's a moment of calm before, and then he goes back there.
And we get this sort of scene where you guys are able to camp out under the stars and beautiful in the mountains. It's probably a bit chilly, maybe. Yeah, it's just this sort of peaceful night you guys are able to spend together.
How you're camping? I never would have thought.
We finally did it.
Wow. General had to do that for you?
Well,
Mukta will actually pause at this point and look up and be like,
Oh.
I don't know what to say. I am speechless, so let me sing instead.
Now, how much does your magic actually make this feel like you're not really outdoors, though? Is this like camping in style? Is this like having a cabin?
Or glamping?
No, not quite that.
Okay.
Not quite that. I mean, I could cast some. If people are feeling cold, I could cast some endure elements, but I tried to pick a spot where it wouldn't get too cold this time of year.
I do like how we spent the whole campaign trying to get Hal to camp, and now we're doing it.
Yeah, it is still outside. It is still in the open air. This spell doesn't actually create a dwelling or anything like that. It's a protective spell rather than an actual.
we could end the game here and it would all have been worth it.
Yep. And so I think, the night passes uneventfully. You guys are able to kind of bond a little bit.
Taking watch, yeah.
Yeah. It feels, it's different. You guys have spent a lot of time underground together, but this is a different sort of time for you guys as the heroes of Atari, right? But,
yeah.
Adventure calls. And, the next morning, it is time to, you're at the halfway point. You got another day's worth of travel.
I'm keeping up watch.
Yep. And I'll come later. Yeah, I mean, camping is not so bad. We do like some tent forts in the backyard of the manor, so I'm kind of used to being outside now. But you look, how do I say this without sounding like a total arrogant piece of, you look more happy.
I do. I really do. I don't know. It's nice to have a purpose. And after everything that we did in the lighthouse, I definitely got that. So now I'm just working to make sure that I fulfill it. You look happier as well.
Well, I mean, the captain does not want to kill me no more, and Caroline to be staying at the manor. So, you know how that goes, right? You know how that goes. Anyways, your hair looks nice. I like this, whatever you do to it. It kind of mutes your complexion. I mean, no offense, but, you know.
No, that's all right. No, I met a dwarf who was very kind enough, I guess, more pushy, to be honest, when they offered to color my hair. I think they said the same thing as you, that it would mute my complexion a little bit. And I don't know, there's someone for me to impress now, so I'd like to make sure that I impress them.
Well, with that smiling, you know, it's hard to not be distracted by it. So I not that I ever could tell, but it's good to see you.
It's good to see you too, Hal. But I'm going to be frank here. I feel that you still want to... Are you happy with being the mayor and all?
You know how I like to talk. There's a lot of talking, and, you know, we get together once a month and have like a little gathering at the center of town, or we play some music, and the spirits are good. Everybody seems like they're on the up and up. It's, you know, I mean, it's really boring, let me tell you. There's people saying, I want this, I want that, and I'm just like, oh my God, Lars should be here to beat them away from me. But no, not really. I mean, once this is over on the next election, I think Caroline, we're going to go back and live as the captain in the Obel, and, you know, see where it all takes us. Sounds like better than sitting in this place and, you know, rotting away. And I mean, don't get me wrong, the food is good and I can get the wine and some discounts, if you know what I mean. But I don't know. We'll see. Have you been to any places that you really enjoy? Maybe we can go, well, Caroline and the captain and myself, or maybe just me and Caroline. We can go sometime and see these beautiful places you've been to.
Well, I did. I hope you don't mind me doing this, but I went to Absalom and I tried looking for your parents. I wanted to say hi, but since I didn't have your permission, I didn't.
I'm sure they're probably busy, or, you know, doing whatever it is they do. Teaching music, that's right. Yeah, that was it.
Yes, it was very easy to find them because of that, because they are teachers, prominent teachers. That's very impressive. By the way, are you bringing Mukta with you when you start heading off to sea with Carolyn and her father?
I mean, I don't think Raida would want to go. She's kind of, you know, I'm surprised she let him out of the house now. Not that he ever leaves the house. I'm really worried about him because he's always doing...
Yeah, do you feed him? Why does he look like...
You have to kind of force feed him. I get it to... You know Raida. She makes sure, you know...
Go ahead, Steve.
No, I was gonna say, as you guys are having this conversation, right, the camera's been like centered on you guys, and it's been moving in closer and closer as you guys have been talking until you guys are kind of filling the screen. But the camera pushes past you guys until you're too close, and it actually moves through you slowly while the words continue this whole conversation. We see a sort of like rock, or maybe like a toppled tree or something, and the camera keeps pushing more and more towards it as you guys have this conversation. And we see during that time, crouched behind the rocky blocked by the wood, we see Mukta with his notebook out, listening to every word you guys are saying and just scrawling furiously. And we see the words as you write coming through his hand onto the page, and he is hiding here just documenting everything you say, because he rolled the stealth check and beat your guys' perceptions.
So
I will reveal that now to everyone.
I don't know. Like, he's always like, you know, I mean, to be honest, where the hell is he? He's always like disappearing
Oh.
in the house, and Raita is like saying, whatever it is, can't you put like a light on him? I said, I'm not like I can cast a light. And Lara could. Hey, that would be great. You should put a light on him so we know exactly where he is. It's really a pain in the ass in the manor because, oh my God,
Yeah.
he just disappears. I go look and I find him either in the drawing room, furiously sketching stuff, or, he's in his study all the time, writing stuff down. I'm sure, I'm assuming he's doing his diplomatic work, but I don't know. He's really passionate about his job, if you know what I mean.
While Hal is talking, like, Nulara just has like a growing smile on her face as she starts realizing how much she's missed his company. So when he gets to the end of it, like, she'll just say, she'll put a hand on his arm and say, "Oh, Hal, I really, really missed you." But Mukta, and then I turn on my light, and then like I just unknowingly, like shine it over the forest, is wearing the same clothes that he had when we defeated Bakora, and that was a long time ago. We have to do something about that.
Raita doesn't seem to mind. I don't know. He says
I'm
she
sure
can
she's
find him better that way. But
Mukta.
Make a perception check, Nular.
he has this cape and cloak that we put on him when the foreign emissaries come and want to talk about the lumber and everything. We kind of dress him up, and he's got the little hat and it kind of sits to the side.
You do not see Mukta.
Yeah, but I'm still just like waving my strobe light around.
If they call for me, I'll poke my head up.
Oh, she's calling.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Come in
Yes?
here. I think I'm not sure if this is inside General's protective ward. You're
Of
so
course.
far out.
I'll scurry over. Keep writing. Mm-hmm.
What do you think of General, by the way? How?
I mean, she's got the great complexion, and that white hair really stands out in the contrast. And
I know.
she's got the nice smile. That bird seems kind of like, I don't know. I'm not sure who's really in charge, but that bird kind of is definitely not like Mushy. Talks all the time, and I just can't wait,
I know.
to see. I wonder if we could get them two
That's
together.
very
like,
interesting.
puts them in the battle royale and see what would happen.
They would just start fighting each other, probably. It's true.
You know my experience with Mushi, right? Just can you make sure that I don't do the same thing for this one? I wouldn't want to be the reason that this one dies.
I'll write a note. No, please make sure Lara does
At
not
this point,
kill
like the
them.
camera is still on you guys, but we find ourselves pulling further away as your guys' conversation is kind of pulling to the edge of the scene, and we're kind of moving back towards like camp proper a little bit, so you guys can kind of wrap it up. But we see the camera sort of like shifting, and as it kind of turns, we see like Gemeril and Clara like sitting back a little bit further within earshot of most of what's going on, like kind of listening to this sort of scene play out. And Clara
I'm
is
watching the pair of them interact while I'm sharpening my blade.
and Clara is sort of like, "You sure these are the idiots we're gonna trust?"
Fair.
I mean, the whole world to choose from, and these idiots.
Don't be rude. Look, you saw what happened back there. You saw what happened with the. You saw how they reacted to these sketches, these drawings. I mean, I can't be sure. Nobody can be sure, but like, this is our last chance to get to the bottom of this. If this doesn't work, then I can't keep teacher off our back. I can't keep the head off our backs. And do you want to be reassigned to Sengor?
I mean,
Because I don't.
I'm kind of growing used to failure at this point.
Ukti hears that and kind of nods his head.
So at this point, Gemeril will just shake a head and say, "Look, I've got to concentrate," and will make a gesture, and Clara will perhaps squawk slightly, but then turn into a mask, and Gemeril will just take it and mask and will sort of hang it round her head, round her neck.
Like not just wearing a mask, like transforms into like a big sort of wooden mask.
Into the mask.
Yeah.
Into the mask. Which is so. Quick lore recap. So all members of the Mangambia will have a mask they carve themselves as part of their acceptance into the school, and that mask forms that mask for some people can become a familiar, and in this case it sort of combines with the familiar, the magpie familiar, and Gemerald can freely switch between the two. Usually she has Clara as a magpie, but when she needs some peace and quiet to do some more, and she goes back to her research notes and just sort of double checking everything, when she needs some peace and quiet, she just turns
So
Clara
let me ask, what does your mask look like?
It is a magpie. So it is a very stylized. It is a very stylized sort of African style, in that sort of African angular style, but very clearly of a magpie.
Very
I
cool.
think after once the magpie stops talking or complaining, I think I would probably go over to Gemerald and tell Nulara, I'll see if our friend enjoys any kind of music. I could probably pick up some of their favorite tunes, and I'll walk over and well, it got a little quiet over here. Hope everything is going to plan. Is there any favorite tunes you
Yes.
think you want to play? I'd love to learn different styles of music from the different places.
I'm afraid I'm not musical at all. She says, I've been thrown out of singing. I've been thrown out of the whatever the equivalent of karaoke is down there. But I'm always interested in hearing music from around the world. So play what you want. Play what you feel like. She says.
Then,
but we should probably get some sleep. It's going to be another 8 hours or so tomorrow.
I'm going to say at this point, Al will start playing some music as the night grows long, just to get everybody into a calm sense of mind, and anybody else can do whatever they want.
Okay. And so we have a nice sort of fade, like crossfade scene here as it kind of goes to black. The camera kind of goes up, and the night passes. And when the camera like crossfades from this night campsite, we now see it's crossfading to a scene. We're in a jungle, and there is a sort of small-ish hovel, almost like a mound of vines and trees and rocks, kind of over, like up out of the ground, but it almost looks for like a moment as if the ground is like reclaiming this place. And in that moment, there is sort of it lingers there for a little too long. And then there's like a ripping tear and like a popping noise as like shadows spill forth from like a tear in reality, and you just see like Gemerald like leading you guys out of the Shadow Realm into this like jungle sort of place. And I know the spell will deposit you like up to 1 mile of your target, but in this case, Gemerald's really good, so you showed up exactly where she intended, because one by one you guys sort of pop out of that Shadow Realm back here into the jungles of the Sodden Lands. And I think immediately you guys, let me just bring up this thing. So as you see there, like Gemerald, you look around, your calculations were exact. You've shown up exactly in the area within 100 feet or so of where you intended to. As you turn your attention towards this mound of the stone sort of structure, you can see this is the location of the temple, right?
Yeah.
And as the rest of you are seeing it for the first time and you're approaching this unassuming stone structure, you can see that the jungle has absolutely reclaimed this. Once upon a time, it must have been a grand sight, yet now it is choked with vines. Even the ground has swelled up around it, like the jungle is trying to keep this place secret. And a path has been carved right through the vines, leading down towards the entrance. Although, given the time that you've been gone, Gemerald, some of the vines have regrown and sort of covered it, choking it a little bit. So you probably have your machete ready to go, like, yeah, on the hip.
And I'll unsling my shield.
Okay. And as this path has been carved down and being reopened up, as you guys lead down, the last bits of the orange sunlight here kind of streaming in through the vines gives a dim light at the very entrance of this, but beyond that is only darkness. And we arrive at the temple gates. Yeah, what is the dark vision?
So I will be casting light on my. I will be casting light on my shield.
Okay.
These purposes, because I need it to see. So.
Right. So at your level, is there a range that increase the range with the light spell, or is it just still 20/40, or how does that?
60/60.
60/60 at fourth level. So yeah. So I'll add that to your token.
Yeah, so.
Do you have a particular color of light that Gemro would default?
No. So she would just use. Be as practical as white, and just to give as much detail as possible.
Yep.
No moonlighting.
No, not for.
So as Gemro lights up the shield, and like that's enough light to really fill this central chamber, this first chamber that you guys have seen. And as you walk in for the first time, you see all around you, right? The walls covered. There are hundreds of images scrawled upon the surfaces of this place. Most of the symbols are really dominated by this snake iconography, sort of wrapped around various weapons, mostly bladed weapons. Occasionally you see burning buildings, terrible looking creatures, ghostly visages, and right to where, Gemro is able to lead you to, on one in the back wall, an unmistakable image of the Yosoki carrying what looks to be the fulcrum lattice. And as it's wrapped around you see the 7 tentacles, each tentacle with 7 fingers wrapped around this Yosoki, sort of enveloping him as he just kind of carries the lantern. And the other thing that you probably notice is one of the columns, one of the central columns in this room is completely carved to look like the gauntlet. So from floor to ceiling, the column itself looks like the gauntlet. The other columns, normal columns, just this one is looking like the gauntlet.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't look pleasant. I would hate to be that Yosoki.
Mukta, I think that was you.
Don't be silly. I've never been to this part of the world. I mean, I'm from the other side of this continent.
And Gemro, you spent a lot of time in this place over the last few months. So this part you've documented, you've spent, but like the real part that you've been stuck on, there's like this sort of hallway and chamber that leads into the back, up into a sort of separate place. Yeah. That's where this strange writing is. So you can get there eventually, but just so because I know you've never seen this before, but Gemro has.
That's fine. And Gemro will be sort of walking through, pointing out where the mossy skulls are. And she'll explain that most of this iconography is Calicut, the sort of keeper of secrets, but these particular ones just seem out of place. And as Steve says, there's this chamber that we've had no progress on it for months now, and I just hope that you guys can shed some light on it, and not literally, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Metaphorical light.
I was going to. You just did that with your shield. You could just do that same thing over here, but okay.
Yeah, it's okay, Clovis. Why don't you put some light on Nulara's shield? Sorry, I forgot.
Was Clovis the light one?
Yeah.
I think
Clovis
her blade has one too. I remember.
No, it was Clovis putting the light on it.
Yeah, but
you might have had like
a thing on her thing too. But it's like moonlight, or
I think it might have been the gift from Pharasma where it glows dim, very little. But it is like a very dim nightlight, right?
Yeah. General, if you tell me where to go, I could stand in front of everyone else.
If you're willing to, I mean.
Yeah.
I've been here many times, and I don't think that it shouldn't be dangerous, but it's been a while since I've been back. So
Well, let me tell you,
if you're willing to, that's
when we went to a place that looked like this, it was like, oh my gosh, it was really bad. So I think we'd let Nulara stand in the front.
I will defer to your experience here.
She's very good at standing in the front.
Yeah. The weird thing is, like, given like it hasn't been that long since you guys defeated Belcora, right? It's been an undetermined amount of time, but we're measuring in months and maybe a year at this point. These carvings must have been here for hundreds of years, right? Way predating anything ever happening with you guys. It's almost like this existed before what you guys did. I mean, it's a little, the timeline doesn't match up with what you're seeing, right? It's a little eerie.
Yeah.
I have to say, this problem must be quite complicated for the Magambians to not even be able to figure it out.
Well, I mean, to be honest, it's not really a priority for them for the most part. There's I tend to mainly do field work, but my understanding is that there's quite a hubbub at the moment at the school that's taking up a lot of their attention. I'm not sure of the details. I've been resisting getting involved.
Go check out Strength of Thousands today at your local bookstore.
So you say it's not a priority for them, but you say you do field work. I mean, is it a priority for you? Or are you just curious, or what do you think that might be?
It's going to sound stupid, and I mean, it sounds stupid to me. And Clara, I dare you to say something right now, but it's just a gut feel that there's something here, something that we can't ignore.
Can't ignore Nimbeloth. Nope.
Do you think it's Nimbeloth too?
I don't know. To be honest, there's not much information. I've had very little success in digging up anything about Nimbeloth, bar the basic name and the fact that she's associated with the undead and wisps and marsh and swamps. There's very little knowledge, and everything I've learned tells me that even learning about her can be dangerous. So it makes sense that the school doesn't keep records.
Do you guys remember Clovis with the Whispering Reeds?
I was going to just mention that. I was going to ask if you still had that book, or did he take it with him? I imagine he probably took it because he was dealing with his stuff there. But
he did. He did. It's such a failure. But yes, I checked my bag, and the next thing I knew, it wasn't there anymore. I looked for Clovis. He wasn't there anymore either. So I hope he's okay.
We'll see him before we go. Okay, well, to make you feel better, we'll go see him. I see him a couple of times, but not, not that much. He came in to make sure that he's overseeing the mill, so he wanted to make sure, take trees from here, not from there, But do you feel any different here, knowing that?
I think, Mukta, the other thing here, too, is like you've been shielding Hal for this over the last few months, but Clovis has grown more and more distant to the point where this last time you couldn't even find him to deliver a message that he should be coming at all, and you lied to Hal to kind of spare his feelings, but you haven't had contact with Clovis in at least 6 months.
Clovis.
But anyways, Hal doesn't know that, so go ahead.
Nilara, does this place make you feel any, like, I mean, it's Nimbeloth, right? And you had this other friend over here who doesn't like Nimbeloth, and they fight, and they get right. I mean, wasn't that like the whole reason you were down there?
Yes, I do. I mean, this definitely works well with what I'm doing for Pharasma right now. But I am going to admit I didn't even know that there was a ziggurat that had a lot of Nimbeloth things in it. I'm also in the process of learning everything.
So, General, you know, you can
yeah.
can lead them and show them sort of where the writing is, specifically the ones that you've been stuck on the most. It's kind of hidden in the back
Yeah.
side of the temple. Out here, you know, it's not all. I don't want to like give the impression there are like hundreds of symbols. Most of them are not Nimbleoth, but there are key symbols here and key things that definitely relate to Nimbleoth and definitely relate to that iconography. But it's not like this place seems necessarily dedicated to Nimbleoth. So as you move back sort of into this chamber, you can see the writing on the wall as General described, right? There are also 6 large, way oversized statues around the room, each with their hands sort of holding this empty bowl, almost like to accept an offering of some sort. The faces in this room are actually carved inverted, so it gives you the eerie feeling like as you walk around the space, the faces are following you and tracking you wherever you go. And around the edge of the walls, you find the unmistakable characters that resemble writing. Hal, as you kind of look at the walls for the first time and see, you find it oddly hard to concentrate. You start looking at the letters, piecing together patterns, reuse symbols, and then as you blink, when you open your eyes, it's almost like your thoughts have been wiped completely. You forget what it was. You were so sure a moment ago you were on the cusp of understanding, and the symbols themselves seem like they might have actually shifted and moved. There's no logical connections in your brain, right? It hurts to think about the logistics of it, and yet you're faced with the reality of this strange writing, and you try to make sense of it, and you can't. And all of you are sort of...
Stand next to Lara, I'll be looking around and saying, "Oh, okay, look at that over there. Don't you think that's..." And then scratch my head, and then I'll be like, "Oh, I'm not sure."
It's fucking creepy.
And then I'll just bend over and throw up.
What?
Just like
Are you all right? General, what's
It-
happening
it-
here?
I wish I knew. I mean, all I can say, Hal, is that you'll get used to it and stop throwing up after a while.
They're throwing
here,
up too.
Here. So she'll get out a flask and pass Hal and pass it to Hal and say, "Have a sip." And if you do, it's disgusting, but you do feel a bit better.
Oh, okay, thank you. Here.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, so this is a weird moment. You guys are kind of dealing with Hal being sick to the stomach and not able to like stare at this without going like a little gross, feeling strange. You hear Mukta say that, and you turn and look, and yeah, Mukta is like fascinated by this, looking around, wide-eyed.
He's not writing.
Huh? I think
Here,
maybe
he's not
the first one
writing.
He's probably not writing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And as you start looking at the symbols, Mukta, you feel them sort of shifting as well, but it doesn't affect you the same. The symbols, for some reason, start to make sense to you. And while you're looking at the wall and while you're trying to piece it together, you hear a whisper in your head. You see it, don't you?
I do.
Not with your eyes. Open your mind, your spirit. Let the words flow through you. And there's this like sort of soft-spoken, very reassuring voice that's competing in your head with the constant sort of whispers that you are dealing with on a daily basis. So you've got multiple voices in your head now for the first time, right? And it just kind of telling you to sort of like focus and don't use your brain, don't use your eyes, just feel it.
So Mukta will stop staring directly at the writing and kind of just unfocus.
Mm-hmm. It's like one of those 3D pictures. You just blur your eyes.
Yeah.
So like,
Uh-huh.
okay.
Exactly, that's what he's trying to do. And like you see like Mukta's eyes and expression just kind of go blank and his eyes glaze over it as he's not focusing on anything.
Yeah. Okay.
And just opening himself up to the chaos that's
the
like
universe.
Yeah. And you guys are all watching this, like in watching and kind of in amazement. And then even like Clara's like, the fuck? Right? Like, anyways, as this starts coming in, you start understanding the writing, the multiple images start overlapping, the patterns start coming together. And this is sort of what you read with your eyes, Mukta. First thing first, giant all caps letters, big danger warning.
Danger.
And then familiar sort of style of writing, something that you yourself deal with, is like this sort of rambling flow of thought, putting everything down. And it's just this long sentence. It's just, let secrets lie, forget forever unforgotten. Remembering the forgotten restarts the cycle. What is forgotten becomes remembered, then forgotten. Some things should not be remembered. So I'll put that in chat for you. And Mukta, as he reads these words, he starts as well, like he's reading it, he's speaking it out loud to you guys as it flows through, whispering these words over and over, unable to shake the thoughts from his head. And as you do, sort of, and that same gentle voice fills your head, the competing whisper over the madness. And you hear, it has been some time since one cursed with the sight has come to my halls. My name is Yamis, child. Are you sure you want to be here?
And then forgotten, something should not be remembered. Where else would I be?
You can all hear Mukta sort of talking to himself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So General will have got out her notebook and have been and will now start writing down what Mukta is saying.
Nice. And you start seeing a little bit of images flashing in your head, Mukta, around this room. Images that you can tell took place in this room. Who knows how long ago? Hundreds, thousands, maybe longer. Before the jungles ever reclaimed this place. Secrets, truths, lies, all given in ritual to Calicut for safekeeping. Priests, arms outstretched over the statues, spilling their blood into the bowls, speaking words into them, offerings to the winnower. You see it now, don't you? If you have come to learn our secrets, you must trade some of your own. And you look, right, there's 6 altars in this room, but there's 3 on each side of the room. Only 3 of these need to be activated in order to sort of unlock this temple's secrets. And as you sort of look at the writing on the 3, you notice they each have a different word inscribed into them in the sort of chaos, right? One altar has the word pride written on it. One has the word secret written on it. And the last has the word lie written on it. You must spill your blood into the bowl and offer up something, a lie, something you're proud of, a secret that you've never spoken before here in the temple.
Is he saying all of this out loud?
That part probably not, but I mean, I'll leave that up to
Okay.
Mukta.
I'll be kind of still unfocused and say, pride, deceit, and secrets. Pride, deceit, and secrets. Pride, deceit, and secrets.
Well-
Which one did you give, Yamis?
Yamis?
Yamis.
Who's Yamis?
Yeah, you guys don't
What
hear
is-
this voice or know what he's talking about at all.
No.
Oh, Mukta, what are you talking to?
Are you there, Yamis?
Oh, did
I'm
we lose
here.
him?
Are you a god?
No, but I serve one.
Am I a god?
Doubtful.
Mukta, could you ask your friend how to move forward?
Pride, deceit, and secrets. Pride, deceit, and
Pride.
secrets.
You may not be a god, but you have been
Secrets.
touched by one.
Hmm.
As has your friend there.
I think she got the better end of the deal.
No, not her.
Pride, deceit, and secrets. Tell me, what will we find?
It is probably better you do not know. There is a reason this place has been forgotten. I wish
But I need to write
I
it
could
down.
tell you to turn away, that the secrets that lie here are best left uncovered. But I cannot, because something has already uncovered these secrets.
Mm.
Something is below us now, growing in strength, something has accessed the vaults. Something almost as dangerous as the secret itself.
We've stopped one horror. Why not another? And we see Mukta is still talking. He takes out his dagger and just cuts his hand. And you see the blood start dripping down. And he points his fist to each of the bowls with the blood dripping and just says, without looking, pride, deceit, secret.
Okay, so can Jamrel figure out what he's talking about from this?
Let's make do you have any lore that you could apply to this situation?
So my laws are academia, which is not really, and jungle. And it's not really the jungle.
No. This could probably be religion, arcana, something in that nature. This is definitely related. It's definitely related to like Calicut and like the sort of religious rituals that they might do.
I mean, if it's arcana, then that would be the best for me. But I could do occultism or religion.
Let's do. Well. I think occultism and religion is probably more in the sort of ballpark for this, and it's not just Gemerald. Gemerald is going to have a lower DC just because this is sort of their warehouse. This is her wheelhouse, but for like anyone else trained in religion or occultism, feel free to make a check here.
Yeah. Private or just public?
Go ahead and make it public.
Hero point.
Hero point. First of the game.
3 on the dice. Plus 18. Let's hero point that.
Yeah. No, that's not much better, unfortunately. Well.
Not really. Yeah. So Clara's just like. Well, that's not a surprise. Brainiac doesn't know anything. Anyone else want to attempt to check here?
I'll be sort of going back and just sort of frantically going through all my notes, like pushing like throwing paper all over the place and just sort of trying to dig through various things. And I'm just not finding. It's like, I know it's in here somewhere, but I just can't find it.
All right, I will call on to Pharasma and do a religion check.
Okay.
To see if I can help. 31.
31. Much more reasonable number here.
Yep.
Pharasma sort of like leads your brain down a path of knowledge, and it's not exactly Pharasma's wheelhouse and secrets and stuff, but you start watching Mukta. He's spilling the blood and he's saying these words: deceit, pride, truth, right? And that triggers a sort of ritual that you've heard of before, which is the offering. And you start realizing it's not that he needs to say these words why he spills the blood. He needs to offer up an actual truth, something secret, something that's never been spoken by him out loud before. Or it doesn't necessarily have to be him, it just has to be anyone.
I'll say my name on the secret. My real name on one of the secret hands. Where
so
the
do you
secret
move
is.
up and sort of like push Mukta away? You have to spill some blood, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine Mukta was in the middle and just taking his fist and pointing to each statue as it's bleeding.
Yeah.
So what is New Lara's real name?
Lara.
Lara. Okay. It's Lara. It's New Lara. Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay, I get it. I get it now.
All right, so the name Lara spills into the bowl, and as it does, your blood is now absorbed into the bowl and up into the statue, and the two eyes begin like with a red glow in the eye sockets, almost like your blood sort of swirling in there.
All right. Okay. And then while calming down Mukta a little bit, I'll call out to Hal and Gemerald. One of them needs a lie, and another one needs something about pride.
Pride. Okay. Grand. So Gemerald will grab Clara, take her over, and just cut Clara, and have and just have Clara's blood spill in. And she's like, I have never met anybody more prideful than you.
And then there's a little bit of struggle, but then Clara's like, oh, that's true. So the only one left is
The lie.
the lie. So what you need here, right? You need a lie that has been spoken, a lie that you've told someone, maybe even yourself, your whole life, that you've been afraid to even admit to yourself. And this.
Tell us your secrets, Hal.
I know. Because Mukta's going crazy over here.
I think it would probably be that his parents aren't teachers. They're cut purses, right? And they're not really working for a liege lord in Absalom. They're like expanding their enterprise, or at least the enterprise of somebody who's hired them, under the guise of being musical teachers, because they are musical.
And you speak this out loud, something you never confided in anyone. I mean, you've known, but it's been something you've tried to keep hidden, right? So everyone hears this for the first time. And just like that,
No,
right? The
look
same
at
thing, the
each
blood
other.
spills into the bowl, goes up into the eyes. Clara's blood spills into the bowl, goes up into the eyes. As this happens, right, the thing that you've spoken out loud is taken from you. Nulara, you now forget your real name. Hal, you forget your parents are cut purses. And Clara forgets how full of themselves they are, and is now
That's actually a plus.
more humble. Becomes a little more humble.
I don't know my name.
Yeah, you forgot your real name now.
Hal thinks his parents are actually music teachers.
Now he thinks his parents are actually music teachers. Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty good. I like that consequence.
and sort of the as this happens, right, the eyes dissipate, the blood is gone, you've given your secrets to Calicut, and in the middle of the room, the actual spirit, this ghost of Yamas appears in the middle of the room in front of you all and smiles, his eyes lingering on Mukta. I am Yamas, guardian of this temple and of its secrets. My soul cannot rest until this secret has passed into capable hands. And there's like a sad linger on Mukta, his face as he looks at Mukta, right? My place has been corrupted. Something deep below us has accessed the vaults. And that, the same thing he told Mukta, right? That's almost as dangerous as the secret itself. But he's saying it to you guys all hearing it for the first time, right? It's as dangerous as the secret itself. If you are all here to claim the secret, as prophesized, I will finally be able to pass on. But you must be careful. There's like a loud rumbling. The whole like cave begins to shake. Not the cave, but the like stone walls. The vines hanging from the top sort of shake, and the dust are coming down. And there's like a loud rumbling noise. You can feel it even below your feet. They're coming. They want your blood. They want your secrets. And off kind of down this tunnel, down the hallway towards that main central chamber, you hear an otherworldly, horrendous, guttural screeching noise and heavy footsteps coming in your direction. And it's fighting time. And the walls around you shake. The horrendous growls comes from the next room, and we are in initiative. I'm going to switch this over to the battle screen for the first time today. Woo! And you guys go ahead and roll initiative.
Decent roll.
I like how I see a natural 20.
Nice. And I yell a battle cry. Oh, well, it's up to you. No, it's not. Never mind. Because I didn't observe these ones.
Well, maybe it wasn't a natural 20. Yeah, you have no idea what you're fighting at this point, right? You can. I mean, do you have to be able to see the battle cry to go off?
Yeah, an unobserved foe.
Yeah, so they're not in your sight, so it won't actually work, unfortunately. I saw the natural 20, but it wasn't actually a natural 20. I think a dice hit your dice and made it look like a natural 20 on my screen, unfortunately.
So, how much time do we have until does Mook like? So I think once
we're in initiative right now, so you have no idea how long it would be until the things are on you, right?
that's what I mean. How long would Mukta have had time to try to hide? Is what I'm saying. When he heard something.
I think, given that all the events that led right up to this, I'm gonna say, in a rare instance, no, Mukta was not hiding.
I'm gonna use perception.
Yeah.
That is a
pretty good.
39.
Still beat everyone.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so in that sort of heart thumping, you hear the screams, you can feel the place around you, the ground below you is like shifting and grinding. Up first in initiative, Mukta, who is for once not hiding in the shadows at the start of our combat.
So for the first time, Nulara, since you've been back, and for Jem, since you've met Mukta, you see his eyes actually focus as the adrenaline of combat and knowing what is coming actually brings his mind back into focus for once, and he's able to shut out the whispers. And I'm going to... Where is the sound coming from?
Out in the main chamber, so like you guys are kind of up here in this ritual chamber. There's like a staircase down, and then it turns the corner back to where like the gauntlet carving and stuff is. It's coming from down in that direction. Like the entrance to the cave where you guys came from.
I guess Mukta will, stride to over here actually and hide.
So first action, stride.
And yell out, "We make our stand here, yes?"
Yes.
Yes, it's good to be
Alright.
back.
And I will... You want it secret or public?
For ease, just go ahead and make it public.
Alright. That's a 30. Not
8 on
great.
the dice, but a 30.
I rolled an 8, but it's a 30.
And
Anything for your third action?
I will just draw my short bow for it now.
Okay. Short bow is drawn. The enemies had a 38 on initiative, so they get to go next. You hear their sort of guttural war cries coming closer, so that's... Okay. It seems like on their turn, they spend their whole turn running closer. You can hear their breathing, the movements getting much closer, but they don't come into eyesight of you guys. Hal Harmony, you're up next.
Hal is going to play a little ditty on his lute that everybody remembered from last night. And he's going to do a lingering composition, Inspire Courage. With a
It's bringing me
performance
back,
check.
guys. Bring me back.
He will go ahead and make
Bring
a
it.
performance check.
It's been some time. Let's see. How's the performance check going to go?
Whoops, not that one. That one, roll. 34.
10 on the dice.
Pretty
I'm
good.
pretty sure that's just a success for your level. So you can take the 3 round Inspire Courage. I'm looking up the DC by level. You guys are level 11 now, right?
Take it. Yes.
So,
So you
the
should be able to
DC is
drag that
28 at this level, so it's a success.
I think he would also then cast shield on him. Not shield on himself, but blur.
Okay. Woohoo! Blur.
Do we get a hero point for that?
That's one of Steve's better jokes.
Should be, yeah.
Better than when we started off camera with. All right.
Yeah, at least we're not in an oasis.
Oh,
Oh,
Gemerel, it is your turn.
I don't really want to know.
Okay. So Gemeril will spend an action to reach. So she'll have had her shield. So she'll spend one action to grab her shield from the floor. She'll spend another action to reach into the shield and draw her staff from out of the shield. And as she does, the design on the shield, which was of a tortoise surrounded by coral, will disappear, and it'll become a sort of plain wooden shield. And then she will speak a few words and cast protective ward. So it is this. So this is a currently it's a 5 feet radius around me, and I'm not sure how this spell effect works. Whether you put it on people who are within 5 feet of me,
Yeah.
or whether I put it on myself.
Yeah, so Foundry
I mean, I would put it on.
doesn't exactly automate
Sorry, go on.
auras at this point, so you'd have to put it on each token that's within 5 feet of you.
Okay, so so at the moment it's 5 feet,
Right.
but it'll grow by 5 feet every round that I sustain it.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So right now it's at
It's
5 feet, right?
Yeah.
We used to have a module for like the auras, and I stopped using it because we didn't have auras anymore. So I don't have the module, but we'll know for now. Anyone within 5 feet of General feels that like protective aura.
Yeah. And that is my 3 actions for
Okay.
this turn.
That
Because
brings
I was
us.
not prepared. I did not have my shield.
Yep. That comes. You're too busy furiously writing all of them.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. And when all this went down, I just dropped that and grabbed my shield, got my staff out, and
That shield staff is really cool though. So New Lara, it is your turn.
All right, so I will use 2 actions to stride 60
Okay.
feet.
Yep, going down the stairs is fine. It's not difficult terrain. or
Oh,
anything
they're
like that.
huge! Say that loud.
Yeah, you
And
can
then for my
understand.
third,
And they're right there, right? Yeah.
holy whoa! She audibly reacts. And then for my third action, I will raise my shield.
Just bracing for impact.
Yes, sir. That's the end of my turn.
Awesome. Back to the top of the round. That brings us to Mukta.
All right.
Ooh, look at that. Like shimmering. Interesting.
effect.
I put it on you for now. I think what happened
Oh,
is the one
okay.
we used to use changed since we
Mhm.
stopped playing this world a few months
Oh,
ago.
okay.
So I
Yeah,
haven't
yeah,
updated it. But if you look in the macros, you should be able to find it. And I'll make sure
Okay.
you can see it. But anyways, Mukta.
All right. I'm going to sneak over here. I still
Okay.
can't see
Go ahead and
them.
make that.
I guess I would sneak. I can sneak my full movement because I have swift sneak.
Ooh, that's true.
Maybe I would go. I can't see them yet. I would guess I would sneak over to here instead.
Okay.
Still can't see them. I'll
Yep.
make that stealth check though.
Yeah. I mean, you can't see them. They can't see you. So you're probably in the clear as far as that goes. But yeah.
38.
You don't know that. So you can still roll.
Yeah. I still can't see them.
We need Halbrand Beastwood to sneak through the dim light. Right past
I
them.
know.
Through their legs and out of that case.
Sneak over to here.
Okay.
Mm.
Still can't see them.
I thought they'd be tiny. They're fucking huge.
34.
With the +2 bonus from having cover, so 36.
Mm-hmm. And can't really do much, so I'm going to aid Nulara if she attacks with a feint.
Okay. So I will allow that. However, that will reveal your position and
Yeah,
you won't be
yeah.
hidden anymore.
Yeah,
Okay.
if it happens.
Perfect. All right. Up next, the creatures get to go. So I guess the one in front will just, charge in with the move action. Not on you, but like here, like charging at you. One action is
Okay.
stride up. Now you can all see him. These large.
If he's going there, he would trigger an attack of
Yeah.
opportunity.
It's interesting. Let's see. Here, because I guess he'd have to. Yeah, because I guess going from here to here would, right?
Exactly.
Because he's
yeah.
big, so he has to go from here. So he'll just go here then. This is where he'll engage you.
Yeah.
Good call on that. Take a hero point for correctly
Let's go.
assessing the rules.
One back that I used.
Yeah, you use
before,
it, so get it back, right? That's another reason I'm doing it. So it's this weird, large creature with like disgusting looking skin. So one action is straight up there. Second action is going to be to take this giant claw and like reach at you. Actually, you know what? Now that I see that it actually has a reach on it, he doesn't even have to engage you. He can reach you from here. So he comes from here and he takes his giant claw out from 10 feet away, Nulara, and makes a claw strike at you. Oh, for a second it looked like a natural 20 to me. But that's a 26.
It was about to.
Which is...
He looks scary.
Right. So that's a miss. And then, interestingly enough, it does... you know what? Second claw attack with his third final action with the -4 penalty. Natural 1 on the dice.
Let's see those the fails in chat.
Yeah.
2 and a 1.
Pharasma protects you.
Yeah, I gotta get back to my wife. Erasmus got my back.
All right. This one
My
comes
wife.
in
My wife.
20, like all this movement to here, watches his ally, or its ally attacking at you, misses with both the strikes, moves into here, and I think... Is that too mean to do here?
Do it.
All right, this
Of
thing's
course it
going to
isn't.
cast a spell at you, Nulara. This thing stops it. It starts chanting this otherworldly tongue and is casting a spell at you. It's a 2-action spell called Paranoia. I need you to make a will saving
sorry.
throw. General's trying to sneak up here when it's not her turn.
All right, I pressed the wrong button.
The save DC is 27. You roll the 27. Your +2 resilient scale mail seems to be the difference between, making it or not. Oh wait, no, success. I'm thinking of it backwards. It's a saving throw. So that's a success, but it still has an effect on you, right? It's not a critical success. It's a regular success. You don't have anything on a will that makes a success into a critical success, right? I don't think you do.
A will saving throw?
Yeah, I think you do on fortitude, maybe. Either way, everyone around you.
She should have bravery, so it'll only
I
be
do.
a success to a critical success on a fear effect, I think.
Oh,
Got
yeah.
it. This is not a fear effect, right? So it's everyone around you, right? Mukta, General, Hal, all of your allies now become unfriendly to you.
Oh, no.
You don't think it's not like hostile. You don't have to attack them, but you start doubting them, and you can't benefit from them being your ally in terms of anything mechanical, like flanking.
And inspire courage.
Aiding. That's an interesting question.
Or inspire courage? No. Inspire courage is probably a no there.
I think you're.
Although because it's a
that's
lingering thing, I think it would persist.
Yes, it's just suppressed temporarily. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's it. That's its turn. Hal Harmony.
I'll look back to Jim and I'd say, I thought they said they was going to stand here and make a stand here, and then they both ran off. All right. Well, hell.
They're your friends.
Well, okay. Then I should have thought, yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. And I think Hal would move forward, and he's going to cast a spell.
Okay.
He's going to do a Shadow Blast Burst
Okay.
right between
cool.
them.
So it's a 15-foot burst between the two of them. You can see
Damn,
that
this is
spot, no
new.
problem. You can see a spot that'll hit
Shadow
both of
Blade.
them for sure. Okay, so that's a DC 30. Is the save depending? Is it a reflex save? Does it say?
With shadow spells, it's either will or reflex, whichever is higher.
That's why. Yes. So this is gonna be will saving throws. I think it'll probably do it automatically for them. So let's start the first one. No, it's not. Okay, so yes. So will save is higher. So let's do will saving throw for the first one. That's a 29, which is a fail.
Nice.
And the other one gets a 31, which is a success for half damage. And what type of damage did you choose?
Probably Force. Or no, Sonic. Of course it would be Sonic. Because that would be like...
Yes, for sure. If it's Hal, it's Sonic. Okay, so the first one takes the full 27 points of damage. The second one takes half of that damage with the save.
Nice.
So Did you move as well?
Yes, that's my turn.
That was all 3. Okay. Gemerald.
Okay, so Gem can just about make it to. So this is what I was trying to figure out how to put down waypoints because I use.
I think
the
you
path
you hold
thing,
control and you
but-
click.
Yes, I remember now. I tried pressing space, which did what you should see.
Yes.
But
So yeah,
I
you're fine.
think
Going down the stairs,
she-
it's fine. You can move full speed. Going up the stairs is considered difficult terrain.
yeah, because she has 30-foot movement, so can get to here.
Okay.
In 2 actions, and will sustain her protective wards. So now Mukta, you have the
Yeah, so you sustain it, so it's +1 status
thing
bonus
on
to
it,
AC.
so-
Yep, and it's
yeah.
everything.
So I'll put that in the chat again,
10
so
feet
you
if you
can
know.
put it on your token.
So,
Yeah, 'cause it's
for
within
the
10 foot.
moment-
Unfortunately, Nulara cannot benefit from it at the moment.
That is correct.
It's okay.
But it is there, and that's my turn.
Anyone in that space right now is
Yeah.
in the aura. Okay.
Yeah.
That brings us to Nulara. You watch General run. She runs at you like full speed, almost like diverting your attention as from this
I know.
creature. She's gonna like shank you in the back or something. You knew it was coming this whole time.
I know. Because here's my thing: the monster in front of me like attacked me too.
Yeah. Yeah. They're not enemies to you. They're just not your allies.
Oh, okay. Oh, but I'm like freaking out. Like, who the fuck
Yeah.
are you?
Yes.
All right. So for my first action, like prioritizing everything, the monster right in front of her did try and take a slash at her, so she will take a step in front of it
Okay.
and then use
Provoking
2
an opportunity
actions.
attack from your enemy. No, I'm just kidding.
I took a step.
No.
I know you took a step specifically to avoid General's sneak attack.
Yeah. and and then I will use
And the monsters.
And the monsters. Yeah.
2 actions for a power attack using Ancora's Blade.
Yep.
Mary Chrysler.
Mukta doesn't know any better, so he's going to use his reaction
but I can.
to try to aid.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? You're trying in this. You reveal your position to the creature, your reaction goes off, but Nular cannot benefit from it because aid targets an ally only.
Yeah.
So,
So I'm expecting the kind of same combo move we always do. I pop out, then I'm about to shoot my arrow, and then I expect Nulara to go the opposite way, but she's like trying to dodge my arrow as well. I'm like, what the hell is she doing?
yes, I love it.
Who did that?
So a 33 is going to hit.
All right, so that's a
Hit,
power attack.
Not a crit.
That's 24
crit.
points of slashing damage.
Yeah, it's not undead. You have the +2 spirit damage against undead toggled on, I think.
Let's see.
So 2 less than that. It should be 22.
Yeah. How do I untoggle that?
It
seems to
should
be
be
on
a toggle on your character sheet, no?
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Apologies.
Wait, oh, I was like, why is it not selecting? Okay, I'm on the wrong thing. So it's been a minute.
Oh, it's not even a power
uh,
attack thing. Hang on.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so let's add that back. Why don't you just roll an actual power attack without the thing? Just re-roll the damage on that.
Okay. It's not showing up for me anymore. So it's like just an extra dice, right? An extra D8.
Yeah, I see you have
just-
power attack toggled,
Okay.
so it
let
should
me
roll it
try
automatically now.
Okay, there you go. 39 points of slashing damage.
That's a bit stronger.
Steve, I think
Oh,
you
minus
healed for an
2.
extra 2 points.
I did because I also dealt. Oh yeah, I see. It had. I dealt 22 and then I healed it back for 24. So it should be 2.
I see you trying to sneak in those hit points.
But it takes a full 39 points of damage. Doesn't resist your damage at all, actually.
That's the end of my turn. That's all 3 actions.
Yes, it is. And at the end of that turn, the paranoia wears off, and you feel the sort of protective energy from Gemerald flow back into you. You realize something was affecting your better judgment, and the effect's worn off.
I get.
So you can add that
madder at-
status bonus effect from Gemerald, the protective ward, into you.
Okay.
All right, Mukta.
All right. Are we still going by the same things from the campaign? I can't even be
Meaning.
there. So I'm going, meaning that I can pop around the corner to shoot.
I think that makes a lot of sense in terms of like, using something for cover. Because if you just have the pillar, that's cover enough. Even if, yeah. So yes.
So I would step, hide, then shoot.
Yeah. I think because the pillar's in front of you, you could hide because you have cover anyways.
Right here.
Even here, you wouldn't have to step, right? If you step, you can, but from where you are with the pillar between you and both the tokens, you have concealment or at least partial cover anyways. So you could just hide from where you are. Just instead of stepping away, you're just kind of pressing yourself against the pillar right in front of you, right?
All right. So I will,
Okay, you're gonna go ahead and do
hide
that.
first.
You do get a +2 circumstance bonus to yourself because of the cover.
All right.
We didn't usually call that out in the rolls in the campaign, but it's good to do so.
That's a 35.
Okay. Pretty good. You've definitely beat their passive perception.
Interesting. I don't have the flat-footed thing to be able to toggle on.
You know why? Because the system handles it automatically now, and I can toggle flat-footed on the creature, and it'll automatically do your sneak attack damage.
Oh
Really?
wow, cool.
We haven't done a video on this yet, but it is in the system now.
All right. So then I will shoot the one that I was engaged with my composite short.
Yep. Oh boy!
Natural 20!
Wait,
Let's
no,
go.
good thing it's the ones. Why did you roll a natural 20? That's not how the script went.
Crits in chat.
Ooh, damn!
right.
I want to see this.
Explode those dice. Roll the damage.
Let's
Come
see
on.
the damage.
100.
Oh, I rolled a 1 on my.
Okay, so
Immobilized.
yeah, I mean your dice weren't. It wasn't huge, right? You did the 17 physical damage and the 14 precision. Oh, you got 2 1s on your damage dice, even on your fatal dice.
Yeah.
That's rough. So okay, but here's the thing: 31 points of damage, pretty sizable. Because it's a crit, you have the debilitating strike.
Yes. So I will have it become enfeebled 1.
Enfeebled 1 it is.
Right.
Yes.
And because of the critical specialization, it is now pinned to the wall.
That is great. So you've taken its shoulder and pinned it against the wall it's standing against, and this giant creature with your crossbow bolt pinned against the side of this temple.
Arrow, yeah.
What's that?
Arrow, not crossbow bolt.
Oh, that's right. Short bow. It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
It's been a
Been a
while.
while.
So
Yeah.
that's still only 2 actions as well.
Yes. So third action, I'm going to hide again.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Awesome turn.
That's what Mukta does. Well, there's the one. Thank you.
Natural
Universe,
one.
for
There
balancing it out.
You know what? I'll take it still.
At least they're in the right order.
Mhm.
I'm trying to hide, but I'm so excited that I hit so well. Like my tail is like going back and forth.
That's cute.
Yeah.
All right, so pinned against the wall. Geez, I guess this thing would instinctively want to free itself, so it's gonna spend an action to yank the the arrow out of its shoulder. It's an interact action, which is manipulate action, which Nulara can trigger your opportunity attack.
Yes, sir. So
It's
that would
flat-footed.
be.
Wait, it's not flat-footed to Nulara, right? Only you did the enfeebled.
He's
Yeah.
immobilized, though.
Yeah.
Does that do anything?
Probably.
Immobilized.
Immobilized.
He just can't.
It's
No,
not flat-footed at
say.
least.
No.
Okay, okay. All right,
Yeah.
so attack of opportunity. That would be 35 to hit.
It's a hit, not a crit.
Okay,
It doesn't
perfect.
interrupt.
Not a crit.
It doesn't interrupt the pulling of the arrow.
Okay, and because of my disorienting opening, he's flat-footed until my next turn.
Oh, okay.
Hang on.
To you or to
Let me bring it
everyone?
up. To everyone. Disorienting opening. Use your foe's weakness
Yep.
until the start of my next turn.
It's flat-footed to everyone.
Okay, so
38 on the dice. The DC was a DC 10. Oh, I didn't even take the damage yet, right? That's true. 24 points of damage, not bad. Yanks the arrow out. What was that?
It frees itself.
Yeah, it was a DC like 10.
Yeah.
Throws the
More just
arrow
breaks it.
down the cave, right? So that's one action. Roars in anger and takes his
anger.
Takes
I mean,
his.
it's more just taking action from him, which is useful.
Yeah, it wastes action and triggered an opportunity attack. It was pretty good. It's gonna target Nulara with a jaw strike with the second action. Ooh. So,
Reflexive shield into shield block.
do you have a reaction for that?
Ooh.
I know you have multiple reactions, possibly.
I have a quick shield block here. I can bring my shield into place with hardly a thought.
Yes.
It's a passive.
Yeah, it's just if you. Yeah, it's just if you. Oh yeah, you could do
Yep. So you can you have a reaction dedicated to this, so you are able to use your second reaction because you already attacked for one action. Get the shield
I
up.
also have another one for an attack of opportunity.
So
I love
you got,
fighters.
So you got up to 3 reactions per round.
Yeah.
That's
that
crazy.
checks out.
So technically, you use one reaction opportunity attack, one on your shield. Like you still have a free form reaction to spend on anything. Wow. Okay. So
No, one of the reactions was to no, that's right. Yeah.
so
Make a note, I will
damage
play a fighter next time.
20. Oh wait, did I roll? I rolled jaws, but it's supposed to be claws.
You did say jaw.
Yeah, you did a
Oh.
Strike was a jaw strike. You did a jaw strike.
Actually, jaw strike makes sense. Okay, so jaws. So 24 points of damage. Actually,
Blocking
no,
it
maybe
with
not. Maybe not.
Oh.
Are you? You're neutral, right?
I mean, I'm neutral good now.
Oh,
Oh,
and this-
neutral.
if you're
Yeah,
no, you just
neutral
said it. You
good,
just
yeah.
said neutral good.
Yeah, no. I'm changing it here.
Okay.
Neutral good. Yeah.
If you're
Is that a
neutral
thing?
good, for the first time, you feel the evil damage of this creature pulse through. So you do take the full 24 points of damage.
Okay.
It sucks to be good, doesn't it?
That's
And what's his-
24. Also, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, good. You got a question?
Aggressive. No, never mind.
Yeah, the
He's
24.
already
Like,
flat-footed. Yeah.
you can shield block that, right? Because you had the shield up if you wanted to take reduce it by your shield.
Oh, I did. Hang on. Why didn't it do it? Block, damage. I don't know why it didn't. So I'll just add it manually.
Maybe because you didn't. Maybe raise the shield again. I don't know if it's that hard up to do the shield block thing.
That's okay. I'll just add.
There you go.
There you go.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
But did you heal
Yeah,
the
damage
24 back
shield.
already?
No, I took the 24 off.
Okay.
So
That's good right there. And
So
then
just heal yourself by 24 again.
And then with this
Okay.
third and final action, in the jaw that's come down on your head, Nulara, it's grabbed you. And you are
Oh.
now grabbed by this creature. So that means you are flat-footed, immobilized, and if you do any kind of manipulated action while grabbed, you must succeed at a flat check.
Okay. damn.
Yep, and it's in your mouth. And as it's in your mouth, you can tell this thing's disgusting.
What?
There's like toxic boils on its skin that's kind of like popping and running down your face, and the saliva is just dripping in it. You know, now that you're good, you can feel the evil, pervasive evil
Yeah.
on you. All right, so you're now grappled. So now
No, you put her down. No.
this.
Oh, how the turntables.
Oh man, this is kind of funny. So this thing here, it moves to here, right?
Oh no.
Charges in, and then looks right past you, Nulara, at General.
Oh no.
And even with its jaws, it has a 10-foot reach, so it tries to jaw strike General. Do you have any kind of reaction or anything on this, General?
Not
Possibly.
for this.
It's going to be a
I don't believe
34 to hit.
Yep, that's a hit.
Now, General is also neutral good, correct?
Yep.
So you will also take the evil
Yep.
damage. Low damage rolls, only 22 points of damage.
That's fine.
And with their third action, they do the same thing and grab you in the jaw. So both Nulara and General are currently
Goodness.
engaged in these creatures' mouths. Same thing, boils, disgusting, bad breath, the whole 9 yards.
That is Yeah.
All right,
fine.
Hal.
Oh hell, here we go again. Come on, you guys, got to do something. Nulara, go faster. And we'll cast haste
Ah!
on Nulara.
Yep. Just in range. So Nulara can add the quickened effect.
That's my turn.
Did you move up as well? I missed it.
Yes, I moved up.
Perfect. All right, General.
Okay. Okay, so I will. I think I am going to sustain my protective ward. I think that's important. So everybody can. So that's one action, and then the other two actions. I'm going to cast Freedom of Movement on myself.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice. Clutch.
Nice.
So freedom of movement is a somatic verbal.
Smart.
So this is technically a manipulate, or sorry, it's a it takes the motions, right? So while you're grabbed, this does take a DC 5 flat check.
That is true.
So let's roll a d20.
You got this.
Yep. Let's go for it.
Yeah, no problem. So the
That's fine.
spell goes off. You are so freedom of movement makes you.
So basically, it'll mean that when I try, unfortunately, I don't have the
Yes.
action to escape, but when I try to, I automatically succeed.
Nice.
Yep. So you can just like slip out of the jaws whenever it comes up. All right.
Exactly.
Amazing.
Um,
I think that was all three actions, right?
That was all three actions, yes.
All right. Well,
Great
Nulara.
turn. All right, I would like to use an action to escape.
Okay. You go ahead and make that check.
What check is that?
It's an it's athletics check or
Athletics. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, it's an athletics check against the creatures.
It's a 41.
Nice.
Well, whatever it is, you succeeded. So wait, let me see.
I
So,
tumble out
eight,
of
right?
this evil, disgusting.
Athletics DC. So its
Maul.
athletics DC is
I've been bitten by worse.
20. Oh, sorry, 34 was the target. So 41 is a success, but not a critical success. Okay.
Okay.
So you succeed. You are free. You can remove the grappled, immobilize, and restrain condition. You are no longer grappled.
Okay.
Wrong person.
If you critically succeeded, you could also move up to 5 feet. That's cool.
Okay.
All right.
So
you're
I
out of-
remove the grab.
Yeah, I just moved it up.
No, you removed it from me.
Oh, I had the wrong token selected.
Oh.
Yeah, that's fine. I put it back on my side.
So I'll take it out.
Nope, that just means Gem is free now. That's how it goes.
That's true. That's the way it works, right?
Okay. But I'm
You
still
should
in
still
its
have
jaw.
protective ward.
Yeah, I'm gonna add the protective one back.
No, I think you escaped.
Okay.
Yeah, you escaped.
And
Yeah,
I'm
so
like
you're-
on my feet and everything.
Yeah, you were never prone. You were just grabbed and immobilized. So you're out of the jaws. You still have two actions,
Okay.
and you're just like free.
Okay, so first action. So that's 1, 2, actually 2 actions within Chorus Blade for a power attack.
Okay.
Okay, hang on, let me make sure I have.
Now this
power
flat-footed
attack
condition, it
toggle
lasts to the end of your turn or the start of your turn.
until the start of my turn.
So it's no longer flat-footed.
So that would be
And how long did the enfeebled last from Mukta?
1 round.
So it would no longer be enfeebled either, right?
Yeah, no longer.
36 to hit.
That is a hit.
Okay, and then damage. That is 34 points of slashing damage.
All right, it's badly injured now.
Okay, and then I have one more action. So with the multiple attack penalty, I'll take it. Another one within Chorus Blade.
Well, it was. Yes, you do. Okay, yep.
Mhm.
Thank you, Haste.
So that is gonna be
Oh.
22.
22 is a miss.
Okay,
But the reason
that's
it's not a critical miss is because of Inspire Courage.
oh nice. Thanks, Hal. That's the end of my turn.
All right. Mukta. Nice and hidden back here behind the pillar.
Yep. I'm going to shoot the one that Nulara is engaged with.
Okay, so it is not flat-footed. And you're also shooting through Gemeril and the other one that's like biting her head off. So it's going to have a +1 circumstance bonus to AC from shooting.
But
through.
was I hidden from it?
You were not, because you rolled a natural 1 on your stealth check.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
That's
It
why
was the
it's
other
not
time I
flat-footed.
rolled well. Yeah. I don't know that though.
No, you have no idea. So it's yeah. So
Yeah. I'm just gonna strike. 35.
still a hit, even with all the odds stacked against you. Oh, it rolled the precision damage.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to.
That
see.
part is weird.
Let me do it again. Maybe I had something clicked. There we go.
Okay. Much less impressive without the sneak attack damage.
Yeah.
Don't know if it matters, but I can see you pretty good there.
Oh, damn it. I'm going to spend an action to hide.
Yep. Much better this time.
38. And I'm going to shoot it again.
Okay,
And
it
put a
is.
penalty.
You beat it this time.
So do you want to put flat-footed on it?
Yes, I will toggle flat-footed.
Oh,
That's a critical miss.
a 2 for a 19. And that's my turn.
I think actually in this case it just deflects off Gemeral's shield.
My bad.
Yeah.
Sorry. Hi.
You're grand.
All right, this one, angry that like his jaw strike didn't work, facing off with Nulara, will begin casting like another sort of spell type effect. Right, moves the hands around the hand, begins glowing with like evil energy. It is a manipulate action.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Attack of
gonna open itself
opportunity.
up. Yes.
Which one? The one in front of me, or?
Yeah, the same one you've been fighting. Yeah, not the one that's currently
Okay.
like chowing on Gemeral's head.
Okay, so yes, I would like to use this opportunity to attack. So that would be 32 to hit.
32. It's not flat-footed, but this is actually a hit.
Nice. Okay, so they take 22
Nice.
points of slashing damage,
Okay. It doesn't interrupt the spell.
and they're
because-
flat-footed.
now they're flat-footed, yeah. And so with this spell, this creature reaches out, glowing hands, and as you attack it, the claw comes out and just right on your shoulder and digs in and infuses you with abyssal plague.
What the fuck is
I need you to make a fortitude save, please.
I'll be drained. Okay. I'm gonna use a hero point. I rolled a 2.
Probably a good idea. There's a 3 on the dice.
Harry Chrysler,
A 2 on the dice, actually. Okay.
38.
There you
From
go.
a failure to a critical success. So, critical success, you are unaffected completely by the abyssal plague. Man, this thing just can't seem to... Like, everything it's tried against you has not worked.
Can't touch Nunu.
Third
Go back to my
action, I guess,
wife.
is just a
wife.
jaw
My
strike.
wife.
29's gonna miss. So you are holding your own, Nulara. All right, back to Gemeril now. Sorry, did you have something you were gonna say?
Quick question. Were you... Yeah, it won't affect that result, but I don't think Nulara has her shield up at the moment.
Was the shield raised still?
No, I didn't have it raised.
But the shield raise effect, I think, is still on her
It's on there, but it's marked as
for
expired.
some reason. Okay, then
I
that's
can
fine.
take. I'll just take it off.
Sorry.
Yeah.
My bad.
So
Um,
this thing starts its turn with you in its head or in its mouth.
okay.
It uses an action called Poisonous Pustules.
That sounds great.
Right? Toxic fluids from its body and inside of its mouth just pop and run into your open mouth, into your body. I need you to make a basic fortitude save. DC 30 fortitude saving throw.
That is a failure.
25 will be a failure. So
No, I'm not gonna hero point that.
okay.
There's no point.
24
I'm just gonna
points
take the
of poison damage.
Yep.
And then with its second action, it's gonna use the grab to sustain the grab, since it's clamped around your head, nice and good. It has no idea you cast freedom of movement.
Except it cannot do that anymore.
Well, it doesn't.
It automatically fails.
Is it automatically fail if it tries?
I'm pretty sure that that freedom of movement means it automatically fails when it tries.
That is awesome, because it didn't know that you had that effect. It says, while under spells affect the target nor things that would give them. And they automatically succeed. It says when you attempt to escape, you automatically succeed. I don't know if it says you automatically It's interesting.
Pretty sure.
We'll look it up and figure it out. But either way, it probably fails. Third action, it actually claw strikes you because it thinks it has you in its jaws. 39.
That will absolutely hit.
Yeah, that's going to be a. So here's the important difference here. If you are still in its jaws, you're flat-footed, and this is a crit. If you're not actually in its jaws anymore, it's not flat-footed, and it's a regular hit.
Okay, so
what I read on freedom of movement, based on what you put in the chat, earlier, it says if you attempt an escape, it succeeds, right? Not the grab fails. It's just you can slip out.
Yeah, no, that's correct.
So this is unfortunately going to be a crit on poor Gemma.
That is going to be a crit. Yeah, yeah. That is.
Let's cross our fingers on this damage. 54 points of damage.
I am still
You're
alive.
Up.
Oh boy!
Look at that. Take it like a boss. Mukta would have been
Yes. Let's go, Jen.
All right, Harmony.
Hal will continue to sing. He'll actually do a 1-round Inspire Courage because it ran out at his initiative.
Oh, good point.
So everybody gets it for 1 round.
Okay.
Been seeing Gemerald in a bad way. He's going to cast a 4th level soothe, excuse me.
Much appreciated.
Wow. Nice.
Not bad, not bad.
36 back. That is the end of my turn.
Much appreciated.
But that was the end of your turn. All right. You're still in the creature's jaws, but you know you can just slip away. You can escape automatically, succeed.
Yes.
Is
So
it succeed or critically
I
succeed?
will. Yeah.
Automatic.
I just automatically succeed. I mean, I could try. I could attempt it. I could attempt it to see if I critically succeed. So I'll just.
True. If you fail, no matter what, the worst result you get is a success, right? That makes sense.
Exactly. Yeah. So.
Well, the good
Good
news
to see you
is,
have that spell.
I succeed.
You succeeded.
I do indeed succeed. So I succeed. I will take. I succeed. I will take a step back.
Okay.
Actually, no. I'm actually gonna move back.
Move, yeah.
I'm gonna risk any attack of opportunities that they
It
have.
does not get one to move away, luckily.
And then I am going to sustain my protective ward.
Okay.
So it should, yeah.
There we go. All right, things are getting a little
And that's
hairy
my turn.
here. Nulara.
All right, so I am going to try and finish off this monster in front of me. Just one action attacking with Encora's Blade. So that would be 37 a hit.
It's a hit.
Okay, hopefully die. 21 points of slashing damage.
Near death, but still alive.
Damn it. Another attack.
Run it back.
Yes, sir. That would be 33.
It's a hit.
Okay, that
Nice.
would be 23 points slashing damage. Come on, die.
Near death, still up.
Son of a bitch. Okay, power
These are tough,
attacking
right?
with.
These things are like big, solid, meaty creatures. It's taking a lot to get through their health.
I know. So I have 2 more actions. So I'm going to spend 2 of those actions for a power attack with taking the -10 for my multiple attack penalty. So that would be, come on,
20.
Oh,
34 to hit.
So close.
Nice.
Well,
So
it's a
close
hit.
to a
It's a
20.
hit, though. Yeah, it was almost the crit, which would
Let's go, no. 29 points of slashing damage.
That's enough.
Just hacking at this thing. Like,
Come on.
Yeah, seriously, it's just like that rage hack tears it to shreds, and it just like falls over, and like the ichor's like spilling out of it as it like starts dissolving into like a puddle of ichor where it lies. The pustules, the toxic, kind of popping around you, spraying you, but it's dead. One down.
Frustrated, she just goes, "Ugh," and then takes a stance against the next creature because that is the end of my turn.
Okay. Top of the round, Mukta.
question: would this spot be flanking?
No, unfortunately.
All right.
Unfortunately not. The wall kind of prevents flanking here.
All right.
Yeah. Every time I measure it, yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. You could delay your turn, but that's probably your best bet.
I actually am going to delay my turn.
Okay.
Because I realized Nulata has tax of opportunity, so
All right.
I'm going to delay.
For the flat-footed, yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool. So you delay your turn. I'm going to add this one to the initiative just so that I can take this one off initiative. Okay, so the one that died was the bombastic. Now we're on the lucky one, who's so far... I don't know if he's been that
Pretty
lucky.
He got hit with the Shadow Blast.
Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, you know what it does? It pursues its prey. It strides towards Gemerald. It's going to trigger an opportunity attack here, Nulara. If you are going to stop it, this is your shot.
Come on. Let me make sure I have it toggled off. That would be 28 to hit.
It's going to miss. Are you hero pointing?
I don't have a here. I don't have one anymore.
Oh, you already spent it?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so strides forward.
Gemerald!
Yep. Charges at Gemerald. I guess it only needs to get within 10 feet because it does have reach. So it strides to here.
Damn, the music's pretty dramatic.
Yeah, it let's just do another jaw strike.
Natural one.
Oh my god, that is a natural 20 right there.
Oh my god.
That is a natural 20.
And pretty
Oh
dynamic.
my god.
74 points of damage on Gemerald.
Well, that is me down to dying too.
Yeah, so critical hit
Oh my god.
down to dying 2.
Why are you trying to kill David off, Steve? He's a guest.
For the kids.
For the kids.
There we go.
I forget, Mook,
Oh, shit.
did you hide it as your last action on your last turn?
No, I did not.
So it is aware of where you are.
Mm-hmm.
So as Gemerald goes down, it kind of
Where's
has
Clara
you
this whole time?
hiding right there. As turns its like sort of jaws in your direction or its claw in your direction,
Mm-hmm.
and it is going
Partial
to
cover?
claw strike you.
Do I
Multiple
have
attack
some
penalty.
cover? From the pillar, I believe.
Yeah, you would have partial cover from the pillar for sure. So you'd add +2 to your AC, which makes the total like it's 39 against your.
It's a hit, not a crit.
It is a hit, not a crit. Yeah, and you are not good at all, right?
No.
Okay, so you're not going to take the evil damage.
Chaotic neutral.
So it's actually 23, not 27.
All right.
Okay,
I'll just heal 4.
but that is its turn. Halarmony.
Would I have heard the ah?
Oh
of
god, yeah.
Gemerald?
I
Yes.
would have said, Gemerald, no!
Probably gonna come
Same.
over here.
I guess actually I can stop right here because you did delay your turn, Mukta. Would you like to take your turn at this point, or are you holding a little longer?
I'll let Hal go.
Yeah, okay.
first.
So yeah, you stride over. You can see General lying there unconscious, blood everywhere.
Yeah.
Staff.
General's initiative
everything.
should move.
Mhm.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Good call.
Damn, man. I thought I had to worry about Mukta. I will cast a 6th level Soothe.
Oh, rise, child.
All right. 56.
56
health.
points
That
of
is
health.
56 back.
These things are.
Okay,
Tough.
so I am no longer dying, but I am at wounded.
Yep. You are
one.
wounded, but no longer dying. Your staff, everything's falling out. Like you're just lying there.
Don't move!
You can tell the attention's been
Yeah.
switched over to Mukta.
Yeah.
It's my turn.
Yeah. Now would you like to go, Mukta?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
I would stride to here.
Yep.
Drop my short bow.
Okay. Which you can actually toggle now, right? In the new system of Foundry, you can actually drop it to dropped, which is cool.
Yes. And I will quick draw my rapier and strike. And I believe they are flat-footed.
They are absolutely. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to toggle it because the system should be smart enough to know it's flat-footed as long as you target it and not yourself.
Let's see.
And it sees an ally on the opposite side of the token. It should treat it as flat-footed, and we're going to find out if I'm a liar.
All
or
right.
not.
That's a 41.
That is absolutely a critical hit,
Let's go, Mook.
and it did come up as
Let's
flat-footed on
go.
my end.
All right.
So that's crit. Woo, roll them dice.
61 points of damage.
Sorry. I'm peeking.
Nice.
61 point damage is a lot. You get a debilitating strike choice,
I'll make him enfeebled one.
enfeebled one, and what is the crit specialization of your? Oh,
They
it's
are flat-footed until the start of my next turn.
All right, so now you've knocked it off flat-footed for everyone, not just the fling.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's only injured
that's-
though.
2 actions. For my third action, I will cast shield.
Use that magic. The shield goes up. All right, Nulara.
I don't know if, well, she doesn't know if it understands her or not, but she'll say, "Oi! She's just trying to learn," and then use 2 actions for a power attack using Ancora's blade.
Okay, it is flat-footed for a multitude of reasons at this point. That's a critical
That
hit.
would be 42.
42 is a critical hit.
Crits and chats. No.
Chris, this is the combo, right? This is the combo that Mukta was looking for earlier. In the fight.
Yeah.
20s. Oh, sorry. I was like, what?
We will avenge you, Jamila.
That is 78 points of slashing damage.
78 points of slashing, and it's knocked even more flat-footed by Nulara. Mukta knocks it one way, Nulara knocks it the other way.
I will take another attack on it.
Yep.
So that would be... Oh man, I should have done this separately, but it's okay. Worse. Sorry.
I think so. This is what we see, right, General? Like you, that's gonna be a miss, unfortunately.
24.
You got chewed up alive, right? You don't know how much time passed. When you come back alive,
Yeah.
you just watch Mukta and Nulara tag teaming the crap out of this thing, beating the shit out of it like a single unit. It's got to be. It's a much different picture than they've painted
Yeah.
on your travels with them so far, right?
Yeah.
And then
No,
I,
that's cool.
I still have one more action, so I'll raise my shield. Run!
Yeah.
General!
Very cool. All right, General, you are prone. Nothing in your
Oh,
hands.
it won't
I am
let me
prone.
raise my shield.
I don't know. Did
And
your spell drop your sustain? I don't know.
So I don't think
Right,
so.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I'm gonna say no.
No.
So your spell's still.
But it probably will drop after this because I'm a little bit pissed and I'm going to try this and I'm going to spend all 3 actions while I'm on the ground hitting it
Nice.
with Scorching Rays.
Nice.
Ooh.
It's flat-footed.
It is flat-footed. So you make a single spell attack roll per So the heightened version, it's still one roll, but it's multiple increased damage. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Target that thing.
And I can't remember what level do I have? No, it's only a second level. I'm only using it at second level, so it's but the first one is 2. Should I use my hero point on that?
Here's the thing.
Yes.
Even if you don't have a hero point, I'm giving you one in this moment because mechanically, story-wise, this idea of like not even just shoving yourself to safety, staring it down and putting yourself at risk to take it down, take a hero point for that choice alone.
Oh, that's good.
There you go, 33.
Okay.
Nice.
Hit, but not a crit.
Yeah, so that's the first one.
Kind of sucks that being prone affects it, but I guess it still kind of makes sense.
Then oh no, it should be 46.
Yeah, so I think you just have to click the other one.
The spells don't necessarily. You can just roll it again, and I'll just add both of them.
I'll just roll it again. Yeah. Oh, sorry, that was the second. That would have been the second attack roll,
which is a hit.
Second damage. Yeah, so 7. So then another 46. So I'll just roll 46.
That works. So 6 from one.
Yeah.
46.
So that's another 46.
Nice.
Sears it even more.
And then the third one will miss.
That one is a miss, unfortunately.
Yeah, that one is a miss. But yeah, so just shoving fire in its face, and the spell and the protective ward does drop.
That's true, but I like that you made that active choice to go in. I'm just double checking the damage. Is it more? Because it's already base level 2 spell, so the heightened 1 doesn't come into play. Aha, too bad. Okay.
Yeah. So unfortunately, I didn't prepare it at a higher level.
Got it. All right.
I could swap out one if I had time, but I didn't.
This thing gets its turn. It's gonna try to. Oops, sorry, not move. It's gonna try to get Mukta. Jaw strike on Mukta. 27 will be a miss.
Can't touch this.
Don't you have like some kind of like dodge away thing if it misses you, or no? Am I thinking of something else?
No. I have to declare it before the roll.
Got it.
Okay. I get that.
Jaw strike misses. Claw strike on Mukta.
I will use dodge away this time.
Okay. In that case, it's also a 27 and another miss.
Hold on. Where are you? Dodge away.
Yep, you get a +1 circumstance bonus to AC. If the attack misses, you can step after the strike. Are you master in acrobatics?
Indeed I am.
Then you can step 10 feet.
I don't know if I want to yet. That was 2 actions already from it?
Yes.
Why not?
Okay, you dance away, so it's now no longer able to reach you because it only has a 10-foot range, right? So it chases you down, triggering an opportunity attack from Nulara.
Mm-hmm.
Come after me, big boy. Still flat-footed.
Yes.
Okay, so that would be 42 to hit.
That's a crit.
This was planned. This is the Mukta Nunu duo. 34 points
critical.
of slashing damage.
Doesn't kill it,
that was critical.
Still flat-footed for like all these reasons. An opportunity attack does not stop movement, only manipulate.
Only
action?
It's a feat. If I took that feat, then I think it's impassable wall, but no, not.
So it's still able to charge up the stairs towards Mukta. Mm-hmm. Oh, we forgot that the stairs are difficult terrain, and you move 10 feet in difficult terrain. But whatever, it doesn't matter.
I think I have something where I can step in.
Oh yeah, you probably do. All right, Hal.
I think Hal is going to see Gem.
Just kill it.
And then sees that thing. Hopefully he doesn't get hit behind the wall, so he'll play his lute some more and do his Inspire Courage one more round. Yeah, he's going to do what he knows how to do. He'll move right there and reach down and kind of like hit General on the forehead, just I said don't move. And cast Lay on Hands.
Okay.
Nice.
37 points of
Thank you.
healing.
That's 1 move, 2, 3, done.
Nice. All right, Mukta.
It's still flat-footed until the start of Nulara's turn as well.
Yeah. So yeah, it's Nular's hit has made it stumble, exposing a weak point in front of you, right?
I'm definitely going to strike it.
Finish it
You
off.
know what? You see Mukta close his eyes for
It's
a second.
happening.
I'm just going to do it the cantrip though, because I need to save my spells. Wait,
Going to get
Okay.
interrupted.
let me get a little meta here. All right. Are we going through to the next combat?
This is what I'm gonna say. What I would like to do, right? Because it's already too late. We're not gonna do it today. What if we end this episode here with the temple opening down below, and then we can explore it in a future session together and make this a more
I'm down. I'm so down.
I mean, I'm up for that if you guys are.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
with no,
Yeah.
you know, it'll probably
Clovis
be a
appears out of
while,
nowhere.
like a month or two down the road, but right, we can just keep it going.
Yeah, no, that's grand.
All right.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
Perfect. Let's
I'm
keep it
totally
going.
up for that. So in that case, I'm going to spell strike with produce flame only, not the full spell, but with produce flame.
Got it.
So
That's the same.
Mukta closes his eyes and starts speaking an incantation, and takes his 2 fingers and slides them across the rapier, and the rapier catches fire.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
And then I will spell strike.
If you don't have a hero point, take one.
I do.
Okay.
So now I'll have
Manipulate
to.
action.
It probably
It is.
It doesn't have an opportunity attack, so you're good.
Smash.
Come on.
I will tell you, a 30 will hit because it's flat-footed.
I don't want to risk missing knowing my rolls, so I'm just going to take the hit.
Okay. All right.
You want to do a hero point to see if it's going to be a crit?
Well, that's the thing, right? Because if you roll
That's the
lower,
thing.
I
If
think
I
it-
miss,
Oh.
this is where David's house rule would come in, where you add 10 to the roll. I've seen some other
Yeah.
interesting. I don't necessarily. I've seen some other interesting house rules that we'll consider for future sessions, but for now,
Mhm.
just take the hit. It's gonna hit.
Yeah. So that's 27 points of piercing damage,
Still alive.
and then the 22 points of
Wow.
fire damage.
Not anymore.
Let's go.
Nice.
I
Let's
just
go.
pierce it straight in the heart, and the fire begins to spread along its body, and it burns away its boils and pustules
Ew.
until it's no more.
Where it was probably smouldering from the
Scorching rays.
the scorching ray,
Oh yeah.
and then it just absolutely catches fire and burns down to the ground.
Fire.
So in this case, the actual cool thing I like about this, the spell strike is what made the difference here, because it was the spell damage is what actually pushed it over the edge
Yeah.
to dying, right? So you watch as Mukta runs it through. It explodes. You know, it like falls down. It's got ichor burning away all its pustules. It really wanted you. It like stops moving. Your heart's beating fast. General looking pretty rough. You guys have successfully defeated this creature. These 2 creatures, right? Which, by the way, that was just a moderate encounter. This was 2 level 11 creatures.
Yeah.
But they were like,
Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, like only one of us went down, and even then, I'm
Yeah.
the amount of healing that Halamini
Yeah.
can put out.
it just took a lot longer
That's
than
so much
I-
hit points.
And that was a lot of crits on you too to put you down. So
True.
Mhm.
So in this moment, you guys feel good that you've dispatched, you know, this here. You've done whatever this ghost has asked you to do. You're successful, and then you hear the grinding noise gets louder. And as you turn around, you can see this ghost sort of hovering over the floor where you just were, and some of the stonework underneath begins to slide, revealing a sort of staircase that descends deeper down into the depths below. And our ghostly pal of Yamas looks down below him and back at you and says, "The real dangers are still below."
Sorry. At this point, Clara will probably pop out and go, "Well, that's new."
There we go. From the mask form back into Magpie, just to like, yeah.
Yeah.
And from there, I think we fade to a black, and then we see 3 words on the screen: to be continued. ... And I think we got too much to do here to finish in 1 second.
Yeah.
It looks like Richard's got something else to say.
As the to be continued fades, you hear Mukta's voice. Haha, did you see that? That was amazing. I need to write that down.
Oh, right. Right back to it.
Yeah.
You know, we've come to the end of our journey here. We've been playing for quite a while, but sincerely, like from the bottom of my heart, it was an awesome time playing with you, David. I'm glad you were able to join.
Oh no, it's so good. I had so much fun. It's been so
Steve
good.
killed you.
Yeah. It's fine. It's like, yeah. No, I'm absolutely fine with that.
Yeah. You took it like a champ.
And I'm not dead yet.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not dead yet.
Dying 2 is not dead, as we learned.
Yeah.
He's like wounded 2 now. Wounded 1?
Wounded 1.
I think.
Wounded one. Wounded 1. But that treat wounds will
I got you.
will clear me of that.
Mhm.
And now we have a ghost. Now we have a ghost that can tell us maybe a little bit about what's down there. Not too many spoilers, but I may be able to prepare appropriate spells.
See, there you go.
A couple of appropriate spells.
And you know,
yeah.
maybe what you just faced might give you a little bit of a clue of what might be down below as well.
Yes,
right? You've learned a lot more.
Indeed. Yeah, while treating wounds or something like that, definitely do some recall knowledge.
Recall knowledge, I like it. Just like the channel name. Wow, he said the thing. So for this episode and from Recall Knowledge to you, David, thank you for your support of our channel. Thank you for the support for Extra Life down below. You too at home can be a hero just like David and donate to the Extra Life campaign this year. Help us get another gold medal, guys. It's going to be awesome.
So
And maybe Steve can kill you too.
Yeah,
that's true.
Maybe you can play with us and I'll kill you. An honor. It's an honor. So
it's been an honor.
Yeah. So anyways, that's going to do it for us on this episode of, we don't have a name for this episode of Abomination Vault's Epilogue / Extra Life Stream, whatever it's called. That's going to do it for us on this episode. Thank you to Nina, Richard, Rick, and David. I wanted to say Mike in there, but for joining us on this episode.
Clovis is gonna pop out next time.
Yeah, I mean, what if Clovis is just sitting outside the cave, like, been waiting for you guys? You know,
Yeah.
that'd be fun. So until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you around. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Abomination Vault in our Extra Life special continuation, part 2 of our Extra Life game. I am your GM, Steve, and I am joined by Rick, Richard, Nina, and David. Together, we are Recall Knowledge, a group of Pathfinder fans bringing some cheer to children's hospitals everywhere. Say hello, everyone.
Hello, children.
Hello, everyone. For the children.
Hi, kids.
Yeah, for the kids. So today is a continuation of our special game. We did Extra Life Game Day last November. I was lucky enough to be invited to a game. I gave up a session as a reward to somebody that would donate. And, you know, with a $100 donation, David down here donated to Extra Life Children's Hospital for that event.
Man.
And as a result, he joined us for our game, played for close to 4 hours last time and didn't finish. So we said, you know what? We need to finish this. We put a pause on it and we decided we'll come back in a few months to finish. That was about 4 months ago, I believe. Oh, someone's floating. Oh, my son has been kind enough to show the Extra Life medal
Let's
that
go.
we earned. on
Good
our
looking
channel
out.
2 years ago. Thank you, Charles. So that's the medal we earned last time. This time, we're just here to have some fun. Although, if you are so inclined, if you enjoy what you're seeing and you want to help the Extra Life donation drive, down below in the description of this video is our drive for this year. This is the 2002 campaign. So you can donate there. All your money goes to charity. It's tax deductible. It doesn't go to us. It goes to the children, and it's an awesome event. So go ahead and do that if you are so inclined.
Just make sure it's 2022. Yeah.
What did
not
I say?
2002.
Did I say 2002? Wow. It's we can fix it in post, right? Right?
I wouldn't mind going
crap,
back
we
to
don't.
2002.
Right. Tonight, instead of doing a long drive, if you haven't seen part 1, check the description, check the related videos on the side. Go watch that video or you're going to be really confused. Otherwise, we're going to play some Pathfinder. We're going to have some fun. This is a continuation of our Abomination Vaults campaign. So Nulara, Halarmony, and Mukta all played through the entire Abomination Vaults path. And this is sort of the epilogue to that adventure. So there are potentials for minor Abomination Vault spoilers. Turn back now if you're a player. Bookmark it. Come back in a year. Guys, are you ready to play some Pathfinder?
Let's go.
Let's go.
Good.
Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, guys. Let's jump into episode 2 of Extra Life 2022. Our camera fades in slowly, the sounds of dripping water echoing against a large, empty space. As it comes into focus, we see a group of bruised adventurers in a mysterious temple. The walls are covered in strange writing, painted onto the surface. A loud rumble echoes off the walls, the grinding sound of stone on stone, as a passage opens up deeper underground. We see our heroes in the midst of another adventure. Just a few days ago, though it feels like months for some reason, I don't know why, you are approached by a new friend, Gemeril. And I just realized I haven't said that name in about 4 months. Is Gemeril even correct?
General is correct, yes.
Gemeril is correct. Hero point for the GM. Yay!
I wouldn't go that far.
If you get a hero point if I say it wrong, shouldn't I get a hero point if I say it right?
Question is, are we in a graveyard?
You're in a scrapyard / graveyard / I can't ever get that right. I'll never live that down. Anyways, you're approached by a new friend, Gemeril. She told you about an ancient temple that she had been studying, and she heard about your exploits in the Gauntlet and wondered if you may be able to help. Nulara, Halarmony, and Mukta each agreed to come across the inner sea with a crazy magical journey that we had last session towards the Mwangi Expanse to take a look at the remote temple. Unfortunately, Clovis has been unreachable for some time, a secret that Mukta has not shared openly with the rest of the group, per se, kind of kept it close to the chest, but he did not respond to the sort of invitation and was not able to accompany you on your journeys. Clovis, if you're not aware, is the 4th PC of our Abomination Vaults playthrough. He'd be down in David's seat, if not David taking that spot. But the 3, Nulara, Halarmony, and Mukta, have come out of retirement, put on their adventuring gear, and set out with Gemeril. Once here, it turned out that this place had somehow foreseen their adventures. Strange carvings of the Gauntlet, including pictographs of what appeared to be Mukta, were all over the temple. A temple that has easily been here for hundreds of years. Once shown the room they are currently in, one that is covered and written with strange writing that is completely undecipherable, it turns out that one of the members of the group could make out their meanings. Mukta, the one touched by Nimbaloth herself in their final encounter deep within the Abomination Vaults. As the secrets were revealed and an attack by demons thwarted, the ghostly form of Yamis beckoned you all to descend down the newly opened staircase. Ooh, ghost noises. Take your time and clean your wounds, but the final test waits down below. My soul is bound to this location as the secret keeper. But something almost more dangerous than the secret is down below. You must walk the trial and face this danger. Please. And he's standing as a ghostly form there. Right where the floor had been solid just a moment ago, it had sort of pulled stonework back and revealed a staircase that leads down deeper from this secret chamber, deeper into the temple. The camera kind of pans around, and we see our 4 adventurers for the first time in a while. That's where we pick up.
So there are these 2 creatures that we've just killed, still lying there, dead on the floor.
Yes.
Right.
I think as you killed them, they sort of dissolved into like a black ichor and like melded into the ground.
Would I or anybody have been able to essentially identify these as demons?
I think so. If you'd like to make a more specific recall knowledge check, you are absolutely free to. Now that you have a minute, now that your life is not being actively threatened, it's probably a good time to stop and just go through the old index card Rolodex up top and see what you come up with.
See what we know about demons in general and potentially these specific demons.
Mm-hmm. If you have a lore tied to this, feel free. Otherwise, the default would be probably religion. Yes, Nulara?
While General's doing that, could I just repair my shield really quickly?
Absolutely, yeah. You go ahead and get your little repair kit out and start making that crafting check. Feel free to go ahead and do that.
That's a 24.
24 at this level. I think that's a success. Is the crafting a DC by level or just a flat check?
It says you set the DC. But it's usually the same DC to repair a given item as it is to craft it in the first place.
Oh, it's a low level shield. Yeah, that's more than enough to repair your low level shield for sure.
Since I'm trained, I get 20.
Nice.
So plus 20 again.
That probably should have been hit. It should have been a blind roll.
Probably, but that's okay. We'll roll with it. So with a pretty good successful religion check, it all clicks into place. These are definitely demons. Specifically, they are Hezrau. I guess the dialect might depend on where in the world you're coming from. I don't know the proper pronunciation, so I always say it in my head, Hezrau. But
Hezru, like Hezlu.
Hezrau.
Is Hezlu a thing? How can you say it like Hezlu when that's not a thing? Is it?
Who knows?
It is now.
It is now, yeah. They are stench demons. They have a kind of name in the hierarchy, and they're kind of known as toad demons, specifically take them like frog-like qualities.
And so with a...
Yeah, what are you trying to ascertain specifically?
Okay, so there are a couple of things that I'm trying to ascertain. One is basically just confirming that they're demons and that I know the basic abilities that sort of all demons have, like teleportation and the like. And also, and secondly, and I think that this might be quite important, I don't know, but I think what sin these demons are related to.
Yes. I don't know that these are tied directly to a sin, because many are. This one is kind of known as the toad demon, not necessarily sin related, just in my quick looking it up. In terms of weaknesses, they're definitely demons. Most demons tend to be weak to cold iron as a weapon source, and usually good. They're evil aligned, chaotic evil aligned creatures. So specifically, good damage can also do good. any of those general meta game stuff that you know that I might not even know, feel free to have general know. In the lore thing, I would say with that high of a roll, there have been a little bit of kind of rumblings in the region. There is like in Wagi, it's not uncommon for most demonic activity to tie back to the Ravenous King or the Lord of the Beast, or in the more common tone like Angazan. But specifically, there have been a kind of murmuring and a rumor that these demons, while not traditionally working on his behalf or known to associate with him, have been for some reason allied with the Ravenous King himself in the region.
Interesting.
No one's conclusively proved anything, but there have been sort of people mentioning it, and it's kind of under investigation.
Yeah. Okay. So once I've figured all that out, then the first thing that I will do is to take one of my rings and sort of just press down on it, and a sort of little, it's like a miniature bird, like a miniature hawk that just sort of appears above it, and I will just sort of speak into it, essentially, that demons have been confirmed in this location. I will give the location, and then I will request backup, and then the messenger ring will send this magical bird back to Magambia and to the Tempest Sun Mages. Now, unfortunately, once I've done this, I will turn to the others and say, somehow, if we, the gods help us, fail here, hopefully they'll be able to send a squad to deal with this before it gets too bad. But I wouldn't expect anybody to be able to. Well, it'll take a little while for the message to even get there, and then they'll have to get together some conversants, brief them, send them up here. I reckon it'll be a couple of days least until they get here. So until then, we're on our own.
So what you're saying is that you have just summoned an army and it take a couple of days to get here? Is that what you mean? So we can go home?
Not an army, but I don't know how many they'll be able to spare. But I fear that a couple of days may be too late. I don't think we can afford to wait.
I would agree. I mean, there's this opening right here in the floor. We could go down it and take a look and maybe see what's down there. And if the worst comes to worst, we could run away. Yeah,
I would appreciate a few moments just to patch my wounds and maybe prepare a couple of spells. I did not expect to be fighting demons, and I do have a few spells in my arsenal that could help. But I need some time.
10 minutes be all right with for you? And how long do you need?
It'll be 10 minutes a spell, so it really depends. So, biggest question, do we want to prevent, given that demons, all demons pretty much can teleport at will to pretty much anywhere they want. Do we want to prevent them from getting away, or do we want to try and banish them back to... I mean, if they've already got this secret, we want to prevent them from getting away.
Mm-hmm.
I would think. If they haven't, banishing them back to the Abyss would be the optimal strategy. Don't know.
But we don't know if they have the secret yet, right?
Yeah. I could prepare both, but that'll take twice as long.
So like 20 minutes?
Yeah, that would be
20 minutes
about
should be all right.
20 minutes.
I have to take a few minutes myself, and we should, do what you do. I'll play some music. You do what you need to do, because I mean, the worst comes to worst, we could go down there and then we could get killed, and then we can rest for the rest of our life, where we can rest forever. Is that what I mean to say?
It's true. It's true.
Yamis, the ghostly one that's kind of here, the secret keeper of the temple, does confirm to you, like basically, like it has unearthed the secret. It is no longer a matter of containing the secret. It is a matter of putting the secret in trustworthy hands.
Gotcha. Okay, so that means that what I'm going yeah. So that means what I'm going to
So if that helps inform what you want to prepare or do.
Yes, very much.
He doesn't have all the information, but he can feel it. He can feel that whatever's down there has already
very much so, because basically what it means is that I'm going to be swapping out 2 spells. So banishment is no longer something that I'll be using. I'll be wanting, so I will swap that out.
His sort of sense of urgency is like internal clock is more on the scale of like this needs to be resolved in the next few hours rather than like minutes or days. So take the time to prepare properly, just knowing that the longer you take may give the person down below more time to do whatever they're doing and get stronger, right? So there is a balance there for sure, but it's not like you don't rush in unprepared, like take a minute to prepare yourself and feel free.
Okay, so I will be swapping out. So having seen the effectiveness of my new traveling companions, I am going to be swapping out so I will swap out a damaging spell, because I don't think chain lightning is great. A dimensional anchor to prevent them from getting away is going to be even better.
Wizards, man, just like, let me see, what cool spell do I pull out? Dimensional anchor. I love it.
So that's one thing. However, I will also swap out banishment.
Yeah, now the thing you're doing, I'm assuming, is you have that arcane thesis that lets you swap out spells or whatever.
Yes. I'm a spell substitution wizard.
Got it. That's what it's called, spells. So you can, if even though wizards prepare their spells at the beginning of the day, you just take a few minutes and you can just re-prepare.
10 minutes to swap. 10 minutes to swap a spell. Swap one spell. Cool. And then I'm going to swap out banishment for searing light.
It sounds like we're taking in the ballpark of like 30 minutes to an hour. So if anyone else has any prep stuff you'd like to do.
Yeah, so that would be 20 minutes to do those 2. And then I also want to do a treat wounds on myself.
I could just patch you up.
Yeah. If you want, if that's okay. I mean, it's more to just get rid of these wounds than anything else.
Mind if I lay my hands on you?
Yeah, I'll do Mukta.
So lay on hands is grand and fine, and I absolutely 100% appreciate it. It won't remove the wounded condition. That has to be the treat wounds.
Oh, that's right. You fell down. Remember that time in the gunfight you fell down and you really couldn't get back up a couple of times? Like when we fought that Drake and I fell into the lake? What removes the wounded condition? Is it a medicine?
Treat wound. It's a treat wounds check.
There you go.
Yeah.
I could do this treat wound could be for you while you're preparing.
30.
30.
If that's okay, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, and how could you just patch up Mukta while I'll go for general?
Just like old times, of course.
All right. 30.
Hold still, my friend.
Yeah, are you attempting? Well, I mean, I guess it's too late now. You already rolled it, but are you? Because with treat wounds, you can attempt different levels of DCs depending on how much wounds you're trying.
Nulara's only trained, so it would only be DC 15.
Only DC 15. Yep. That's right.
So
I see
that
it. Only
be...
trained. It's just the numbers get really big at high level, even if you're only trained. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Only
so
get a 1.
I think even a 1 would not. No, 1 would still be a critical fail. A one would only be a fail. It wouldn't be a critical fail.
With a plus, with a plus 16, it would only be a fail.
Yeah.
So for sure, this heals.
Critical success.
Yep. So 48.
Yep, and you can, and then you're definitely going to remove your wounded condition.
That's 19 points for you, General. Hope that's enough.
Thank you ever so much.
Off.
And
Not bad, not bad. Any other prep work? Usually the crew, this Abomination Boss crew is just like, just put our heads down and go. We prepare at the start of the day, and that's it. And you're the one that's like, no, we got plans to do, guys.
yeah, so I mean, if we have more time, there are a few more spells I'd like to. I'd like to potentially swap out. I also need to spend 10 minutes refocusing.
We've got the time. If you got the time, we have the time to like play some more music and look around a little bit. I'm not going down there. I'm going to be in the middle, but we have the time. So I don't think more than, we take more than 120 minutes. Nothing much will change. I mean,
Okay.
and he'll look down the hole, but I'm not so sure. Maybe we get martyrs that call them stench demons because they really stink. Or do they stench demons because for some other reason?
Well, they definitely stink.
Yeah.
That's having been inside one of their mouths, I can absolutely confirm that.
Have you ever experienced that? Have you been eaten or like taken down before by like a creature that you were trying to banish?
Wish I could say no.
Oh, you have? Wow.
Yeah. It's why we never. It's one of the reasons I was reluctant to investigate this further without help. It's constantly drilled into us from like the moment we start. We're initiates. Never do anything like this on your own, ever, because if you get hurt, yeah, well.
You can tell everybody, Mukta. You don't have to whisper it into my ears.
I'm hearing you.
Mukta, are you alright? I can't hear you. Oh no, it took his voice. Mukta! It's not the only it's not only his brain that Nimrod took, it's also his voice. Am I talking like, what's her name, Anita?
Mm-hmm.
Just to go back to your earlier question, David, why he gets his sound fixed. There is an associated sin for the toad demons. It's not it's not in the name, but they're associated with pollution, which makes sense because they stink.
Okay. So, I mean, the main thing that I wanted to check was, to be honest, was whether their associated sin was anything related to what we did in the temple. So, for example, pride. There are pride demons.
It doesn't seem to be directly related, luckily.
Okay, so I was if it had been, I would be like, maybe we're fighting a Marlith or something like that. But I can't draw any inferences from fiction.
Right. Yeah.
But it's a good thing you're not alone. You're with the heroes of Otari. Anyway, that ghost said, we can take our time and heal our wounds. This ghost is much less funny than the other ghosts we've met. I like Otari much better. Jem,
You've met other ghosts.
If you could. Yeah. But less punny. But if you could, Jem, you said you were inside the demon's mouth. Could you describe in detail how that was, what that felt like, what it looked like, what it smelled like? I'm
so it, how about I get my notes in order for it, and then we can have a sit down afterwards and just go through everything in detail. Just that way we don't miss anything in the heat of the moment.
Okay. I mean, I wrote down everything you just said, but we'll do that too later.
Yes, of course.
All right.
Of course. Okay, so
Yeah, so Hal, as Gemmerl is doing some last minute preps, and you kind of go back through this temple, you kind of find yourself just instinctively drawn back to that carving in the middle. It's very much the gauntlet. There's like 7 tentacles coming off the gauntlet, and they are wrapped around this Yosoki. I mean, the more you look at it, there's not a lot of details on the face. You can't for sure know that it's Mukta, but it's a little odd.
And while I'm doing the lay on hands and I'm grabbing Mukta by the forehead, and I turn his head towards that look and I say, "Hey, that looks a lot like you, but it's less writing. Do you think that's you? Because it looks like you."
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm a bit more handsome.
That I would say that is the case, and you don't have such a hardened exterior. That is true as well.
But those rock hard abs, yeah, that's a definite likeness.
That's not what Rita said, but okay. I mean, not that Caroline told me or nothing, of course.
Of course. So, is everybody ready? I mean,
It sounds like the banging of the hammer
Yeah.
sort of stops as Nulara puts the shield thing away, puts her medicine kit away. Your shield's all repaired now, Nulara?
Yeah, it's all back to full.
Very good, very good.
Okay, so one of the so I've swapped out 3 spells, so that's taken 30 minutes, and then I will swap out. Yeah, so then I will sort of look between Mukta and Nulara and sort of ask, almost embarrassed, and it's like, well, this sounds a little awkward, and maybe, well, okay.
He would say yes. She likes to go out with some people. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Which one of you is more likely to get hit and hurt?
Oh, easy. That
Sorry
would be
for being
Mukta.
blunt.
That would be Mukta.
that's a bit of a dual question. I mean, Nulara's definitely more likely to get hit, but yeah, I'm probably going to get hurt.
Okay, so I'll beckon Mukta over, and I'll say, if you could just stay there, feel free to continue writing, note down. It might be important. This will be a new thing, so
No, okay.
make sure to write everything down. And I will spend the next 10 minutes casting Life Connection on Mukta.
Can you give a quick description of what the spell does? Like,
Yes.
assume that we
so
don't know what it does. Explain it.
Yes. So as she's casting the spells, basically various tendrils of energy sort of begin to sort of come out from her and connect to Mukta. And after sort of 10 minutes, there are sort of hundreds of them, and then they fade and sort of blink out. And essentially what I've done is I've placed it, the spell description says you've placed essentially a fail-safe deep within Mukta's life force, and provided I'm within at least 1 mile, I can once use the defend life reaction, which basically means that when he takes damage, I can take all that damage instead.
I'm pretty sure, Mukta, that picture on the wall is what just happened right now. So we're like
Yeah.
living in the moment.
I feel all like warm inside, like, you know, like when Raita makes those cookies, you know, and they're fresh out of the oven.
And yeah, that lasts for 24 hours, and I can only have 1 of those active at any one time. So I will look apologetically at Nulara and say, that since it can create such a strong connection, trying to do it again will just remove the previous ones. So unfortunately,
I mean, look at her. She doesn't need it. She's so strong.
Yeah, no need to apologize.
You see Mukta ruffling through his notebooks, and you see it's a funny story. The first time we actually met, right? I was going to this lighthouse with another friend of ours, right? And we encountered this. Here, he starts flipping through his notes, like it's like a big tome at this point, and flips to the beginning, right? You can see here we were fighting outside the gauntlet, and this crazy bird puppet, right? We were all running on the roof. See, that's me running on the roof. Sometimes I draw sketches too, but you know, and then I jumped off the roof to try to escape, and then that bird thing followed me. It wasn't really a bird, it looked like a bird. If you see, I drew a little bird here, but it was more a puppet, but I almost died.
He did. He was starting to drown by himself in the swamp.
I will walk over to Nalara and kind of awkwardly give her a hug. All right, we are connected because we are friends. Okay. I'm ready.
All right.
No life connection spell on that hug. Yeah, correct.
I was like, should I feel something after this one, Hal?
Well,
I mean, friendship, you're all right. Okay. I'll go forward.
So as this, you finally finish up your prep, the lot of you kind of gather and stand with the ghost at the top of this new passage. There is definitely like hand carved stonework going down into the deep, and after about 5 or 6 steps, almost immediately you just see like a very thick bank of fog sort of flowing, which makes visibility into the chamber kind of hard. But there is this sort of descent into the misty hallways below.
As we pass by the ghost, does everyone see the ghost or just Mukta?
Everyone sees the ghost.
everyone now, since the stairway appeared, everybody could see him.
So you're a ghost of secrets, right? But do you know any good like jokes or anything?
Why are you doing this to me? You asked for it. I do have one secret that I've never told another. My secret is that I'm addicted to seaweed. It's okay, it's okay. I am seeking kelp.
What's your name again?
Writing that down for sure.
Yeah. Yamas.
Yamis. All right. Stick with being a ghost, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been in this role for like a couple hundred years now. I would really love to pass on to the afterlife.
Oh,
I mean, if
worry.
you're really seeking help, I mean, there's this place at Diovel. We might want to check it out for your help. It's called Yelp. Tell you where to go, and if it is good or not good.
Actually, did you know that seaweed holds the secret to an extra long life?
I hear you have to be generous, though.
You just have to boil it into immortality and drink it. Yeah, maybe I should stick with the secrets and not the stand-up comedy. I've been workshopping this for like 200 years, and there's just no one here to workshop.
It's hard without an audience. It is.
Yeah, well, the secret to looking younger is just telling people that you're older.
I mean, all that seaweed, they're probably just a bit salty, so.
So now you're faced with a terrible choice: descend down into the fog and face certain death, or stay here and listen to ghost puns all night.
I already went down. Nulara already went down.
Mukta's like setting up camp. He's like sitting next to the ghost.
Yeah, I kind of like just like everybody else descended into the fog and Mukta is still there, and then Nulara just sort of comes up and just sort of drags him down.
Yanks me down, exactly.
Come on.
We'll get more after. Don't worry.
Yep. So you guys sort of are pulled down and descend into the misty hallways, and as you do, you guys are. You tell me, right? Your visibility drops to like almost nil in the mist. So are you guys like sticking close? Are you guys holding hands? Are you spreading out? Like, how are you guys doing?
I would absolutely hold hands.
All right. I need to know who's holding whose hand in what chain, because it's not funny, and I need to know.
And important.
Can everyone see? Is there light down here?
There's almost no visibility. If you have dark vision, it's still obscured by like the mist. You can see like a few feet away, but it's almost impossible to see sort of further than that.
Yeah, and I don't have even low light vision. I'm just human, so I would have cast light. I will cast light on myself.
Okay. As you cast light, the light sort of goes up and hits all this mist and sort of reflects upon itself and kind of goes up like super bright, so much so that the light is enhanced so heavily that it like almost goes the opposite problem. It goes from pure darkness to pure brightness, and all of your eyes, like the pupils, immediately drop to like and prick.
Then I will not. I will wait until we are out of the fog.
And then it goes back to like dark and stuff. You got that like that white like thing. It's hard to get light in here right now, but you could put on the light when it's proper. But who's holding whose hand? I need to know.
Laura would like loosen her belt a little bit and then give it some slack for General to hold on to.
Yeah, I will absolutely do that. And then maybe Hal behind me.
I will definitely be holding onto Mukta versus Mukta holding onto me. Because we live together, and he, wanders off sometimes. So I'm got to my arm around across his back a little bit, holding onto his shoulder to turn him in the correct direction.
Then I'd like to have my sword out, and then just use it as like a walking stick.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah.
So as you start out and you're kind of using the stick, like almost like a cane, you can feel it like when it goes to like the left and the right a little bit. There's like definitely stonework here, and your sword sort of scrapes against it, and everyone can hear it. The more steps you take, after like 10, 15 steps, you can feel it kind of like widening a bit, and you start losing where the side is, and maybe you even kind of stick towards one side so you don't lose that of yourself. But eventually, like, you feel like the misty hallways completely envelop you guys as a group, and you kind of follow this motion, Nulara, like feeling, stepping, checking, make sure General's still behind you, feeling, checking in, and it goes on, and it's like this monotonous repetition that kind of hits a rhythm. And before you know it, you kind of realize you're finding yourself almost in like a falling motion. But it's weird. You slowly come to realize that you've lost the concept of direction, of time, of your sense of self as you are floating endlessly through a void. The thick fog makes it really difficult to see. The tendrils of it almost caress your face on your exposed, or anywhere you have exposed skin as you sort of pass it. And as you strain to see through the fog, you see flickering stars illuminating around you, still blocked by the fog, but just giving a bit of light here in what feels like a void. And you stop and you think, weren't there people with you when you started this trip? That must have been a lifetime ago. It seems like a small memory in the back of your mind. There was someone with you. Why can't you remember? Why can't you grasp it? They are nothing but a tiny distant memory, and you struggle to remember them, to remember who they are, even to remember, who are you? All of you are feeling this sort of same sensation, the same sense as you drift into an endless void. You find yourself not falling, not standing on solid ground. It's an eerie feeling that you guys are not familiar with. I think the only person who might even have a sense of recognition of what this feels like is Gemero, with a little bit of the arcane and possibly some planar study. But even then, you forget a lot of that studies. You forget yourself. You forget who you were with. It's a weird sensation, but it can sense you struggling now. It knows something is off. And in that moment, a creaky voice fills all of your head. Do not resist. There are no secrets you can keep from me, we must keep it secret. Keep it safe. Oh. Another dark mind has already put this place at risk. We must be sure. And as you feel this, and as you feel this mind, you realize the thoughts, the losing your sense of self and everything that's going on, there is something that is interjecting itself within you, within your thoughts, within your brain. The mist is like probing you, trying to read your mind, trying to learn everything about you. I need all 4 of the PCs to please make a will save. This is an emotional effect. Sorry, yes? Answer?
Would Mukta's madness counteract this a bit?
No, unfortunately. No. But it might adjust the DC for you specifically, right? Your DC might be different than the rest. But there's one other thing I forgot to mention. If you have an alignment that contains the chaotic tag, you gain a +2 status bonus to this roll. If you have a lawful, you take a -2 status penalty to this roll.
Yeah.
If you're neutral, just roll straight.
That's a 34 for Nalaura.
Nice.
That's 33 for Hal.
All right. And Hal, you have resolve. That's kind of cool.
So is this something that could be recognized?
Yeah, I think you're definitely recognized as something
With a recognized spell or something like that.
I don't know about a recognized spell. I don't exactly know what the effects are. So
it's just that. I mean, if it's not a spell,
is it spell? It's like a spell effect. You mean? Like, are you recognizing a spell being cast? I see. There's no sign of a spell being cast.
Okay, that's grand. It's just then I don't get the bonus to this roll.
Got it. Yeah, there's no sign of it being a spell per se.
That's a 28 for Mukta.
Okay. So, for Nulara, 34, that is a success. You are basically, as the thing goes through your mind, it pulls back, it judges you worthy, and lets you pass. Halarmony, you have resolve, so when you roll a success, you get a critical success. Because of that fact, you are judged worthy as well. But you're judged more than worthy. You're judged you are considered to be a chosen one. You are special. You are potential. You're a potential. And for that, you're going to gain a bonus effect that I will add to your character sheet for you. And you are getting a blessing from Kellicott themselves. Gemerel, 32 is also a success. You too are judged worthy and allowed to pass. Mukta. Sweet Mukta. As this thing looks at your mind, as this thing realizes your disability, your need to collect all the information to write it down, it's torn between your methodical calculations and your inability to keep a secret without writing it down.
As I pull out the notebook.
You are judged not worthy. And that's what you hear in your mind. Interesting, yes, but not worthy. And that allows you to something's gonna happen. So slowly the sort of mist recedes a little bit around all of you and kind of creates a sort of clearing, right? The mist probe at your mind, it's trying to judge you, you fight back. As you're doing this, as it's judging you, you feel flashes of memories, almost like they're prying into your secret memories and playing them back in fast motion everything about who you are, what you've done, who you are as a person. Some pass faster than others. Many of these memories linger a little longer. Images of the Gauntlet, of Clovis reading the Whispering Reeds, of the lenses themselves, of Belcora and that final showdown deep beneath the Gauntlet, of studying late at night at the Megambia Academy, deep in research yet again, studying secrets, of a burning cabin in the wilderness, a rainy night fleeing with your parents after a fresh heist. In a snap, those memories are gone. They retreat, and instantly your sense of self comes back. You know who you are. There's no cloudiness. There's no layer between your thoughts and you. You slowly begin to feel solid ground again. The mists recede a bit. And as it does, you can see the other three with you, those that you struggled to remember. Your friends, your new acquaintances, your group, the heroes of Otari that descended into the mist what feels like a lifetime ago. And as you look around, you find yourself on a floating platform amongst the stars. They flicker around you, far above and below. Purple mist still clinging nearby, obscuring your ability to see past this white, beautiful marble platform you stand on. It's a strange sensation, and you have a moment to collect yourselves.
Mechanical question first, unfortunately. What light level is it?
This would be probably bright.
Okay.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. There's nothing but like small sort of like starlight in all directions, but for some reason it's bathing this floating platform completely in bright light.
Yeah. I just remembered that I actually have the dark vision spell, so didn't need to cast light.
Nope, you are
bright,
able to see.
I don't need
this.
it.
Yep, you're able to see now here on the platform. Why don't you, if you would, Jim Earl, you can go ahead and make a Recall Knowledge Arcana check if you have some sort of lore related to planes or anything.
No,
otherwise,
my laws are academia and jungle lore.
Okay.
I use the junk, but my Arcana is significantly better than.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do an Arcana check. Nice.
37.
Yep. So as you're feeling in this, I don't know if you have any personal experience with it, based on your research and things you've probably read, if not experienced. This is very similar to being in another. You're basically in a like what feels like the astral plane in a way.
Oh, kind of like a mindscape or a dreamscape
Definitely.
Or something like that.
It definitely feels like a dreamscape, mindscape. Reality is a little different here.
Gotcha.
You know, you don't really get a sense of up down. You feel a little weightless. It just feels like the effects that you might have studied or heard about or know about with that role.
Okay. I probably won't know very much more than that. It's not my area of expertise, but I will relay that as much as I know to my new companions. I will say, be aware. I think this is some kind of isolated demiplane. We've been shunted from reality, so be careful. Things that are not normally possible may happen here. And don't necessarily believe anything you see or hear at face value.
And everyone heard the word worthy. Hal, you heard the word potential. Mukta, you heard the word unworthy. That's the word that was left with you.
And with that as well, since this looks... Okay, so I'm going to now cast Stone Skin with your permission. I will talk to Nulara, and with Nulara's permission, I will cast Stone Skin on Nulara at 4th level.
enhancing the best parts of my feature. The
And that
gray.
matches your complexion.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. The hardened exterior is hardened once more.
So that currently has a 20-minute duration. So I don't know if we'll actually get into it and we'll actually face anything in the next 20 minutes, but I want to be as prepared as possible because this is not normal, to say the least.
Yeah, just a bit. And I mean, that mist was so rude. Right?
Rude?
What do you think?
mean?
I mean, calling us unworthy, I don't know what it means, but it's very rude.
I must
Worthy,
have missed that one.
unworthy.
I'm not really sure.
I had
I mean-
something else.
It is rude to call someone or something unworthy, definitely.
Thank you.
While we're walking too, if it's okay, like I'll be patting along my person for the cold iron blanch, and then make sure that I put it into my belt pouch so that when I need to pull it out,
Okay.
I don't have to pull it out of my backpack.
Got it. Get it ready for easy access. Makes
Yeah.
sense. Well, the interesting thing you say, like as you're walking, because you look around, you find yourself on this marble sort of temple platform, floating endlessly in a sea of stars. You look in every direction. There's stars flickering, but like there's really nowhere to go. You're just finding yourself floating in like an endless void space. You're not in the misty halls anymore, and just a little bit off the edge of one of the temple, you see almost like a little bit of sparking and what appears to be a small portal of some sort opening in space.
Is that where we're going, General?
Presumably. I wish I had more answers.
As the portal grows, stones like like stones of marble kind of detach from the platform floating beneath you and float out towards it and sort of lock into place. Hundreds of these things like creating a bridge from you guys towards this portal that's just growing bigger and bigger.
I guess we're being invited somewhere.
And then as the portal reaches its full strength, you see staring out of the portal at you a giant eye that sort of blinks like sideways in like a reptilian fashion as the scale work sort of slithers beyond. And behind it on the portal, you see two of these snake-like creatures step out of the portal onto the marble platform between you and the platform, or you and the portal. And they basically are wearing these sort of stone masks that go right over their snake-like face. So you can't see their face, but they're armed with shields and a spear. And they both sort of like point their spear directly at Mukta and utter the phrase unworthy as they begin making their way towards you guys. So in the meantime, I'm going to activate this scene.
See, I mean, this place is just rude.
I'm sure it was just a misunderstanding.
I mean, my mother always said, you know, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all.
That's great wisdom from your mother.
I'll switch over to the battle screen for our viewers to see. So this is the platform you find yourself floating on in the middle of space, stars everywhere.
Wow.
To the south, at the end
pretty.
of this bridge, is the sort of portal that's manifested itself, radiating energy here in space. Two of these creatures have stepped out. I will let you guys position yourself wherever you'd like to be in this moment, narratively speaking. However you guys see yourself, go ahead and place yourself. But
Yeah. Also, and Clara is in mask form.
yes, in mass form. I'll go ahead and hide her token.
I was going to say before it all started, Mukta was going closer to the edge with a coin in his hand, like about to like. So I think Mukta would be walking closer towards the edge when they started to
Okay.
come out.
Feel free. And you guys, I'll start an initiative tracker. You guys can go ahead and roll your initiative.
Ooh, dang. Let's go.
Now, the benefit you guys have here is only one of you was judged unworthy, so this fight should not be too hard. You guys had some pretty good rolls. You guys are worthy. One, you were really close to just bypassing this whole thing. That wouldn't have been any fun.
No.
Would have saved us some time.
I rolled a 30, and as part of my battle cry, I have a demoralized action against an observed foe.
Okay.
So that would be a natural 20.
Sorry, I clicked.
I'll try
I clicked
that.
the wrong. Oh God, I keep clicking.
Nice.
Let me,
So many dice.
let me close these. I was trying to look at the demoralize action because is there a range on it? It's a battle cry, so it's auditory, right? Because demoralize says 30 feet unless you have feats that adjust that. But you know what? You rolled a natural 20, so go ahead and
Let's see those crits in chat. Wait.
Chris in chat, everyone. Yeah, you know what? Whatever. They're getting frightened too. All right. So everyone's on the tracker. Mukta, you win initiative.
Is there anything like obstructing views here, or any walls or anything?
There's no walls because everything is just like platforms of stonework going down and down. I think. Oh, I see the way the walls are kind of built in this thing. Technically, those walls should be below you and not. So they shouldn't affect you, but because of the way that they're drawn, I don't have the mod that does wall height, and they're kind of built with that in mind. So let me just this up a little bit. But yeah, you should have line of sight.
Okay. I mean, that's just rude, calling people unworthy. I will... God, how many...
Part of you knows too, the other three, not Mukta, that based on the judgment and you guys were judged worthy and Mukta was judged unworthy, there's a sort of innate sense that if you don't get involved, you'll be fine.
Alright, I'm going to stride 30 feet, because I'm on all fours.
Okay, the all four Mukta, bring it.
Yes. And then I'm going to measure how far they are away from me. 70 feet. What's the range on a short bow? I think 60 feet?
So you would take a -2.
I'll do that, that's fine. I will use quick draw to draw my short bow. Draw. And then I will strike, which one called me unworthy, left or right, or both of them?
It was just a voice in your oh, they both when they came out, they both said it.
Alright, I think this one's 70, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna shoot the one directly in front of me. So that's... Oh, it automatically does the range penalty, that's nice.
Yeah, it does do the range penalty, Pathfinder does, that's pretty cool.
Alright, Mary Chrysler. That's a 32.
32 will definitely hit, but not a crit.
That's 11
It's a
points of
close-up.
damage.
What the snake-like people, the serpent folk, sort of look like. These ones are a little different because they got the mask and the shield. Okay. They definitely have like that serpent shape. Whether they're actually serpent folk. This artwork is definitely from serpent folk. Whether these are serpent folk is a little nebulous. That's fine. 11 points of damage.
Okay.
Takes it.
And I'll say, keep your forked tongue behind your teeth. And for my third action, I will aid the next attack with a feint.
So up next is this Secret Keeper. Rushes forward with first action, 30 feet. Slides up here. With its second action, it slides up here, but as it comes up these stairs, the stairs up are difficult terrain. So it slows it down a little bit. It gets to here. Here, it raises its shield. All right, Nular.
All right. So I know that they're really just after Mukta.
You have somehow in your innate sense of the situation, you kind of have a feeling that they're after Mukta.
Alright, bye Mukta, have fun.
No. All right. So what I will do is I'll spend one action to stride right in front of Mukta, and then spend 2 actions to hold an attack against the very first creature that attacks him, that tries to attack him.
Okay.
That's it for my turn.
Perfect. The other Secret Keeper also gets a chance to go. First action rushes up here. Second strides it to here. And this one will also get into a defensive position and raise their shield. Hal.
I'm going to delay.
General.
So General will stride to here. Will spend one action to cast to set up her protective ward.
They've actually recently in Pathfinder they've added auras to the system, and they're gonna very soon automate all these skills to have like an aura-like effect. I don't think they're quite automated yet. Yeah, not yet, but it'll be coming soon.
But essentially, anybody at the moment within 5 feet of me. So at the moment, that's just Mukta. Will have that, and then Gem will also raise her shield.
All right.
It's a shield party, y'all.
It's like a defensive standoff. All right, Hal, you've delayed your turn.
All right, I will go now, and I will do Inspire Courage with the Lingering Composition.
All right. The Hal maneuver
check.
here.
Yep.
DC by level. At level 11, your basic DC is 28. I think we might have made a macro that actually calculates it, but 31 is a success.
That is 3 rounds.
Chris.
Fire Curse for 3 rounds.
He will. That's one action, and it worked, so he gets to take off his focus point. Oops, wrong way. He will step forward a little bit, stride forward a little bit, and off to the side a little bit, and then he will cast Shield on himself.
Everyone's got a shield. Hal's gonna get in on it.
I feel like we're playing chess.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Shield, 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 shield. Nice. All right. Top of the round 2, Mukta.
Nulara's right in front of me, so they would have cover, right?
Yes, there would be a cover for sure. Just a +1 AC for shooting through Nulara.
Yeah, I'll stay where I am.
Actually, with their shield raised, if they're both circumstance bonuses, so they probably wouldn't even make a difference.
Okay. So, feeling nice and cozy, protected by my friends. I'll stay where I am and shoot.
Yep, it gets the +1 cover from Nulara, but it has +2 from the shield, and that overwrites it. So,
All right, let's go.
32 is a hit.
9 damage.
9 damage to this thing.
Are we going to just stay here, or is anyone going to go forward?
I'm gonna try and. I'd look at Hal. How maybe they could sense. Maybe they could reconsider and see Mukta being unworthy as like a misunderstanding.
I mean, but you've seen him. He kind of crazy and writes in his book a lot. I'm not
I
sure if
know, but
Oh,
maybe.
I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right. The better part of me says, yeah, you're right. Okay. What do you want me to tell him? Like, it's a misunderstanding. Everything will be good. Just go about your business.
You've always had a way with words. Right, maybe you could convince them.
All right, I'll take it that we're staying here, and I shoot another arrow as they're having this conversation.
Right, Hal!
Yep, go ahead with a map. 22 is a miss.
Looking around, I feel a little bit left out right now, so I'm going to cast shield.
We've got it. Every combatant has shield up in this moment.
I don't.
Either a physical shield. Oh yeah, except for Nulara. Everyone's okay. Well, that's a first.
I mean, you are a literal shield. So
Maybe this is opposite land. That's why everyone's got their shield up except for Nulara.
Yeah.
that's my turn.
This Secret Keeper, you sees you guys up in this defensive position. He comes around this way and like juts like to your left, Nulara, and like runs around your thing, almost like he's like sees you like readied, right? Comes in here. Now you've readied an attack in case he's about to attack
Mukta.
right? It looks like he's bringing his spear almost in your direction, but yeah, a little bit. So you can go ahead. He's bringing it in such a heavy motion that it looks like he's trying to go through you and Mukta in the same blow.
All right, I'll try to parry him, even though it's not a parry. I'll
Right.
attack him as he
Yeah,
goes
go ahead
down.
and make your attack of opportunity.
All right, so Encore's Blade. That would be a 28.
28 does hit.
All right, so they'd be
Fighters,
taking
man. I can get thought
25
too.
points of
25 points of damage.
damage.
So he leaves himself open, and you punish him for it, right? You get this attack off. He, fairly unfazed, is going to use his second and third action to do an ability called Knocking Sweep, which is this thing. Oh, ignore the fact that it says Jackal Guard. It does a spin move, and in this one spin, takes the spear right through your legs and Mukta's legs and General's legs, and is going to attempt to trip all three of you in the same maneuver. Let's start with the one against Nulara. That is a athletics check against your. Oh god, I never remember trip and reflex.
Fortitude, I believe.
Fortitude. So, what's
But
your fortitude?
I'm not
Nulara?
sure.
Plus 22, so 32.
So that's a fail. So it tries to knock you down, but it's not able to. For Mukta, what is your fortitude save? Or your fortitude DC?
That would, I believe, I have a plus 16, so it's a 26.
26. So a 32 is a success, which means
It's
Because
against the
means you're-
reflex DC.
Oh yeah, is it? I was
Okay.
wrong. Yes, it is reflex DC.
Oh, so
perfect.
reflex.
So does that for Nulara? Does 30 beat your reflex DC?
It does beat my reflex DC by 1.
So Nulara falls prone.
Uh-huh.
Does that beat 32 beat your reflex DC, Mukta?
Just hits it.
Oh really?
Mhm.
Wow, I'm actually kind of surprised. So you get knocked prone as well, and then General, you get one as well. 34.
Yeah, 34 will do it.
Okay, so all three of you get knocked prone in one smooth motion. And then at the end of that, it does all three, and then its map goes up by like 1,000,000, but it doesn't matter because its turn's over. Nulara.
All right, I am going to stand up.
Okay, you attempt to stand up. You do. I mean, you stand up. I don't know why. There's no roll here, even in this like weird
No,
plane.
like, does he have an attack of opportunity?
I mean, he doesn't take it. You just stand up.
All right. I will. He's in our way. I will take a swing using Encore's Blade.
Okay.
So that will be 36 to hit.
It would be a crit, except for at the end of his turn, he lost the frightened condition. I didn't take it off
yeah.
his thing.
Mhm.
So
He did.
he actually is just one off. It's a hit, not a crit. I'm sorry.
All right, that's all right. So they'd be taking 23 points of everything damage. Are they a spirit?
When you hit, it's solid.
Okay, because I have Spirit Strike.
Right. It doesn't feel like a spirit.
All right, never mind. So that's my first action.
But thanks for calling that out. Just in case.
Yeah, and then I'll take a map attack against this creature as well. Actually, no, I will raise my shield for my third action.
Getting that shield up. It doesn't have its shield up anymore, unfortunately. That was your whole turn, right?
Yes.
All right. So this one here strides over here, and then with his second and third action, uses an ability called Impaling Strike.
Goodness.
Gets the spear in position, lunges forward by taking a step here, and then makes a strike with a spear against Mukta, who is currently on the ground. 29 misses because
of my shield.
it just barely glances off the shield spell you cast and does not hit you. And that's all of its actions. General.
Okay, so Gem is going to just stay where she is, stay on the ground, is going to increase the aura, sustain the spell, increase the aura by 5 feet. So now Nulara is also in the aura as well. I'll put that in chat. I'll put it in the chat so that you can take the effect from
You know
it.
what else caused that attack to miss is the frightened condition. from Nulara.
Yeah.
Like, everything layered perfectly to make it miss.
Yeah.
All right, protective ward for Nulara.
Yeah, so there's protective ward there. And then there are 2 creatures. They are within 30 feet of each other. They are getting electric arced.
Okay. 33 and 35, so they both succeed.
They both succeed.
Damn.
Those were some good rolls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well.
That's a lot of dice, though.
So they take half of 17 each.
Yep.
So not a huge amount, unfortunately. But yeah, that's Gem's turn. She is still on the ground.
That's true. You are still
Very
trying to.
nice.
Hal.
Hal is going to look at Gemrel and he can see what she's casting with his feet. And he was like, okay, let me try that again too. And Hal will cast
Nice.
Electric Arc on those 2 creatures.
All right, let's see if I can roll high again. No, the exact opposite. Critical failures.
Oh, no.
I guess the exact opposite would be 2 critical successes. So they both take 21 points of
They both take double that, don't they?
Oh, good call. Good
Yes.
call. They both take 42 points of damage.
And Hal will once again cast Shield on himself.
That's some damage. Mukta.
All right. So, I'm going to not just get up, I'm going to kip up.
Keep up.
You know,
Keep
I
up.
forgot you had
Keep
that
up.
feat, but it's perfect here because
Never again.
he's waiting. They're both are spears at the ready, waiting for you to like get up so they could both stab the shit out of you.
Mhm.
And yet you have kip up, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Which means it doesn't trigger opportunity
Any
attack. Right?
reactions? Correct.
Yeah.
No reactions. You kip up in an awesome motion. We do not have. There's like a sort of flashback to Abomination Vaults where you
Yeah.
learned this lesson.
I do this kind of like almost like in place backward somersault up.
Nice. And yeah, you stand up and they're both kind of like their eyes go a little wider. We're not expecting this.
I'm going to drop my short bow. Now, if I drop it in Foundry, do I lose it in my inventory?
Nope.
No.
It'll just mark it as dropped, but it'll
All right,
keep it
I'm
on your
going
sheet.
to drop it. All right, and then I'm going to, for my second action, tumble through. So let me make that acrobatics check.
Now, does tumble through trigger something?
It would, yes. Unless he has a feat.
It's a move
Unless he has
action,
a-
so it would.
Yeah,
unless you have
unless he has a feat that allows him to, say, move at half speed without triggering reactions, which rogues can get, I think, but I don't know if.
I think Mukta has that one.
I don't think I do.
Hmm?
I have swift sneak, not that one.
Yeah, you have tumbling strike. Well, you have tumbling strike as an action, right?
Yeah.
And that specifically says it does
Oh,
not
it doesn't trigger
reactions.
reactions. That's correct. Yeah, it doesn't trigger reactions.
On a critical
Yeah.
success.
On a critical
it doesn't
success.
trigger reactions.
So we'll see.
Okay.
So I'm going to
Feeling
make that
lucky.
acrobatics check.
Okay, so that's kind of cool that there's a chance.
That is.
And this is targeting the reflex DC. So the reflex DC, your target number for this would have been a 26. Sorry, a success would have been a 26. So 31's a critical success. That's what I
What?
meant to say in my head.
36 would have been a critical success, not that.
Okay, wait, no, it does have a reflex DC of 16, so the DC is 26.
Oh,
So 31 is a success, but not a critical success, which means
no. So the only thing with the difference between the critical
Not
success
flat-footed.
and a success is that the enemy is not flat-footed, but it still doesn't
Yep.
trigger reactions.
yes, you are right.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'm
And
on.
since you'll be flanking,
Yes, exactly.
So you can go ahead and move through. Your movement confuses the enemy who's unable to take a strike.
So I tumble up, and then I tumble back down through their legs,
Yes.
and then I quick draw my rapier, and I will strike.
Bring
and
it.
that's all part of the same action, is it?
Yes.
Or is it 2 actions for tumbling
It's
strike?
Quick
I
draw
can't remember.
strike. What tumble through is one action.
Yeah, but with the tumbling strike, you get the
Oh yeah, tumbling strike. It all happens at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah. It's tumbling
So
strike.
I would
just
quick
one
draw
action,
before.
Yes, you'd have to
Quick
quick draw.
Either way, I'm going to
Technically,
draw it and then do the tumbling strike.
It's fine. I'll allow it. Make it happen.
It's all 3 actions.
I would also say, in this awesome moment of acrobaticness, please take a hero point.
All right, let's go.
That is a hit.
I'll take it. What did I roll on the dice though? It's pretty low, right?
9 on the dice. You could fish for a crit. You got
It's
a hero
about
point.
average.
Yeah, it's a hit. I could, if with my luck, it would be a critical miss. So I'm going to take it and roll the damage.
And that's a lot of dice.
Yeah. Oh, it actually survived somehow.
Get all those 6s.
Sneak attack.
But this is a debilitating strike. Thank you, Foundry, for letting us reminding us, because it is flat-footed against your strike, so you can choose if it's enfeebled or penalty.
I'll do enfeebled.
Enfeebled it is. But it's still alive, barely.
And that's my turn.
That was a pretty cool turn. So you've totally screwed up their plans because they trained for this and were not trained to be prepared for that. How would they react? All right. Where you're standing, right? You're like kind of flanked. Nulara's behind him. He's in a bad position. He takes his spear, stabs it into the ground, and does an acrobatic leap over the top of you, Mukta. This is called a spear vault. Now, this allows it to move up to half its speed without triggering a reaction. So, Nulara, you do not get this sort of reaction as he springs away, surprises you. They have tricks up their sleeve, too. As it goes over the top of you, Mukta, you're now flat-footed to it because you were not expecting this.
What level are they?
Oh, they are lower level than you.
I cannot become flat-footed to them.
Woohoo!
Woo!
That is, what is that called again?
Now, is that just from flanking, or is it from just flat-footed in general?
I cannot become flat-footed to any creature
Awesome.
my level or lower.
Um,
Let me find
It
that.
Yeah.
says you aren't flat-footed to hidden, undetected, or flanking creatures of your level or lower, or creatures of your level or lower using a surprise attack. I'm going to say this kind of falls under that bucket. I think officially maybe not, but
yeah, because you can still be things like fainted, but
that's okay.
surprise
striking.
attack by surprise
Part of this-
attack is...
Oh, part of this motion is a strike. That is going to be a hit, actually.
It's a hit.
And Mukta, you take 18 points of damage.
All right.
And then he has one more action because that strike is part of the spear vault action.
Wait. I should have said it before you did the damage, huh?
For what? I didn't really give you a chance.
No, I'll do it for this. I'll do it for this attack. If he's taking another attack, I'm going to dodge away.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm looking at his actions. He's just going to take another attack. His goal is to end you, so.
All right, give me a second.
It's going to be a critical
It's
miss,
a miss.
actually, because
It's
the thing with
criti-
it.
So yeah,
It's a map, so it's -5 even less, so that's actually a critical miss.
So I did use dodge away.
Okay.
So if the attack misses, you can step after the strike.
Yep.
So I'm going to step.
Just to be a dick, you cannot step upstairs because it's difficult terrain.
All right, then I'm going to step.
That is fine. Yeah, that is fine. That's his turn. Nulara.
All right, so let me take 2 hits against this fella right here with Encore's Blades.
Okay.
So first action would be a 32 to hit.
32's a hit.
So they'd be taking 25 points of everything damage. I'll
Perfect.
take another map attack on that one. So that is going to be a 35 to hit. Yeah.
Oh, 32
35
hit.
definitely hits.
All right. So that is 15 points
right.
of damage.
Carbon too.
And then last one. 3. A natural 20.
Oh, ho, ho,
Let's
ho.
go.
crits in chat.
Let's
There are no
go.
chat, but that's okay.
So that is like a 42 points of everything damage, and they're flat-footed or dead.
Oh, they're not dead. They are knocked flat-footed until
Alright.
the start of your next turn.
That is it for that's the end of my turn.
That's it. Just like a
Just-
billion points of damage.
Jeez.
And they say not to attack 3 times in a turn.
They don't know what they're talking about.
Fighters!
Let's go.
This one, Impaling Strike, steps forward and makes a strike against Mukta.
A opportunity attack.
He
It
stepped.
doesn't.
It's
A step doesn't trigger opportunity attacks, unfortunately. 33 will hit Mukta.
It will.
So you're going to take 22 points of piercing, and the spear rips you open, and you're now taking persistent bleed damage.
Ooh.
And with his third action, raises his shield. I'm not gonna be out of the loop on that one. General.
Okay, so I'm looking at these two creatures, and I have to decide: is it better to just try and take them out, or to give Mukta more protection? And I'm looking at them.
Kill them.
Rinse, repeat. Rinse and
Dean.
repeat.
Let's see if
Way
you
too
can,
many spells.
let's see if you can zap them this time without high rolls on their part. Okay, 1 failure, 1 success.
Okay, let's see what damage is like.
All right, 22 points of damage kills this one,
Nice.
and the half damage down here kills the other one.
All right, well done.
And then I just sort of flop backwards
You already
onto the
collapsed.
stairs where I'm just sort of sitting down because I'm
Yes,
still
yes.
sat down on the stairs, and I just sort of.
For sure, and
I look down. You're lucky my mother wasn't here. She would have dealt with you more harshly for being so rude.
so in this sort of after this moment, right? The you glance back at the portal, and you can see beyond this sort of snake figure. There must be hundreds of these sort of soldiers just lined up,
Oh no.
and the snake looks, blinks its eye. Interesting. Your spirit may be weak, but your body is strong. You have passed the test.
As I cough up blood and make my flat check to try to get out of this persistent damage.
Oh god, you're bleeding.
There you go.
You
Yeah.
do get rid of it, yeah.
Has it been an hour? Oh wait, I didn't.
Since-
I never did a treat wounds on Mukta. I did it on.
True.
Well, in
Gem
some
and-
aspects, it's been multiple lifetimes since you did the last check, and in other things, it's been like 10 minutes. So it depends on what timeline Paizo counts as the true timeline.
21.
Yeah, yeah. that's fine, you
It's
can roll that.
2d8 and no wounded, or
Yeah.
persistent bleeding.
And the sort of snake-like figure just finishes as you're just treating something like that. Something dark from the depths of the abyss has found our secret. You must now become the secret keepers. You must stop it at all costs. But beware its tricks. If you are not careful, it will spell your doom.
To be honest, some more information would be useful. Do you know exactly what it is?
There's a blink of light, and you feel a sharp thud as the world around you completely disappears. You find yourself back in your body, looking, and you got your wounds kit out ready to treat Mukta, and you look at him where previously he was gushing blood. There are no visible wounds from the last fight. No sign that anything physical has happened to the group, except for these new memories that you've created
So can
as
I
you
heal
all look
fully?
in this shared dreams typescape.
They're always so cryptic. Why do they never give you a straight answer?
I can 100% empathize with you on that one, General. That has always been my issue as well.
They picked a good group, though. We're definitely good at keeping secrets.
That's
Sort of straighten up as a group and find yourself sitting and laying sort of in this weird patch of red moss that has grown here in the temple, like kind of as you're stepping, it feels almost squishy. There is no heal. Go ahead and put yourselves up to full health. None of this damage you took was physical. It was all sort of in the mind.
Okay.
So your body.
Question then.
Yes.
Does Nulara still have stone skin?
Yeah, you look over and in that moment you've cast it on her spirit, which is carried over to her body.
Okay, cool.
Why not? Up in the darkness ahead, through this sort of weird patchy red moss, you see it opening up towards a cavern. And out here, there's like a darkness. The red moss sort of has these flickers of lights. It almost looks like motes of light just kind of follow one strand of the moss through the darkness. And there's like dozens of these going on at any one time, creating this weird sort of flickering light motion that bathes everything in red. And up ahead in the darkness, you see the cavern opens up. There is a temple here standing, rising up out of the darkness. And at the top of the temple, one flicker of purple light sort of dances at the top of it. The way that the shadows move from this high point, you know this is caused by something living, not something stationary. And this stone temple, as you observe it, you realize it's not dissimilar to the white marble one you just saw floating in space, but it's here in the darkness, a small figure moving atop it. Yamis the ghost is standing here behind you in his ghostly form. Now that you are the secret
when did you
keepers.
get there?
Oh my god!
just standing there like. Now that you are the secret keepers, my service is being completed. Thank you for your sacrifice. I now place you in charge of safekeeping our secret. And you watch as he sort of begins fading away.
Erasmo welcomes you on the other side.
Don't worry, we'll definitely keep everything here secret.
You actually watch as, you don't watch, but off camera, his sort of spirit finally joins the river of souls, the thousands of other people moving to the afterlife, as there's like a smile on his face as he is now on his way for Pharasma's judgment. And you feel a sort of warmth emanate from your heartbeat, Nulara. And as you kind of pause and look up at the darkness of this figure, whatever this is, this evil entity that they've warned you about. We're going to take a break.
Yes, I gotta go to the bathroom.
I bet you do, yeah. So don't go anywhere. If you're watching this on YouTube, it's going to be over lickety split. Actually, we could probably even cut out the fact we take a break if we wanted to. It doesn't matter. We're going to take a break as players. Let's take, roughly 10-ish minutes, maybe a little longer if you guys need to grab something to eat, if it's not 6 in the morning for you or 7 in the morning or whatever it is.
It's still only 4:45.
4:45. Awesome. So go ahead and stretch your legs. I'm going to grab something to eat. Let's come back in like 10, 15 minutes and finish out this last thing. It's
awesome.
It's weird.
Big
There's so many
battle!
options. And level 11 characters have so many options, right?
Right? It's so crazy.
I'm glad so many of you succeeded on that roll, because there would have been 2 enemies for every person that failed the roll.
Oh,
That's yeah. No,
would've
I can
been
see that, because in the
annoying.
end, that was pretty trivial fight, but
Yes. Took some time, but it wasn't. The fact that they were only focused on one target also helped you guys, I think.
exactly,
So-
yes.
So yeah, your successes definitely helped your guys. But
And I was specifically built to evade their tactics.
exactly, they're like trip, stab,
Yeah.
stab, and you were just like,
you're like, nope.
nope. They had some cool moves
You're
too,
like,
but all right, I'm gonna go grab
Right
some
back.
food. I'll be back. All right, and we're back. So you find yourselves in this dark tunnel, this thick red mossy carpet beneath your feet, looking at this darkened version of the temple you just saw in your mind. And every step brings you closer towards the secret kept safe within this temple. The large marbles. I wrote statue, but it's not a statue. This large marble temple. There we go. Woo, words. It's not even 5 a.m. for me. Looks like it's covered in dirt and moss. It's beautiful white, hidden by a layer of grime. It juts up from this cavern, shooting upwards from the red moths at its feet, the tendrils writhing at the ends, grabbing, consuming the temple. Flashes of lights come and go from within some of the strands, giving off an eerie glow. It stretches upwards, attempting to reclaim the entire marble structure. From the top, a single point of purple light emanates. Pillars obscure a clear view, but the movement of the shadows let you know something is alive. Nulara, your foot steps on a particularly wet patch of moss, and you feel it as it gives beneath your feet. It recoils slightly, giving a width for your foot to touch the stone directly, moving from your footsteps. In that same moment, a familiar voice sends goosebumps down your skin. I have been waiting a long time for you again, old friend. Coming into view on top of the temple is a cloaked figure. As he pulls back his hood, you all, or 3 out of the 4 of you, see a familiar face. That of an elven hermit with long, pale white hair. Only you see now dark circles around his eyes. Before you stands your old companion, Clovis, clutched in his hand, a violet lens swirling with purple light.
How dare you?
How dare.
Of everyone, he's the most naive and innocent.
And Clovis stands atop this temple, staring down at you. You see in his hand a familiar lens. Not one you've seen before, but you've seen these sort of lenses before, and it swirls with purple energy that lights him up and lights up the top of this temple.
So I'm just going to look around because I don't quite get what's going on, but but I guess I see that this has caused a reaction from my companions.
Yeah, what reaction are we getting from your companions? That's a good question.
Like General could just see Nulara like breathing heavily, clutching tighter on the handle of Encore's blade. Like you see the whites of her knuckles very briefly, and then it would just like she tighten it and loosen it very intermittently. Not saying anything, just breathing heavily.
Join me. It is time we catch up. And he like kind of extends his free hand in your direction.
I thought you said you weren't coming, Clovis.
General, you said not to believe anything that's in here, correct?
Correct. Yes. I mean, I gave that. Well, that was primarily for the dreamscape, the place we were in before. But
we do not need the stranger. Leave her. We have a destiny to fulfill. And he turns his back and walks kind of towards the top of the temple again.
So first thing I'm going to do is just cast Dark Vision on myself. So that...
Seems like a reasonable thing to do in this dark temple.
Yeah.
It's lit around the edge, but the temple itself is bathed in dark other than his purple light, so this would be a good time to cast Dark Vision.
Yeah. So that's the first... That's just sort of the first thing that is... And I'm also going to make a show of casting it. And I want to see whether this elf reacts, or how it reacts.
as you're going to cast it, and Clovis has told them to leave you and to come, he kind of turns away. He doesn't even seem to be like looking in your direction, but why don't you give me a perception check and we'll see what you notice, General.
Okay.
Secret perception check, if you will.
Yep, no, that is fine.
Mushi's definitely dead now if this is evil Clovis.
Question marks.
Question marks it is. You don't get the sense that this thing is even barely notices. You barely register on their radar. You don't think they're even looking in your direction or barely gave you like a passing thought. You seem to be an afterthought to them.
Gotcha.
There's no reaction as you cast a spell, at least.
Okay.
So how dark
grand.
is it in here?
How dark?
Yeah.
It's pitch black, other than these red mossy tendrils just kind of shoot scattered light every so often. And at the top, Clovis is holding this purple lens that's glowing some light. Otherwise, it's mostly dim light and otherwise darkness in here.
Yeah. Before I put the dark vision effect on my token, I could basically see none of the temple.
Yeah, so I'm going to drink a dark vision elixir.
Okay. Pop that elixir, give yourself the dark vision. Those of you now, I think that's the last person without dark vision in the party. You can see now the sort of temple's been collapsed, it's in disarray. It looks like this kind of red mossy stuff has sort of wrapped itself around stone pillars, toppled them, made a mess of this place. Whatever's here, whatever this is, has been at it for a while. And at the top, you hear, "To wait or not, there is no try." Wait, no, that's not the quote. I'm trying to do Clovis doing Yoda, but messing it up. There we go. So he's left the four of you at the bottom of the temple.
Now, quick question. Would we have taken 10 minutes to refocus? So how...
It seems reasonable that you would have refocused. Hal did it after every fight in the Abomination Vaults. I'm pretty sure Hal did it here too.
Yep.
Because taking 10 minutes, that would knock 10 minutes off of Nulara's stone skin.
Would.
So she only has 10 minutes left.
Okay.
Also, I think this token doesn't have the effect on, so I'll just put it in chat again. Oh no, it doesn't have an effect. Okay, it's just remember that it's resistance 5 to...
Resistance 5 to physical, yeah. Every time it's hit by a bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing, reduce the duration by 1 minute. Okay.
Yeah.
Math and keeping track of stuff. Yay, my favorite part of our
Games.
So I'm just looking round at my new companions, a bit confused then, and I'll just whisper, do you know this elf? This person?
Come on, Clovis. What are you doing? Like, why are you in here in this creepy place? I know you like that book a little bit, but did that book bring you here? What are you doing? Like, what secrets do you know, Clovis? That's Clovis. You know Clovis.
Your mind is still closed. I will open it. Come.
Oh. If that's the case, I don't mind.
Al starts merrily making his way up the
Yeah,
hill.
you see, Jem, as I pull out my notebook again and flip through it. Remember that person I was talking about that we went to the Gauntlet and then I fought the bird person and I went and met Nulara and Hal? So Clovis
Vaguely.
is that person that I went with.
Okay.
So yeah,
So
and I flip some pages. This is him cursing, saying "fuck that shit." Here's a picture of little Mushi, so cute.
but
Moshi.
Yeah, as you stride forward, Hal, and you get to like sort of the rubble, it's all like very uneven ground, so you find yourself sort of like having to balance just to get across it. I'm not going to ask for a roll or anything, but just know it is very uneven ground. Clovis kind of comes to the edge and peeks down at the top of the stairs, sniffs the air a little bit. I can feel it. You've brought it, right?
Yeah, Mukta's right over there.
His
That's
eyes.
He'll need
nice.
the bath.
Oh yeah, his eyes seem to be resting on Nulara, who's right next to Mukta, so hard to tell this distance what he's looking at.
the last time we saw him, did he have that? I don't remember him having that.
What is that?
Oh, you see, and I started flipping through my notebook towards the end.
What are you talking about, Clovis? I thought he was in the forests. What happened?
I mean, yeah, he was. Wait, GM question. I'm trying to remember. Did I find Clovis or did I not find Clovis?
He was within contact at least for a while after all your adventures, and he hasn't responded to any of your communications in months. Like, he's just been missing.
I mean, look, I went to go ask him if he wanted to come with us, but I mean, I haven't seen him in a little bit of time. He was getting a little bit crazy.
I give Mukta a look.
What?
Crazy, you say?
Yeah, it's quite sad, really.
Does follow us around, I suppose.
Were you saying
He's
something?
gonna
Now?
cast Death Ward on himself.
I'll walk forward as well, a little bit, like 10 feet away from Hal.
And everyone also just like watching this, you're kind of far away. It's kind of hard to see, but everyone just give me a secret perception check for a minute. No
Secret
reason.
Perception check.
No reason. But a secret perception check would be great.
Question marks.
Question marks.
I got the question.
3 question marks and 1.
3 question marks. Yeah, 4 question marks. Okay, let's see. Okay. I'm going to message one of you something. And only one of you.
Whispers. We got whispers.
I know.
Whispers.
Whispers.
We've never done this before.
Who's got the best poker face?
Poker, I don't even know her.
So as you look at Clovis, you can see sort of the jovialness, the like friendliness has turned to something more agitated, more lustful as his eyes are sort of on you guys, balancing towards him. You almost see him like literally like licking his lips in anticipation of you arriving.
Clovis, my friend, it's odd of you to leave your forest. I mean, you fought so hard for it. And where is little Mushi? I mean, he wasn't so little last time I saw him. He was a little bit bigger, but...
Mushi has tired. He earned his retirement.
Do you mean...
So many
tired?
questions, friend.
Of course, I mean... It's just so odd to see you away from the forest when, I tried to get you to go for drinks, we were going to go celebrate Hal was mayor, and then, you were just always staying in the forest, reading the book, in the forest, reading the book. I don't want to go to town. It smells of people.
Now I'm going to ask them something. Can everyone tell me what is your perception DCs here?
I got a plus 20.
Okay, so your perception
40?
DC would be 30.
30.
Only 50, only 25.
25.
33.
29.
33, 29. So, here's the thing. In this active lie, I had this creature, Clovis, Dark Clovis, whatever you want to call him, roll a deception check with a huge deception bonus. However, I will now share something with the chat, and that is the fact... Oh, let me just put the screen here. I will now share that this creature... I don't know why the dice hate me so,
1.
but this creature rolled a natural 1 on their deception check, still getting a 31.
Damn.
33, bitch.
Exactly. Those of you, and technically that should even be 2 less, so it should be a 29. I think everyone here realizes something's off, and then his lies, his mannerisms, you're starting to like see through his words. When Mukta talks about being in the forest, it starts falling into place. You start realizing now this is something else shaped by magic, something that has gone into your brains and pulled out something that they thought would trick you. But with a natural 1 on this deception check, it ceases to work. And you all start realizing This isn't Clovis.
Why don't you drop that shimmering illusion magic, whatever you are?
Does that make it me? Does that enable me? Does that mean can I make an Arcana check to try and figure out what magic this is?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do like recognize spell effect or however it works.
Yeah. Everything. So that's 38.
So recognize spell. This is a success. 38 might actually be a critical success. It is not. It is a success. So you can correctly recognize the spell. Here's what's scary a little bit, General, is the spell, the work, you start seeing through it. You realize this is an illusory disguise spell. But this is what sort of freaks you out. Usually with the illusory disguise spell, you are restricted to appearing as a creature of the same size.
Yeah.
There is a bit of... Oh, nice. Hal's got it too, huh? Hal's got recognition. You're noticing a little bit of the way that the light's bending and the way that some of this magic is just in the weaving of the spell. It's concealing the fact that this is a much larger creature than it's appearing to be, which is not common to be able to do.
Well, I will definitely warn people about this and say, yeah, that it's stay back. It's much larger than it appears to be.
And I think in that moment, it like sort of laughs, goes a little deeper into its so be it, and it dismisses the illusory disguise effect.
Whoa, it's huge!
And
Can I
it's this
pop a potion?
large. What's that?
Can I pop a potion in this moment?
Yeah, like get it out, like yeah. You can go ahead and pop a potion to prepare.
Bukta vanishes.
Ooh.
It has blindside.
I'm gonna rename the token.
Or true
Back to
seeing,
drill,
or
yeah.
see invisibility, or that I believe is a gazebo.
And we're going to basically go into initiative right now. This thing, even though it turns back from Clovis into this form, you can see in one of its hands, it's still holding one of this purple lens type thing. I like how General's like, what are these lenses? And no one answered her, so she has no idea what's going on. It's going to be a fun time to figure out.
Yep.
But you guys can go ahead and roll initiative.
Go!
So I'm definitely avoiding notice right now.
Yeah, especially being invisible, I think for sure.
Okay.
Alright,
I'm doing...
Should we change
I
the battle
wonder,
music?
could I use Arcana for
Feeling
initiative?
generous. I'm feeling generous. I think, yeah.
Can I use your hero point for my initiative?
Yeah, you can use hero points on
Can you?
initiative.
I mean, you could. Your initiative was what, like a 33?
33. Yes.
I got a 35. It beat me by 1, damn it. By 1!
31.
You went lower on the initiative.
That's fine.
It has, so one of the things it has, which is kind of a fun effect here, is that it gets a +2 initiative on its +2 bonus on its initiative here, especially when it's using like deception, which it does by default as long as it's aware of one of the enemies, which means that little bonus is what barely put it over the top from you, Mukta. This thing I'll share.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's got like the
Insert.
two
It's a
hands.
zebra.
One of these hands is holding the purple lens, and it's got these two like crab-like claws. It does have a purple lens, yeah. Violet lens, I think is what I called it, but purple, violet, yeah.
Oh shit, didn't that thing wash out into the sea? Some like crazy mutated crab thing.
Did we get all the lenses though?
No, I dropped one when I went like, a little bit loopy. And then
Okay.
it got washed away, I think.
There were 4 lenses. You guys
I have
got
the yellow.
one out, and the other 3 were buried in the rubble.
And were any of them violet?
And like, no, I remember that was a long time ago.
I know the red lens, the yellow
Okay,
lens.
so
The green
out of game
lens?
there was Ochre, Ebon, Crimson, and none of them were violet anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just Nimble fucking around. Okay, got it.
All right. So up first, this creature casts
Emerald. That was the other one.
casts a spell,
Yeah, it's
which is mirror image.
Okay, so
Ooh.
can I roll? I can counteract that.
Okay.
Yes.
I have that prepared.
You have counter spell and you have the
I
spell
have counter
prepared.
spell and I have mirror image prepared.
This is like one of the rare instances in Pathfinder 2e where counterspell might actually work. So it's a
Let's
counteract
go.
check, right?
Yes, it
Let's
is.
go!
It is a counteract
counterspell.
check. Now, it's only second level that I have prepared, so I don't know that it will work, but I'm going
So
to
you have an
try.
spell slot you're using to cast a spell. The foe casts a spell, you see a manifestation, you use your own magic to disrupt it. Wizard, you spend a prepare spell to trigger it. You lose your spell slot, you attempt to counteract. So it's a counteract effect.
Yeah.
If it's higher level, lower level, that depends on the level
Yeah,
of the spell. Okay,
exactly.
great. So you're going to go ahead and make a counteract check.
Yes. What do I actually? This has never come up in any of my games.
It's so rare. So counteract check, you add your skill modifier. It's basically it's like an Arcana check, so it's basically the same as making like a spell attack roll. So, you
But
can just
it's an
roll.
Arcana. It's an Arcana check or a spell attack
It's a
check.
counteract
Because I have a
check.
whole load of bonuses to Arcana.
Right. It's a check, but it uses the same bonuses that your spell attack would, but it's not an attack. If that makes sense.
Okay, right. So
if you're-
I'm going to put telekinetic projectile in the chat so that I can roll this as
That works.
an attack.
Is there?
This is a
probably
second
a way to-
level. So this is second level.
Yeah, you can just
Yeah.
click on plus 21 on spell attack.
Come on.
Oh, right. Okay. I
which
did
think
not.
Maybe that was. I think I did that. We both rolled the same.
Yeah.
I clicked it. Just
No,
clicked it in
I
your
didn't
sheet.
click. I didn't actually click anything.
Oh, so I did it twice.
Yeah.
I was just hovering. I'm like, "There's no clickable link. What are you talking about, Rick?" And then it's rolling dice in the background. It doesn't look like a
Where's
clickable
my-
link, but you can click it if you want. The plus 20 spell attack bonus you have, or plus
I
20. Yeah.
just don't see it.
So under your spell, right at the top, right under wizard, it says. Plus 20 spell
Oh,
attack.
under
Just-
spellcasting. Yeah, yeah.
It's the plus 20.
Gotcha.
Just click that. it'll.
Yeah, I
roll
see it.
Yeah, it's weird.
There
I
you
rolled it.
go. That is a 32.
32
Mod.
targets the DC of the so it would be the spell DC
The spell
of the
DC.
target. In this case, the spell DC. So this is going to be a failure. Would you like to hero point it?
I'm going to. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's just do
Let's
it.
go.
All right.
Use that hero point.
I might as well. I'm going to fail, I'm sure. But hey,
Nah.
because
Mary
that was a
Chrysler.
12 originally. And there's a 10, so that's lower.
Oh.
Okay, so it's still a failure. So it says counteract the target spell if the level is lower. If the spell is lower than your level 2 spell slot, it would counteract it. It is not lower than a level 2, so it fails and the spell goes off. I am sorry. The one time in Pathfinder you can actually counterspell.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, I suppose that if I could, that was using my mirror image spell slot. If I was able to use a different spell slot, I could have used potentially a high level spell slot, but we'll just leave it with that. Leave it at that.
Yeah, I think with a wizard it has to be the exact spell.
I think so as well.
Yeah.
So, and until I get to level 12, and I can get flexible counterspell.
Interesting. All right. So you
but
try to
yes.
counterspell, it doesn't go off. The mirror image does happen. 3 images, and now there's like 4 of these things moving in tandem on top of the temple, making it
Yeah.
hard to tell which is the correct one. And with its last action, it strides down these. Oh, that's too far. Like crushes Nulara. It kind of like strides down and gets into this space. It's so big, it's like half on the stairs, half on the ground in front of you, and just like straddling. But that's its turn. Mukta, you are invisible.
All right, I am going to, on all fours. I'm just going to use. I'm not really sure. I'm just going to stride up to here. That's all my turn. That's my turn. Wait, hold on. Where was I?
Right next to General. Yeah.
45. So that's 30. There's one stride. Sorry, I'm going to sneak.
Okay, so you're moving at half speed to stay hidden.
No, I have swift sneak. I have swift sneak. So
Oh, that's right. You can move it. Sneak at full speed. Perfect.
I'm going to go another 30 here. And
Yeah, you just kind of just barely skirted around that like kind of hard floor terrain. This is kind of running up the steep temple slopes though,
Oh, okay. So
because it's like a tiered pyramid type thing. You can do it, but it's going to be
I'll just
basically
go. I'll go here. That's fine.
okay. Yeah, it's like greater difficult terrain at least, if not a climb check. Probably a climb check to do it. Give me the stealth check. It sounds like it's 3 stealth checks, right? Can you move 3 times?
28. 35. 29.
Fairly sneaky.
That's my turn.
Perfect, General.
Okay, so the first thing I am going to do is to move. Am I within 30 feet? Don't think so. So the first thing I'm actually going to do is cast haste on myself. I am then going to. So I get the extra thing this turn. So I'm then going to move up to here.
You get the extra action
Oh, right.
at the next
Yeah.
turn, right? Because the Quicken
Quicken
gives you
condition.
1 extra action at the start of your turn.
Oh, right. Yeah. So then I will just stride up to here.
You just get up on that sort of uneven, balance-worthy terrain.
Yeah. If you want me to make a roll, an acrobatic roll, I
Nope,
can
but
do
if you
so.
move across it further, then you will be making balance
Okay.
checks.
That's grand. Okay, that's my turn.
A delay.
That delay. All right, Nulara.
All right, I'll use my first action to pull out the cold iron blanch from my belt loop.
Okay.
Second action, use it to pour it all over Encore's blade.
Okay.
And then third action, I'm gonna try and attack him.
So so the cold iron blanch. Let's just take a look at the item really quick. I'm pretty sure just treats it as cold iron for like how long?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Awesome. So all we can do is, I don't think they have like temporary item buffs like that yet, but we can just go into the details and change the precious material
think it's
to cold iron.
moderate.
Is it standard grade or low?
Standard, just standard.
Okay. Perfect. So now that I have it sugared, but we can just remember it's cold iron anyways.
Mhm.
It's not automated, I guess.
So I have to roll first before I hit him because of mirror image.
No, I think you just make an attack.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you miss, you still destroy an image.
All right,
Yes.
that's perfect. So first attack, 33.
33 is a miss.
Oh, wow.
You pop one of his mirror images.
All right, perfect. How many does he have? Does he get?
Miss.
I know.
There's 3 of him now.
There's 3, including the real one.
Including.
Well, there's
yes.
3 total. Yeah.
Okay, got it. That's
There
it
was
for my
4,
turn.
and then there's now 3. Yeah.
Gotcha. That's it for my
Okay.
turn.
How?
I have 33 on me.
Can I do a inspire courage? It's a
Absolutely.
lingering composition with a check performance. Yes, go. 31.
31 is a success.
3 rounds,
Let's go. Inspired.
and Hal is going to cast a 6th level spell.
Let's go, big guns right out the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
on this
Alright.
creature.
Any spells cast on the target to spell out their energy home turn. The target must attempt a will save. Okay, perfect. So he makes a will save.
Mm-hmm.
DC 30 will save. That's a 5 on the dice, but it's still actually a 30 total.
That's a hidden. That's hidden.
No, I actually had it set to hidden. It's a 30 total. It has a +1 save against magic effects, and that's what pushed it just enough to save. So on a failure, it still does something, right?
It still does something. So it's on a success. Whenever target becomes affected by a spell with a duration, the target takes 2d12 persistent force. Each time it takes persistent force, it reduces the remaining duration by 1 round.
Got it. And as a success, the curse persist damage should not end on their own. I'm trying to figure out. It's really...
So it lasts 1 minute, and...
Okay, wait. I'm reading it backwards, I do see, because it's not... It didn't fail. It succeeded, because it was its roll, not yours, so it's a success. Perfect. Okay. So 2d12 damage every time it takes... Anytime it targets a spell, it takes 2d12 persistent force damage. Interesting.
A spell with duration.
Yeah.
Yes.
Presumably that doesn't stack. But taking the persistent damage reduces the remaining duration of the spells by an additional round.
We're good. That's interesting spell. It's very technical, but it is cool.
You know, Hal's got something cooking.
Mm-hmm.
Right. This creature gets its turn.
Mr. Potential right here.
From here, it's got like a large pincher that reaches out past you, Nulara, and tries to target Hal. So this is a melee strike. Ooh, that's a 3 on the dice, but that's a 30, which is still a hit on Hal.
Jesus.
Would he get cover from me?
Not from a creature
No.
this big. No, he has too much blank space between you and it. So that's a 30. So that hits you, Hal. You're gonna take. So here's the thing: there's 25 physical and 4 evil damage. Hal is
Good.
chaotic good, so you do take evil damage. So you take the full 29 points of damage as the pincher grabs Hal. His second action is to literally use the grab to grapple Hal. So now Hal is held in place by this creature. And then in this like third motion, pulls Hal towards him 5 feet and uses captive rake and makes 2 more claw strikes against you. Now they are at map, but they both go at the same map. So that's a 3 for a 26, which misses, and a 11 for a 34, which hits.
It's crazy.
So you take 27 more damage, Hal. That is its entire turn. Mukta.
I would like to point out that we've had the official epilogue already, so we can't die.
That's true. We create some plot holes.
Literal plot armor.
Yep.
We'll figure
All right.
something out.
All right. Shit. Seeing that happen, Mukta's gonna change his plan a little bit and not try to delay. So I'm going to sneak up to him.
To stay, because this is a very steep sort of cliff, so you can either go around the bottom, or if you want to go straight across the like pyramid face like you are, I will require an athletics check. It's not too steep. I'm going to say the DC's 20 on an athletics check.
All right, I'll just say I go here then. That's fine.
Okay, yeah, you just run around.
Yeah, I do like I would do like a wall run up and down it just for fun, you know, parkour.
Parkour!
Parkour.
You got to yell it. If you yell it, it helps, but then he'll know
Parkour.
where you are.
All right, so I'm going to make a stealth check. 33.
All right, 33, so that's like a bunch of stealth checks in a row.
Oh, shit, I don't think I could do this actually. Because I can't quick draw and spell strike.
Draw says... Quick draw is an action on its own, so that's why it doesn't combo yet. It's not yet. Shinakatami.
I could guess I just have to draw the rapier,
Okay.
and that's it. Really, I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna hide
Stay
here.
hidden and wait.
Yeah,
Okay.
gotta last one more round. Shit.
General.
Okay, so question, GM.
Sure.
I have a spell called Resilient Sphere.
Okay.
You create an immobile sphere of force to either trap or protect the target, blocking anything that would pass through the sphere. The sphere has AC 5, hardness 10, 40 hit points, immune to critical hits and precision. Disintegrate destroys the sphere instantly. If the target is unwilling, the effects of the sphere depend on the target's reflex save. If I cast this on Hal, what happens with the grab?
So, here's my ruling because I have an answer. If there's a grab effect and there's an external force trying to affect that, which the spell kind of is because you're sort of trying to put it between Hal and the sphere, I would say you're basically making an escape attempt for Hal using your Arcana as the roll. And if you succeed, then the bubble would basically shield Hal from the claw strike. If you fail, then that's where I don't know because
Then
I think I would. Oh man, what would happen if you fail? Can you put the spell in chat? I want to read what it
yeah,
says.
sure.
Because I feel like maybe it has to succeed. Maybe there is no failure.
When we're done with that, I have a question for you to plead on your mercy.
Because Hal is willing.
And essentially what I'd be doing is using 2 actions to cast it and then immediately dismissing it as my third action.
Oh, okay, I see.
Essentially spending my turn to get Hal out of the grab.
Yeah, I will say what I will allow is this is basically I'll have you make the Arcana escape check on his behalf. If you succeed, then it definitely shields him off. His hand has to come out. If it fails, I think the sphere sort of just somehow includes the creature's arm and it's still grappled to Hal. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Yeah. So that is an Arcana check.
Yeah, it's like an Arcana, not just straight Arcana, but it's basically like the same that we did for the
Yeah.
counteract check because it's the counteract using your Arcana.
Ooh,
31.
that's not
Let's look at
good.
what. It's not great. It was a 7 on the dice. The grab DC, athletics DC, and the athletics DC of this creature is okay. It doesn't have an athletics per se. It's not trained in athletics, surprisingly.
0.
Not 0, but based on its strength. So it's not trained in athletics, and so it doesn't have a good athletics DC. This is a success. Technically, it's
Okay.
a critical success.
It's grand. There wouldn't be any difference. And then I'm going to spend my third action to immediately dismiss it.
You're free from the graphs. That was awesome. Take a hero
Can I
point.
tell him don't dismiss it?
Sorry? You
Can I
can
tell
ask that. So yes, but you won't be able to do anything, and things like Inspire Courage will be, well, maybe not Inspire Courage, but you won't be able to do anything from inside.
To the
I mean-
outside, but I can do inside to inside.
You can do inside to inside, so you can cast things on yourself, not a problem, while you're in there. And so, yeah, if you want me to maintain it, I absolutely can, because
I would prefer that.
okay, that's fine.
And, yeah.
Yeah,
I will
okay.
say you also have. Don't forget you have your quickened action.
Yes.
And also, just to pause for a second, there was an interjection here where Mukta was pleading for something in the middle of this. Do you
No,
want to do
I'll
that now or
wait for-
after?
I'll
its
wait
turn?
for after
Perfect.
interjection.
Okay, it wasn't time sensitive. Perfect. All right, keep going, General.
Okay, then I have the other actions, which will be to move to
Okay.
here.
This is sort of over that uneven terrain because we've kind of got on it last turn. So this would be
Yeah.
a balance check.
Yeah, so that's fine. Balance is a
This is
skill.
Probably not
Acrobatics.
the balance to see. The DC of this is only 20. Oh yeah, 33. It's critical success. You can move your full speed across it.
Yeah, so basically I'm getting to here. Okay, so then I'll get to... Don't want to be within reach of this creature.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll get to here, and then I'll set up my protective board. It won't affect anybody yet, but except me. But it will grow.
Perfect. All right. Now, Mukta, now is your plead.
All right. So, Mukta would definitely know that he wouldn't have been able to spell strike and quick draw at the same time.
Reasonable, yeah.
I had enough movement to get to here with just 2 actions for my first round, instead of going up and then back down, right?
Got it.
Could I have said
Okay.
I just went up to there for my first round, and then my second round I didn't have to then stride?
So you want to rewind time so that you had one less action needed so you could.
So I could draw my rapier
And then spell strike.
and then spell strike.
Let's do it. I'm feeling generous.
Thank you. So I draw my rapier, which is already drawn in my sheet. That's fine. And then I will spell strike.
Okay. From the hidden condition, from the invisible, from all of that,
So that he is flat-footed.
he is not. For a reason.
He can't.
Probably got some sort of true seeing or see invisibility.
Hmm.
Interesting. All right, so
However, this has told us that, so
yes.
True. Yeah. Yeah. He made an active counteract check and beat your invisibility potion DC, so he is fully aware of you and your invisibility, but Mukta wouldn't have any way to know that.
No. So I'll make the strike first.
He's just not flat-footed.
That's fine.
Come on, let's get a high number. If there's a chance for a crit,
You got
after you
this.
oh my god, that's the opposite of what I said. That's the
Don't you
Going to
have
opposite.
a
reroll
hero
using a hero
point?
point.
Okay.
Yeah, reroll at the hero point, please.
Come
because
on.
you begging me to get your attack, and now you're getting natural 1. It's not going to stand. Flip it to a 20.
Do it.
oh, so close to that 20.
Uh-huh.
So
Alright,
close
31.
to that 20.
Wasn't targeted, but a 31 is a miss.
Yeah.
So your strike goes out, pops another one of his mirror images.
But I think he's lightning bolt.
Hmm?
I have expensive spell strike.
Okay, wait. Lightning bolt is like so how does that work with a save spell on an attack?
It's like if I cast lightning bolt as well. I think. To read it, it's been a while. All right.
In a while. Yeah, because this is a spell strike thing. You have the feat that lets you do save spells, right?
Yes. You can target when you cast a spell. It doesn't have a spell, but it works in the following ways. If your strike critically fails, the spell is lost with no effect. So if
Didn't
I
critically
didn't critically fail, right?
So
Yeah.
the lightning bolt still goes off.
So yeah, it's still a lightning bolt spell.
Absolutely. Yeah, awesome. I love it. That's cool. So you hit one of his like mirror images, but still a lightning shoots out of your blade, your rapier, through the creature. He has to make a reflex save.
Mhm.
Straight past. I guess that's perfect. You went to there because it's gonna just miss Hal and Nilara.
Oh, that's cool.
Reflex
Yeah,
save.
that's
It's a 38 is a success, but it still takes half damage.
Boom.
This is where you roll 4 ones, right?
Yeah, right.
Ooh.
All right, still takes 11 points of lightning damage. Now, this does not trigger the ward that Hal put, right? It's not.
No, because it's an
no
instantaneous
duration.
effect. Yeah.
Yep,
So
perfect.
Mukta suddenly appears with his rapier, and the blade is just crackling with energy. And I go to strike the creature and miss, but then the lightning bolt just shoots out and sears.
Does
That's
your
so cool.
invisibility stay, or is it a one?
No.
Once
No.
you attack, it goes away.
Oh, it's done.
This isn't like greater invisibility. Okay.
No.
All right. Time has rewound and undone itself, but we're back to Nulara's turn.
All right. So Hal is inside the sphere, right?
Yes.
All right. Could I kick the sphere backwards around like 15 feet? Just so that he, like right here with an athletics check. I'll take a map for my next attack if that's.
Yeah, this would be a shove. You're basically shoving Hal.
Yeah.
I'm trying to scroll back and look at the spell. Is the bubble listed as like
Football.
completely
It is immobile.
It's immobile force. Not that Nulara would know that necessarily, but this sphere is anchored by magic to be immovable. So, like, in order to even attempt it, which is bending the rules of the game, you'd be targeting gem rolls. Like, it'd be like a super crazy hard DC over gem rolls arcane spell DC.
Couldn't Gem like shout out that she's seeing?
Yeah, I can absolutely. Yeah.
You can't move it.
Yeah, as you're about to do that, I will shout out. You can't move it. Stop there. It's protect. Don't worry. It has.
Okay. All right. I will hit Glazarbu then. I'll just get rid of his mirror images.
All right, he still has one. There's two of
more,
him, so one
yeah.
mirror image.
Oh, two of
Go
him?
ahead.
Oh, yeah, because of the spell strike. Okay.
He has him and one mirror image. So a 37 will hit.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. 1d6, a 1 to 3, and it hits the image, right?
Yeah.
Pop his last image. He goes down to just himself.
All right. Map attacking.
Okay.
That would be a 29.
29 misses.
Okay. Yeah, and then one more map attack. Why not? The last one.
The last one worked out great.
Yeah, that's a 31.
31 is
But he's out of mirror images now, right?
Yeah, he has no mirror images
perfect.
left. You popped them all.
That's it for my turn.
Okay. Hal.
Hal is going to cast Lay on Hands on himself.
Okay. 37.
Actually, that should
Heal.
only be 36 because it doesn't
Inspire
take,
courage.
The Inspire
doesn't.
Courage is a it's erroneously erroneously adding it to
That is correct.
the Lay on Hands. But it's only the one, so.
And then I will cast Blur on myself.
Woohoo! You get the lay on hands effect too, right? So that's like +2 bonus to your AC for 1 round.
+2 bonus, and then 10 moves, and 10 plus 10 move speed.
Nice.
Yep. But I'm not moving. I can throw
Yeah.
it away,
Alright.
but that's even better.
You're now
And
concealed.
as I say, just indicate if and when you want it dismissed, because I can dismiss it as an action.
Okay. That's it.
Top of the round. I have to make a check here real quick to see if it sees through your illusion. This is with a
So,
plus.
Illusion?
The blur is an illusion spell, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
So let's see. Okay, question marks, perfect. Okay, its turn. Frustrated that you've taken the target away, the bubble's there.
And it could attack the bubble,
It could attack the bubble.
just saying.
Looks at Nulara and does starts using like the free hand it has, and it's casting a spell that has a somatic component. This does give it a manipulate action. This would trigger an opportunity attack if you'd like to take it.
Of course.
Go ahead and take it.
That is a 31.
31's gonna miss.
I would like to use a hero point for that one.
All right, I can feel it. Use that hero point.
Come on, let's do
Morale
it.
up.
Let's go. That is 28. That was worse.
We got the roll. All right, change the dice, people. Change the dice. We need to
Okay.
roll above a 10.
It's casting confusion
Oh, boy.
on Nulara. So Nulara, can you make a will save? So you can click the will save button there. It's a DC 34 will save.
I have another hero point.
That's a critical failure. So
yes. So I rolled
probably
a
good to
24.
use it.
Yeah. So I
24.
would. What the fuck? 21. I haven't changed my dice
Should have
yet.
changed your dice. So Nulara, you are now confused
For one
for a
minute.
minute with no way to end this early.
No save.
No save to end it early. Yeah, you would normally get a save at the end of each of your turns.
However, if she takes damage, she still gets a save.
Yeah, that's built into the confused effect for sure.
Yeah.
What is confused?
Each time you take damage from an attack or spell, you can attempt the flat check to recover. So the sort of thing hits your mind, right? And you get confused for like a minute, and like reality kind of shifts. You look up and you can see Clovis standing in front of you, scared, and you look around, and Dark Mukta and Dark Hal and Dark Nulara, Dark General. I guess technically Dark Clovis is there too, because he's not a friendly. Everyone is like equally scary to you, Nulara.
Okay.
You don't know what's real and what's not. Everything's out to get you. Your targets will be random every turn.
Gotcha.
That's 2 actions. And then with the third action, strides back up to the top of the temple.
Coward!
Mukta.
All right.
You can also see, like, as you've cut into him, like with some of your attacks, at the start of his turn, you see, like, some of these wounds are kind of healing themselves, too.
Okay.
We're not supposed to die, Steve.
So do something about it. Roll something higher than a 10.
Hit me? Just hit me.
You guys' dice rolls have just been low.
Yeah,
Yeah,
really
it's
bad.
the last round. It's okay.
I guess one action I will sheath my rapier.
After all that effort to draw it, now you've sheathed it. Okay.
I mean, he's moved away. I'm not going to chase after him on my own. Quick draw with the short bow.
He is, like, on a tier higher.
It says pick up because I dropped it before, but yeah. I dropped it the last fight, not this fight, so.
Right, yeah, that was last fight. You would have picked, you have it back.
All
Technically,
right.
that was in the astral plane. You never really dropped your bow. It was all in your mind.
So I'm going to shoot at him with an arrow.
That's not it.
I changed my dice. I believe now.
I already changed my dice. Third
If you
action.
are watching this on YouTube and you donate to Extra Life right now, you can help the kids and the heroes of Atari. I believe in you.
Third action, I will start striding over here. That's my turn.
General.
Okay. I am going to. Again, so 35 foot. So I'm going to spend one of my actions to increase the radius of my protective ward.
Yep.
I'll just put
10
that in
feet
chat again. And then I'm going to stride to here. Oh no, I can't get to there. I can get to. I'm going to stride to here for now. Do I need to make another balance check?
Not from there. I think you're fine.
Okay.
I would
And
wave to General and be like, "Let me out."
okay, if that's the case, then I will spend the action. So I will spend one action to dismiss the spell. So Hal is now out of the sphere. I will not then extend protective ward. I will let it drop because it's more important to be able to get to here, let's say, and then cast fear on the Glazine.
Amazing. Fear
Glarzo.
Fear is going to be one of those permanent effects or effects with the timer. So it makes a will
It
save.
Does have a yes, indeed.
That is a 37, so it's success. So he still becomes frightened 1. Because of Hal's spell, can you put it in chat again, Hal, since it's so far up in the chat?
Yeah.
The duration,
So-
what is the duration of this fear?
So the duration is essentially the. So
Just-
technically, it's a weird one because actually, technically, the only duration here is on a critical failure. They're fleeing for 1 round, but the frightened condition is a condition that drops at the end of their turn. I don't know whether you want to rule that essentially the frightened condition immediately drops and they take the persistent damage, because that's
I think
kind
that's-
of a duration.
I think that
I don't know if that's technically.
it makes sense, and I'll roll with it. I agree. Makes sense.
So yeah, so then it would take the persistent force damage. So it now has
It's got
force damage.
2d12 persistent force on it. Yeah.
And it can spend an action to make an Arcana check against Hal's spell DC to remove that damage. Remove that persistent damage. Okay, and that is Gem's turn.
Okay. New Lara. So you are confused.
Yes, and you determine who I attack.
It's a random, right?
I was looking at it. It says you.
The targets are
Confused.
determined randomly by the GM. You use all your actions to strike or cast offensive attainment. Okay. So roll a d4 for me. I'm going to say a 4 targets the creature, and then going down the line, a 1-2 would be Gemeril as I'm looking at your cameras across the thing. So you spend your sight set on Gemeril. You have to
Where-
move and use all your actions to attack her.
Where is General?
Okay. And behind the thing.
All right, so
But
that's
I
one.
do not have the protective ward because I dropped it.
Okay.
Yeah, you just, so you run action to run right at Gemeril, and you see like this dark version of Gemeril there, and you hack at her. So second action is an attack, target Gemeril, and do an attack.
Of course, now it rolls above
Critical hit, yeah.
10.
This
Of
is
course.
This is, yeah. So
That's
go
what
ahead and roll
happens.
critical damage.
Oh.
Do you have anything you can do to help that Gemeril?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. No reactions.
I mean, if I'd raised the shield, if I'd still have protective ward, but
There's a lot
had
that
to
could
spend that
happen.
action. Had
And
to
now
spend
she's
that
also
action to,
flat-footed for my next attack.
36 points of damage. You're flat-footed until the start of Nular's next turn, and your third action is another attack, Nular,
Yeah,
with
okay.
the map.
With a map.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That'll
I'll
be
just take that damage.
36 is a hit, but not a crit. Oh, man, almost max
32.
damage on that roll. Jeez. So 32 more points to damage, Gemeril, as Nulara just
Ow.
starts carving into you.
someone
there is
hit me.
There is no save at the end of your turn, unfortunately.
Nope.
Hal.
I would like to cast a spell on the creature.
Okay.
That spell is going to be Tasha's Hideous Laughter.
Okay. Do you have to tell it a joke?
Off-brand hideous laughter.
I don't think so. I don't have a bad joke. Do I have a bad joke?
Well, it's a critical success, unfortunately.
What does the cat cowboy say? Giddy up.
That's a good one. But no, it critically succeeds, so it doesn't know what a cat or a cowboy is, and it's not affected by your laughter. I think you have one more action.
Yeah, I have one more action. I will cast shield on myself.
All right, this is looking rough. All right, some of its wounds heal itself. It gets another turn. It like feels this persistent damage that's on it, and it like really is like annoyed at this. It's going to cast a 6th level dispel magic targeting that weird spell you put on it, Hal, whatever it was called. Spell rack.
All right. Yeah.
So it's going to dispel magic, a spell on itself for 2 actions. The total of a 42 check, which is, what's your spell DC, Hal? Is it under
30,
42?
I think.
God damn.
51.
So it dismisses that from itself, so the spell rack is gone. I think, technically, I don't think that removes the persistent damage.
I think it I don't know. I mean, you could get it to just. It might need. I think it may need to make an Arcana check.
Yeah, I think the damage stays because that's a separate effect that's now applied to it. And for its third action,
Yeah, it could make the Arcana check, but I'll try.
It
If it had
could.
Arcana.
it doesn't. It would be a terrible check for it. I think it. Okay, it just. has nothing great it can do. I think it looks at Nulara is over there. I think it looks down at you, Hal, and snarls and tells you you're going to spend an eternity suffering at my hands. And it's going to intimidate you, doing a demoralized check against your will save DC. But it's a 31. What's your will DC?
Will is 29.
Okay, so it succeeds, so you become frightened 1.
Okay.
But that's its turn. And at the end of its turn, it takes 16 points of force damage, and then the persistent effect falls off because it rolled a 15 on its recovery check. Mukta.
All right.
Does it fall off? Because it says only a successful Arcana check can help the target recover from the persistent damage.
The persistent I think the persistent damage lasts as long as the original effect would have lasted.
It was the 1 round, right?
As well, and it's only a 1 round, so it was only a 1 round effect anyway.
Yep. Yeah, it would have only been 1 round regardless. So yes, you succeed, and it also drops.
Yeah, it is weird. It's called persistent damage, but it has its own special rules, right? Because it says persistent damage is after 1 minute. But the curse... Yeah, okay. All right, we're good. Kind of a weird interaction.
First action, I'm going to shoot the creature.
Yeah.
Okay. 37
There
is a
we
hit.
go.
A hit.
12 points of damage.
12
Damage is damage.
Tickles it.
Second action, I'm going to take a map attack against Nulara.
Okay. Technically, you were targeting it and not Nulara, but a 26 will miss her AC. Nulara, your fears are founded because Mukta's trying to kill you.
Yep.
What's Nulara's AC?
30.
Third
Is that with your
action.
shield raised or lowered?
That's
Lowered.
normal.
Yeah. But I'm
That's
flat-footed though, so it would be 28, but it's 26.
Good point. Still miss
Yeah.
you.
And she's no longer affected by Inspire Courage.
No,
It's a different one.
Yeah. But I guess that's a question, right? Is she inspired? Is she affected by Inspire Courage?
It doesn't affect AC, only defense. Inspire defense.
No, yeah, but for her offensive rolls, it might matter.
It would have mattered for that crit.
Only allies.
Yeah.
But she's still technically our ally.
Yeah.
Just confused.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do I take another
So
map?
third action, Mukta.
Probably not worth it. I'm just gonna cast shield.
Shield up.
It's my turn.
All right, General. You guys, this is not how I thought this fight was gonna go. It's tough, but
We got this. You know, this happened before, and then we rolled 3 natural 20s in a row.
Okay, so can I step away?
Please.
Now you're pretty well versed in magical knowledge and stuff like that.
Mhm.
You would probably understand that a creature under the effects of a confusion spell or the confusion effect don't have reactions.
Hmm.
Oh. Okay.
I think, right?
No
You
reaction.
can't delay, ready, or use reactions.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah,
just like
yeah.
kind of in this blind rage.
Okay, so
She's
then
not
I
her
can.
careful
So
self.
that's good. So I can use my extra action to stride, and it would be.
You're doing their wall run too. Right around.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think I'll just
It's fine.
move
You can
up
get
to
around it.
here. Yeah, no, I think I'm going to move up to here
Okay.
instead, and then I'm going to cast Daze on Nulara.
Okay.
Dazed and confused.
Yep.
All right. That's a will save for you, Nulara.
I failed.
That is
That's a
failure.
failure.
So you take 14 points of non-lethal damage.
Okay.
Now make a DC
And-
11 flat check, Nulara.
Flat check. Come on.
Come
You
on.
can do it. Yeah.
Woo!
General
But I'm also
smacks
stunned
you.
though, yeah.
No,
yeah,
you're not
you-
stunned.
Oh, yes.
No, yeah. I don't think you're.
That's
good
only
now.
on a critical failure.
Yeah, you did not get critically failed, right?
Yeah.
So
So you just
stunned.
took 14
Let's go,
points of non-lethal
General!
damage,
Let's
and
go.
you're
Turn it
back.
around.
And
Let's
then
go.
I'm going to cast.
The daze like literally shakes you back to reality, and you realize these are your allies.
I'm so sorry.
And then I'm going to cast a 1-action level 4 heal on myself. Because I'm a wizard that can cast heal.
Wizard heals.
Nice.
Only 16. But hey.
Except the ones and
it's-
twos.
Yeah. But hey, it's something.
All right.
Okay.
Nulara, you get your full regular turn.
Yep. This would be considered difficult terrain, correct?
So it's technically more than that. It's like a climb to climb up the
A
pyramid.
climb. Okay. Oh.
You can make it. You'd make an athletics check as a climb. It's steep enough that you're not really climbing with your hands, but it is sort of like it's like trying to run up it. So
yeah,
that
I would
be-
do. I'd spend. Hang on. It's been a while since I used this action. Been a while. So I would. I'll spend 2 actions to do. Nah.
Oh,
I'll
sudden charge.
stride. Yeah, but I'll just stride here.
So no going up the stairs is difficult terrain. So you would
Yeah.
go make it in 1 stride. Right?
Sudden
so
charge
it is
then.
worth using.
Yeah.
Sudden charge would
Yeah.
work because you get 2 strides, right?
Right. Yep.
Perfect.
Okay,
Sudden
so
charge
with
works.
Encore's Blade, that would be 34 to hit.
That hits.
Perfect. All right, that is 28 points of slashing
you're
damage.
doing good damage rolls.
Also, 28 points. You also
Cool.
have the cold iron, so it actually takes 10 extra damage. It takes 38
Let's
points of
go!
damage.
One
As you carve into
more. And then I'll take a map attack.
Okay.
So that would be. Why do I have a -1? Anyway. 27.
27's a miss.
Okay, that's it for my turn.
You do want to. I will say you probably want to put Inspire Courage back on because I think you took it off, and that's probably 1 more damage on the creature too because of Inspire.
Oh, okay.
I'll add it back.
Thank you.
Yep.
That's it for
Although
my
the
turn.
Inspire Courage will expire now after
Right,
Halarmony's
after my
turn.
Right after this turn, yeah. Hal, speaking of.
Thank you, General.
So if I have a spell that says heightened 6th level 7, what does that mean?
So if the spell is level 7, you're casting it at level 7?
No, it'll be level.
No,
If
What
you
spell
put
are
it
we
in
talking
chat.
I don't want to put it in chat.
Oh, okay.
So if a spell says heightened 6, it means that it's being cast at 6th level. If it has an effect that happens at 7th level, it wouldn't trigger that 7th level effect.
Okay. How high can I
yeah.
cast this spell?
So you have it in a 5th level spell slot, correct?
Yes.
That just means the level of what you can summon at 6th level, at 7th
Right.
level, at 8th level, at 9th level.
So 5th level spell
Yeah.
slot, you can't upcast it because it's not one of your signature spells. So you can summon an aberration 5th level or lower.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I can look and see what we have for aberrations.
I would like to do Vampiric Mist.
Let's see, Vampiric Mist is a 3rd level aberration. You could. It's lower level than
Yeah, that's
you
fine.
could summon. That's fine?
Yeah.
All right. Vampiric Mist it is.
And it's anywhere within 30 feet, I think.
Oh god, he's summoning more creatures, kill it! Quickly, Nulara.
Where do you want to put it, Hal?
Right next to it.
Like that's fine.
Like up one more.
Okay, you should.
okay.
I think I gave you ownership. You might be able to control it now.
It works like a summoning
Boundary.
animal. It's stuff like summon a creature. That's aberration. So I've done all my. Can I give it one?
Yeah.
I think
One action.
part
to
of
do-
the summon gives it an action, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. As part of the summoning, it automatically just gets an action.
Okay. Does it get 2 actions or 3 actions if I give it an action? I'm not sure how the summon animal thing works. So it could take 3
2
actions.
actions,
right now.
1 action for 2. Yeah, it's not as flexible as an inventor's construct companion or an eidolon.
When you finish casting the spell, the summon creature uses its 2 actions for the turn.
Oh, it has 2 actions, yeah. So it can use
It
2
does.
actions.
That's what the summon trait says. And then when you sustain the spell, it would automatically get its 2 actions every turn.
Yeah.
So it gets 2 actions every turn when you sustain the spell. So 1 action, sustain the spell, it gets 2 actions.
Okay.
So it takes its 2 actions immediately right now.
Yes. To strike this creature, is that what it does? Vampiric Mist. I know I looked this up a long time ago when I first got this.
Yeah, it's a Mystery Tendril.
Misty Trendle, plus 10. Agile Finesse. What do you want me to roll? Can I open
Go ahead
this
and click
creature. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
target and make the Misty Tendril. Natural 1. It just like the mist sort of like tendril glances off of the thick skin of this creature.
19 is not going to do anything. Okay.
19 critically misses.
And then for my third action,
That was 3 actions, unfortunately. Summon is a 3
Summon
action spell.
entity is a 3-action spell. Yes, that's correct.
yeah, that's right. All right.
Right. It gets its turn. All right. It targets you, Nulara, with the pincer. Ooh, 31's gonna miss. What? He's not supposed to miss.
Thank
That's
you for the
impossible.
shield.
All right, second action, map pincer strike. 32 muted, but I think it just hits, right?
Reflexive shield into shield block, which raises my AC to 34.
Oh, I love it.
Nice.
Actually, just reflexive shield, yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah, the
doesn't
shield-
need the shield block because
The shield comes up, your shield raises. The last second, you just barely get your shield between the claw and like deflects it off the side of you, which causes it to miss.
See, we're turning it around, y'all. I'm telling you.
And then it just screams in anger at you and attempts to demoralize you.
Freaking will saves.
That's a 36 intimidate check. What's your will save DC?
29.
29. So you become frightened 1,
Okay. and
and that's its turn. Mukta.
All right, first
Guys,
action.
I don't know how we did it again, but it's 10:30 again in the middle of a long fight. Like this is supposed to be the short night, you guys.
We were rolling like shit.
Yeah. All right, first action. Interact to take out the cold iron whatever thingy. Second action to apply it to my 10 arrows.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Retroactively, I think Mukta saw Nulara put it in her belt pouch, and he went back and put it in his belt pouch. So
It's already in my bandolier,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, it is. I told you. Yeah.
I have that, and I have Alchemist Fire in my bandolier.
Perfect. So it's now your rapier is covered in
10 arrows.
10 arrows. Perfect. 10 arrows.
So
Just
I
like
will
dip all
then-
your arrows out, just like glug, 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 or
Yep.
dip it into the potion. I don't know how it works, but you got 10 arrows.
You're blessing it like holy
I pop
water.
the cork, the bit of Alchemist Fire in it melts the cold iron, and then I dip the arrow tips into it.
Sweet.
So then I will strike. Third action, strike the target.
Okay.
Come on, let's go.
That's
37 is a hit. Hit, not a crit.
For 11 points, plus the cold iron.
21.
Yep, 21 damage in total.
And that's my turn.
That is your turn. Okay. General.
Okay. I'm going to hit this creature with a slow spell.
Okay, let's slow it
Let's
down.
go, let's go, let's go.
Let's tip the tides.
Now, it's Fortitude spell, so it may very well critically succeed, but
Well, we're about to find out you can't roll good all night. Okay, wait.
Oh my
You can roll a
god.
natural 20. So that's a critical success, which means it's unaffected, unfortunately.
yeah.
Do this every
Sorry.
time, Steve. Like, you roll
Sorry.
like,
I
super
know, right?
well in boss fight.
I'm good at Pathfinder. What are you going to do?
And then I am this thing does not appear to have any energy damage, so I am going to re-up, spend an action to re-up, spend my second focus point and re-up Protective Ward. It is again just a 5 foot
For now, it's 5 foot, yeah.
for now. And then I'm going to move. Okay, and that is my turn.
Okay. Nalara.
All right, attacking it with Encore's Blade for my first attack.
Are you Are you technically flanking with the vampiric mist at the moment?
Would I be?
I don't think it is because it has to be on opposite sides of the token, I believe.
I don't know, because I think with a large token, maybe it just needs to go through the center of one of its squares. I mean, it should automatically calculate it anyway. If
It should.
So,
I mean, the system does should. Even from here, though, it's not going.
as
through
long
any
as
of
the
center
vampiric
squares.
mist is marked as an ally.
I can set it as its alliance is currently to party ownership, so it is listed as an ally. So
Then
it might not work.
Then if
It might
it's
work, it might
flanking,
not, yeah.
Then if it's flanking, it will take into account. Otherwise, I mean,
Yeah.
there are flanking positions available, or are there? Because this is the edge. Can somebody actually stand on those squares?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's enough to stand.
Cool. Just asking for the future.
Will it be difficult terrain for me to do that?
No, I think you're good.
All right, perfect. I will stride so that I could get into position. And then I would I would attack it with Encore's Blade. That is a 34 again.
It did calculate the flat-footed condition. 34 is a hit.
Ooh. All right, that would be, they would take, 21 points of damage
Plus 10.
plus 10.
31 in
31, perfect. I'll take a map attack. 35 to hit.
total. The hit.
All right, perfect. Perfecto. 24 to hit. 24 damage.
Plus 10.
34 with the cold iron.
Let's go, guys. See.
You're tearing in now.
Let's go.
That was all 3 attacks, right?
Yeah, that
Yep.
was all
right.
my actions.
Things are rolling. Hal. Oh yeah, this one. I gotta say, I watched Encanto last night, and Maribel does this.
Yeah, that's where I got it.
Awesome.
Of course, that's where I got it from.
Got it. Perfect. All right.
I will sustain the creature.
Okay, so it gets 2 actions.
So it'll attack this beast. I'm thinking I picked this when I was super lower level. But
Maybe. But it gives a flanking buddy, so...
That's true. 25 is a miss.
I got a crit with this thing.
Basically, yeah. 11 is a critical miss. All right, you still got 2 actions for yourself.
Cast, since I heard it say stuff, I want to do biting words.
Okay. Bring it.
And I will attack it as part of the...
It absolutely understands you, yes.
That's 31. Shit.
31 is a miss. Even with Calicot's blessing on you.
Yeah.
All right. At the start of its turn, it's getting cut, it's getting wounded. At this point, Nilara, you watch a familiar sort of watch as you see it kind of fumbling with the lens in its hand. It is attempting to activate the lens it's holding.
Attack of
This is an
opportunity.
interact action. This does trigger your attack of opportunity. Feel free
Come
to
on,
take
crit.
it.
Am
Come
I
on, crit.
still frightened?
It would have gone
No.
away at the end of your turn.
All right, so I'll just add a +1 to this one.
I can just take it off like that. You're good.
Oh, okay. Oh, but I have one more hero point.
Okay. Send it. There's no one in chat to give you hero points.
Come on,
I know,
that's
but
20.
for some reason,
I know.
thought
No,
it
no,
would
I
be
know.
an-
I'm just saying.
You know what, I'm
going
gonna
to
go into our chat right now.
34.
It's a hit, but not a crit.
It's a hit, so it doesn't disrupt the action, unfortunately.
It's all right.
but-
We're damaging it. 24, 34 points of slashing everything damage.
All right, that's a lot. It's looking really hurt. It does manage to activate the lens next. So you watch as it's holding the lens, and the purple mote that's inside of it flickers, and it kind of roars and lets out a scream as the purple essence leaves the lens and goes inside of it. As it does, you can see all these wounds you've cut open, Nulara. You can see also now it's got thick black tar for blood that smells disgusting and even drips and sizzles when it hits your blade. As it does this, the blood begins boiling even more, and the scent of disgusting boiling tar enters the temple, and you watch as the wounds start like bubbling, and then a lash of an emanation shoots out from this large creature. It's a 5-foot emanation. I need Nulara and the Misty Tendril to make fortitude saves.
Question: if I give Anita a hero point in chat, does that go to Nulara?
That's a 35.
All right, it does not.
I mean, it's still probably a failure that just upgrades it to a success, but still.
Yes. It is.
I also get a critical success because of
And
Juggernaut.
Nulara gets a critical success. So Nulara, the thing passes through you. You take no damage. Let's see. This item. It is unfortunately just upgrades it from a failure to a success for the vampiric
Vampiric
myth.
myth.
So, yeah, it's gonna take a little bit of damage.
50.
Half of
This mist has to survive now at all costs. At all
Right.
4
costs.
damage to the vampiric mist, and as the wave passes through Nulara, unaffecting her, passes through the mist, and almost like as it passes through, you watch as it collects some of those blood droplets from the misty tendrils of this vampiric mist, and then it like comes right back into itself, pulls the blood in, and it heals all the damage it just dealt, which is only 4. Yay. And then the blood
It's still
continues to
up.
boil, and it looks now that it's healing itself faster than it was before, because it had a fast healing effect on it, and this is boosting the fast healing that it had. So that was 2 actions to invest in to do that. Kind of underwhelming, all said and done. And then in anger, targets Nulara with its pincer strike. This time it's a 41, which is a hit, but luckily not a crit.
Same things. Reflexive shield into shield block, and I'm gonna do an aggressive block with this one too. So he either goes
Oh.
back 5 feet or takes the flat-footed condition.
Yes.
And I don't know that it can go back 5 feet because of the
So
flanking.
The vampiric mist.
Yeah.
It's not incorporeal, so it is literally blocking it. It goes flat-footed. All right, damage for Nulara. Whatever your shield hardness is going to reduce this a bit, so you can do the block.
Do the aggressive
looks like-
block.
Yeah, you and your shield will take some damage. I
Block
have faith in you, Foundry Death.
damage. There we go.
Yay! The system's smarter than us.
Yeah.
So Dorp's 10, 15 gets through to you and 15 to your shield.
Mhm.
But that's its whole turn. Mukta.
All right. I'm going to shoot the creature. It's
Yes.
flat-footed,
Yeah,
correct?
just like-
Mhm.
It is flat-footed
Yes.
thanks to Nulara's aggressive block.
Thank God. All right. Merry Chrysler.
Come on.
Oh my gosh!
Let's go!
That is a natural 20. Fritz in YouTube chat.
Let's go. See, I told y'all.
Let's roll some massive damage here.
Come on. Ooh.
50 points.
Technically,
60.
Plus 10 more.
Points.
60
Mhm.
points of damage.
60 points of damage, and it's got a debilitating strike, so it's either enfeebled
It's pinned
or
to the ground. Oh,
And
it's also
immobilized,
pinned. It's
too.
immobilized right now because the arrow pins it to the ground.
Damn.
it's also immobilized and pinned to the ground. Your arrow like
this
arcs up,
pillar. Is this a pillar next to it?
kind of like an
this thing?
altar type thing.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
pinned to that thing.
Okay.
And it's enfeebled one.
And it's enfeebled 1. That's what we call in the business a pretty damn good turn. Actually,
That's
that was just
only
one
my first action.
Sorry.
That was
only
my
one
first action.
It's still flat-footed.
It is
It's
still
flat-footed, it's
flat-footed.
pinned, it's immobilized.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot her!
Yeah, do I want to? I kind of want to do a spell.
Yeah.
Reduce flame. Nah,
Stealthy.
I've got the +1 with the short. 16. What is that? So that would be. Is produce flame still an attack, right?
It's a spell attack, so it would use your charisma modifier. No, it would be
No.
from Mega, so it would use your intelligence modifier.
Yeah, it just
so it would
but
be a
does
spell
it,
attack roll.
does it still have a map or no?
Yes.
Yes,
okay.
it still has the attack tag, yeah.
All right, then I'll just shoot my bow.
You're like, I could do this cool spell. Nah, I get bow. You look down at the 9 cold iron arrows still in your hand.
Yeah.
I guess technically you have 8 more.
Come on.
That's a hit.
Kill it.
That's
33.
33 points of damage.
Yes.
Mukta, Mukta. How would you like to do this?
You know, as I'm drawing the arrow, my mother always said that it was extremely rude to impersonate someone's friends. Let's see if this arrow is unworthy.
That arrow like seals through, and as it finds the creature, it writhes in pain. It can't even move because it's pinned everywhere. The whole skin, it starts bubbling, that black tar blood boiling, smelling, as it kind of dissolves and starts dissolving into this pool of black tar blood that kind of like is so much it starts kind of flowing over the top of the temple, spilling down over the edges towards everyone that's lower, and left floating in the little hand. The last thing to melt away is that purple lens that is just left behind, floating in a pile of black ichor in the secret temple deep beneath the Mwangi expanse. Nulara, you're standing over it.
Is it big? Is it as big as the ones from before?
It's there because they were varying sizes. This is like a medium-sized one. It's probably like a 1 bulk lens. Let me just double check what I made it. It is we'll say it's a 1 bulk lens.
I immediately take my cape off, put it over it, cover it, and then carry it to show it to General. This is what you were looking for?
I mean, maybe. I have to admit, this is all. Well, yes, this is all very strange. I'll take a look. I'll sort of lean back against the pillar, and at this point, when it seems like there's no more particular danger, I'm going to cast a 6th level 2-action heal on myself.
We're done with combat, so don't worry about mechanically trying to save yourself. Like, we're in the narrative ending of the episode, so feel free to lean into the wrapping it up portion of the session.
I apologize for what I did earlier. I thought that you were
it's fine.
that turned
it's
into
fine.
my
Demons
my
do
mate.
that. Demons do that. I would be lying if it hadn't happened to me before me.
Yeah.
Hal, is this strange? It seems like just another Thursday for us.
I don't. I mean, we fought things before, and they weren't a demon. And I recall Nulara stabbed me that one time. I didn't remember seeing no demons.
I mean, demons, crazy
But-
ghost lady.
Well, let's have a look at this thing then. And tis an arcana, and I will have a look at this lens with my arcana.
Okay, go ahead and make
And my staff of abjuration. Oh no. Yeah, so I can identify. I can get a +2 bonus on identifying abjuration magic, but this is not abjuration. This is just a thing. So that's a 34.
Okay. I think, it's enough here in this narrative moment to reveal at least the general secrets about it. I don't think you've heard much of these things because these are obviously a closely guarded secret, especially with this sort of temple built to hold something like this in its secrecy. Most people in this world outside of very few scholars would even know what these are. So a 34 is enough to kind of reveal a bit of the effects it can do, but not the lore behind it, I think. So you can see it's basically this sort of lens. If you invested into it, it gives you fast healing, fast heal 5, as long as you're invested into this lens. But it changes you, it corrupts you. It's melding your essence with something else. What that something else is a mystery to you.
Yeah. to me. So I will basically tell my new companions, because they fought for it with me, basically about as much as I can find out about it.
Yeah, I mean, what do you guys share with General, right? Like, General is looking at this from a purely like, oh, what does this do? You guys know a big half of the story that maybe a lot of people in this world don't know, or at least hasn't made it out, right? The stories of your guys' conquest have made it out, but the details have been kind of a closely guarded secret in your guys' realm. And Nulara, you're sitting on one of these other lenses in your backpack at this very moment, I believe. What do you guys choose to share or not share with General?
Well, that what do you call it? That lens actually looks very similar to what we were looking for underneath the gauntlet. From what we experienced, it's not. It's better hidden than it is, out there.
Looking at it, I would say it's better destroyed, but I don't know if it's. I don't know.
I won't say.
I don't know if that's possible.
I'm not sure. We never really tried. And then I lie and say we never really tried, because Nulara has definitely tried to break the yellow ochre lens but failed. But maybe with you and your school and the fellow scholars,
there.
It's not safe outside.
I wouldn't want to take it there, but this is
maybe throw it in the middle of the ocean.
Too risky. If you've never seen Jumanji,
I could take it and use my father-in-law's ships to get rid of it in the bottom bit.
I think, to be honest, he said we were the secret keepers.
Yes, we're going to keep this all very secret.
Yes, does
Right, scribble.
And that he passed his duties onto us. If I sort of close my eyes and concentrate, can I feel, it's a nebulous term, but feel anything? Because he seemed to have some sort of connection to the place itself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just trying, just tentatively, to see if I can sense anything of that same sort of connection, to see if it can tell me anything about the nature of this place. Because if it was here for hundreds of years without being detected, is there a way that we can re-hide the place?
I think as you reach out in that connection and the feeling of it, it's just a moment, and you're not super in tune with this place, but you spend a lot of time studying it, researching it, never down here. As you reach out and feel, there is definitely an otherworldly presence about this place. This thing has a guardian higher than the previous secret keeper. You saw glimpses of something in the snake in the portal. There is absolutely a way to restore this place. And you look around and you see the corruption, the red tendrils are already kind of rescinding a bit. This sort of red mossy tendrils has been brought by the corruption of the creature. So with enough time and restoration, all the magic can be restored to this place. Eventually.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to test this. I'm going to cast Searing Light on the red moss.
Okay. Yeah, right when the searing light hits the patch of moss, immediately disintegrates and burns it away and leaves a huge streaking patch. It's definitely evil.
Okay, so I turn to the others and I will say, I think I need to stay here for now, just until the corruption is cleared. Backup more people will be arriving in a couple of days. and they can take you home. I beg your patience, as it were. That if you were willing to just stick around until they get here.
Not a problem with me.
Mr. Mayor?
I think he went pee.
He's there.
I'm sorry. I was just thinking about if Clovis is okay. I'm not really sure. What were we talking about? You want me to take that? I could take that. That should be no problem. I could take that.
No, it's not that. It's just I feel I need to stay here, at least for the immediate future, and so I can't take you back to Otari. In 3-4 days, there will be others from the school arriving who will be able to take you back.
Oh, okay. So we have a little party for the next few days, and everything will be just perfect.
If you don't mind.
No, why would I mind?
I'm indebted to you, so if you want to go back immediately, I can do so. I just feel that until the proper function of this place is restored, I hesitate to leave. There's just something I feel like even if I wanted to leave, it would be hard.
Yeah, we can stay. I can play some music and learn a little bit about where you come, or this place, where you've been. We can write Mukta, me and you can write the music about all these pictures we see.
Writing? What? Writing? Yes. Writing, of course. Yeah, writing.
And you two still have to talk about all the notes that you mentioned
3 or 4
earlier.
days, that might be enough time to compare
yes.
notes. I mean, barely making it, so we better start now. So I need to know all the details, like what did it smell like in its mouth, like was it slimy? Did you feel its teeth? Like was its tongue around? Like I need everything.
You guys are doing this conversation and talking back and forth, and the camera's slowly drifting out of this temple up. And we just hear your guys' talking back and forth, getting more and more distant as it pulls away from you guys out the temple, deep in the jungle, somewhere in the vast reaches of the Mwangi Expanse, and we sort of fade to black there. The secret now in the hands of a new group of secret keepers who have learned a little bit more about the world.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is where we call this session.
Woo!
Yay! Thank
So
you
good.
ever so much, Steve, and everyone else for playing with me. It's been a blast. I've loved every
thank
minute
you.
of it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
We almost
awesome to play
died.
You guys had one of those tense fights that turns around quick and then immediately
Uh-huh.
starts clicking into
Few
place.
nat
right?
20s.
A few rolls.
Yeah.
Told y'all.
That's how
Yeah.
we roll. Literally, that's how we roll.
That's how we
Yeah,
roll.
I think, it started with the flat check to remove the confusion, and then from then on, it was just plain sailing.
Dominoes. Because that was the key, that daze that hit and then did that and broke it, because Nulara was tearing through you guys. That would have been rough.
That's
I
why
feel
I was trying to shoot her.
yeah. She's hard to hit. Damn you, Nulara, damn fighters.
Yeah,
So,
which is why Days saving throw
Saving throw, yeah.
very likely to do at least a little bit of damage, and it's non-lethal. So
Yeah, that's cool. No one can kill Nulara. Anyways, thank you at home
Only
for joining us
herself.
on Extra Life. This is this year's sort of event. I think we're going to be trying to do something again this year for 2022. This was kind of the tail end of last year. Keep your eye out on our channel. Subscribe on twitch.tv/recallknowledge or youtube.com/recallknowledge. If you enjoy what we're doing, give us a look on Patreon. You can head over to patreon.com/recallknowledge. But most of all, most importantly, if you can, go to the link down below. Donate to our campaign for Extra Life. Give money for the children and help them make their natural 20 save Fortitude save. I guess it'd be a fortitude save.
Just like
Yeah.
we
Maybe a
did
will
in
save. A little bit of
2002.
a will save. 2002. 2022. So big thank you, David, for joining us on this adventure and stretching it out and doing multiple things over multiple months. Just being an awesome supporter in general and
Thank
donating
you.
to the kids last year. Rick, Nina, Richard, as always, fun playing with you guys. And until next time, make sure everyone at home, you stay safe, you stay healthy, and we'll see you around. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Good morning, good
Giddy up.
evening, good night.
Welcome to Recall Knowledge, where a bunch of friends roll some dice and tell some stories. Say hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Everyone.
My name is Richard, and I am your GM for the evening. I am joined tonight by this amazing cast, starting with Nina, Jason, Steve, and Ricardo. Tonight, we are embarking on a new story, Bastion. This will be a limited series with the first season consisting of 8 episodes. Each episode will be aired usually every 2 weeks on Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific here on Twitch and premiering on YouTube at a later date. Now, if you would like to get faster access to our VODs, considering subscribing here on Twitch, of course, or even better yet, checking out our Patreon, where we release early premieres, have awesome map packs, and even have exclusive Session Zero games of this very campaign. Now, warning. Bastion is a dark fantasy setting, not at the end of the world, but after. This is a story intended for mature audiences only, and we'll deal with some darker and heavier themes such as classism, cruelty, and corruption, and might include some scenes of violence and gore. If you are averse to these kind of things, please stop watching now. Your mental health is more important. Without further ado, audience, players, let's enter in to Bastion. Thank you, Palbit. 42 was indeed the answer to our arithmetic question that we reviewed 2 hours ago. We are reviewing the history of our fair city. Please pay attention. Remember, you are all here at the Cloud Tower of the Skyladder Academy because you showed enough promise to be useful to Bastion. With a proper education, you will take your places to aid the citizens of the Guild Bloom with the management and industry that helps our city function. However, if you fail in your studies, then you must seek out another means of employment with the other residents here in the Korstead. Now, back to our subject. The old gods were not 42, as Palbit mentioned. In fact, they were not anywhere. The old gods of this world abandoned us in our most dire time of need. All life was pushed to the brink of extinction or enslavement. All was lost. Yet there was one celestial, unwilling to abandon this world completely. The mighty archangel Azael and their host of angels descended from the heavens to save us. With their divine power, Azael drove back the fiends into the wastes that is now the rest of this world, and created this place of hope, this last stronghold, our fair city, Bastion. Now, it is said in the time before the fall, our ancestors enjoyed a long and varied lifespan. Some peoples, it was even told, lived to be hundreds of years old. I know, children. I could hardly believe it myself for the first time I learned it. But these teachings come from the divine in the spire of salvation, so they are without question true. Now, we all know our lives are very much different. The fiendish corruption that now holds dominance has corrupted our very life force, with the average lifespan of most here in Bastion to be 40 or 50 years old. Yet even in this, Azael offers us salvation. Can anyone tell me what that is? Anyone? Correct, Jelia. Sainthood. Those who prove themselves the most pious, the most devout, the most worthy, receive the Sanguine Sacrament, the blood of Azael themselves. Through this divine communion, one finds their life extended, their power multiplied, so that they may continue to serve and shepherd the peoples of Bastion. Now, anyone seeking this sacrament must pledge their body and soul to the eternal war and become a neophyte, an initiate in the Order of Saints. Now, tomorrow is a very special oaths day indeed, for the newest group of initiates have passed their trial and will be inducted as neophytes and start their year-long journey to prove themselves as saints. The lecture fades as our eyes once again follow young Palbit's as he starts to lose focus and daydream, staring at the sprawling level that makes up the Korstead district below. The scene fades and we find ourselves following young Palbit and some of his other classmates, dressed a little bit more shabbily like Palbit themselves compared to their other classmates, as they make their way through the hustle and bustle of the Korstead, the lights coming from the day crystals hanging overhead starting to dim. A young elven girl turns and yells back to a young human girl. "Hurry up, Adelaide. If we don't get to the platform soon, it will take us hours to get through the lines of people heading back to Old Town." "Oh yeah? Well, the last one there is a sunken wastelander." The young girl starts to sprint ahead. The children all laugh giddily as they dart to and fro, weaving their ways through the crowds of people that are starting to amass on the streets from the various workshops and warehouses. They make their way towards the massive platforms that rise and lower between the district levels here in Bastion. They gather at the back of the line, trying to catch their breath. Hey, Vamek, where's Palbit? I thought you were with him. The young dwarven boy shrugs his shoulders. I don't know. He was with me for the first leg, but we got separated. You know him. Probably something shiny in some shop and started daydreaming again. Well, he better get here soon or it's going to be halfway to tomorrow's brightening by the time he gets home. I bet his mom is going to nag his little ears off. The children start to laugh as they make their way onto the crowded platform, and with a loud thud and rattling of massive chains, they are slowly lowered down into the old district below. Their group, one short. The next morning's brightening has barely started, but Bashir's market is already full of people and activity. Who Bashir was and why the market was named after them? No one really knows or cares. As the crystals overhead hum to life and their light starts to illuminate the densely populated neighborhoods of Old Town, a wide variety of people come here to the open market to get various goods they need for the day. And like most days, there are far more people than there are goods. It's packed, loud, and chaotic. Somewhere you might not want to be in the middle of. But overhead, that might be a little different. And we see one such figure perched on a rooftop overhead, surveying the crowds below. Hal, if you could please describe your character, please.
You see a dark-haired catfolk male. Can't really tell, male, female, very androgynous, just sitting there with his feet dangling off wherever he's sitting, his cut-off jeans a bit worn. He's got this black and white colored flannel type shirt unbuttoned down to below his chest area, maybe to his navel, and the sleeves have been cut off to allow him to move more nimbly across these heights below the more prominent districts of Bastion.
And Hal, as you sit and watch the merchants and shoppers jostle and hustle back and forth, is there anything you'd like to do? Or what is Hal thinking?
He's thinking he's finally going to make the trek that he's been working so hard, not in school, not at his job or what his parents expect him to do, not like his older sister, Irma, who excelled in her school and now's employed by some very rich person or people with a very similarly green-eyed young man. All the time that he's put in the underground arena has finally brought him to the place where he can now make his family proud, because they are expecting him to go to school every day, but he's not gone to school. He's gone to fight and learn the ways of the sword. And all that work has finally paid off, and he's just staring about these people, wondering if any of them will ever make the same trek.
And as you think about the path that has brought you here, and watch the people below you walk their own path, the day crystals hum, and the light gets brighter and brighter, and you know it's time. You have to start making your way to the Guild Bloom, to the headquarters of the Order of Neophytes for your induction ceremony. How would you like to make your way there?
As most direct route possible. He wants to come, like, under these cranking of gears and over these, well, what would be roofs that beat down with the sun, but the sun doesn't shine down here, so he makes his way through the different alleys that he has traversed to get to this ceremony, wishing his parents could finally see his glory and they could leave him alone and stop comparing him to his very bright older sister.
And as you make your way from rooftop to rooftop, alley to alley, why don't you go ahead and give me an acrobatics check, please, to see how well you get off this rooftop you're perched in.
19.
19. Easily enough, with agile grace and nimbleness, You hop off the ledge of this roof onto another, along the narrow paths between them, easily avoiding the crowded streets below you here in the Korstead. And you make your way up the Guildbloom district above. And as the scene fades, a large statue of Azael can be seen in the background from one of the many shrines placed on every district here in Bastion. And we focus in more and more on that image of Azael. And it morphs from a statue to a painting. And we hear music playing and many voices in the background. But this focus doesn't leave this painting. This beautiful portrait of Azael in the clouds, lights surrounding them, their golden wings spread wide. And in front of them, in front of this painting, is a young man in fine clothes. Caden, if you could describe yourself, please.
Absolutely. So Caden is dressed head to toe in the finest silks, whatever rare materials would be. Caden has been given as his birthright, as his reward for this effort. So it's probably an exotic color, maybe even like blues with gold trim, and it even goes all the way down and probably has a bit of a train even kind of coming behind him. It's extremely over the top is what I'm trying to say. Caden himself is, you probably get a good look from the side. He's got like kind of like a darkish olive skin. He's got blondish, kind of like dirty blonde, light brown hair that is pulled back in very intricate hair patterns, almost in like a ceremonial ponytail in the back. As he kind of turns, you see just the glimmer of very crisp, very beautiful. He's got these striking green eyes that like almost pierce back, and face, bone structure, his physique, everything is very athletic, very flawless, as you would expect from one directly descended from the angelic forces themselves. He would be standing here looking very regal and very confident, staring at the picture of Azael.
And as you stare at this picture, an older man approaches from behind you. Similarly well dressed, although more darker, somber colors, not quite as extravagant, but almost more elegant. Similar features to Caden themselves, except for short brown hair and dark brown eyes. Their hands folded behind their back. He approaches and doesn't look over at you, but stares up at the picture as well. You've prepared yourself then?
I do a quick look down to like make sure everything is like straightened, everything, my tie, everything is just super on point. See if there's any flaw I can see, I'm looking for it in this moment before I turn to sort of present myself to my father. And then I kind of do and like turn and face him, and my eyes are like low, like at his like stomach level, as I sort of present myself for his inspection and potential approval. Yes, Papa. Sir. And I like make eye contact with him then.
He briefly glances over towards you. You can see the grays at his temples starting to creep more and more into the rest of his hair. He looks older than you remember. The last time you saw him, did he look this old? Not sure.
All I can get in my head is that image of like my father, like me turning my father over into the authorities and having him dragged away. Like, it's hard for me to keep eye contact with them because I can't picture anything other than that image right now in this moment.
And as the images of your trial still fresh in your mind, whether real or not, they seemed real enough. You look at your father, an older man now, and only getting older by the day. You wonder how much time he actually has left, not being a saint himself. I had my reservations about even having this gathering, considering what happened the last time.
It'll be different this time, Father. I've been studying so hard. You don't have to worry.
Studying. The path to sainthood is more about studies, son. You must prove your worth in the deepest fiber of your being. And if you prove yourself unworthy, well, this family cannot bear another shame. Do you hear me?
Promise. Father, I will not let this family down. We've come too far to fail now. I'll make you proud.
We'll see. We shall see. Now, ready yourself. We have guests. They will be expecting to meet the new initiate. Do not dishonor me.
Immediately, like, turns on that, like, smile, that charm that that's so ingrained into himself, and makes his way into the party to sort of greet his guests.
And the camera pans out, and we see now the magnificent manor that is Kavad, the ancestral home of the Sivum family in the Guildbloom district of Bastion. A massive hall now, with many guests well dressed and servants going to and fro, carrying various appetizers and goods and drinks of all manner, fresh fruits, meats. Every luxury that can be found in Bastion is found this morning. Now, most people, it would be too early, but an invitation from the Sivum family to celebrate a new initiate into the neophytes is not something that they could turn down. And you start to mingle with your guests. And the camera pans out even more, and we see the Sivum family manor, Kavad, sitting magnificently in its large estate, open to the skies above, as there are no buildings from the Nimbus district above here. You can see the sky. A rare luxury, even in the Guildbloom. And we look up towards the sky, and we see the hues of the real sunrise, not just the day crystals. And as the sun rises higher and higher, the party goes on, and eventually your father pulls you away from one of the guests. The time for merriment is over. You must make your way. I'll have the carriage readied.
Yes. Do I need to give, like, is this where I give my speech? I don't, I was so young when Sister did this.
You will give your speech once you are a saint. And the carriage is readied. And you start making your way to the headquarters of the Order of Neophytes. And as we focus on the sunrise overhead getting brighter and brighter, soon the light is all we see. And it fades out again, but this time it's the light of a crystal hanging on a wall in a room filled with many beds. People laying about, some sitting half up, some not moving. Coughs and the hustle and bustle fill the air. We see many men and women dressed in pure white robes, their hair covered, going back and forth between these beds, bringing meals, bandages, helping some of the people up out of bed. You see many of the people are missing limbs. Some have limbs twisted at odd angles, different ailments of the body and flesh. And we see one young dwarven girl laying in bed. She would look normal enough, except her body is covered in what look like almost sections of scales, hardened black carapaces. And you can see one arm, her fingers have started to elongate and turn almost into, not quite spindles. Half of her mouth deformed and hanging, with one pincer kind of growing out of her jaw, and one large, almost jeweled-looking black eye, with the other eye looking down, not refusing to meet the gaze of the figure of the young woman sitting next to her. Agatha, if you could describe your character, please.
Yes, so Agatha is a human female, early 20s, brown eyes with very angular features. She has her hair tied back. She's dressed to the nines, which is a hand-me-down corset robe that's a size too big for her. She's sitting right next to Agora, and she says, "You know, it's not as bad as it looks. How do you feel?"
Not as bad. Look at me, Agatha.
I am.
I'm a monster.
No, you're not.
I failed. I'm not worthy.
Ah, you tried. The fact that you tried already separates you from everyone else.
You can say what you want, but you know what it means to fail that trial. I can never rise from being unworthy. I don't think I'd even want to leave this bed.
Figure something out. I'll figure something out. There's always a way.
Do you think Alex would have done if she were here?
She'd tell you not to. She'd tell you to feel sorry for yourself for like an hour or two and then tell you to suck it up soon after.
I miss her.
Me too. That's why we joined, right? That's why we're here.
I guess.
Hey, you know, after the ceremony, I plan on going into the kitchens. Do you want anything?
She puts her hand up for a second. No.
Are you sure? I can get you a straw. I'll go in there. And then I put a hand on the scariest looking spindle in her fingers. And just to show that I am not scared.
She is going to immediately jerk away.
I keep it on there.
I would say give me an athletics check.
Well, we'll fail there. Athletic. So that is a 16.
16. It beats her DC. So she tries to jerk the hand away, the hand that's become where her hand is almost spindled bug-like legs with this form twisted and jointed, and black carapaces now cover her entire arm. And she tries to pull away, and you hold firm and, Agatha, please.
Come back, and then after I come back, we'll figure things out. Okay?
What?
I don't know
What
yet.
will become of me?
I don't know. But that's why we're here. I didn't live this long to just let my friend turn into a monster.
Despite what the other apprentices say, you're not that old.
I think so too, but there's wisdom in age. So I'm not going to promise anything, but I want you to be a little optimistic with me. I know it's easier said than done, but
Only you could try to find the good in this situation. I don't want to be a burden to you.
Oh, shut up. You're not.
Where was that delivery boy? You and him seem to be quite close recently.
Vaughn, he's over there with his friend.
And you look over and you see the corner where Aiden is lying on the bed, unmoving. And Levon's not there. And you continue your conversation with Agatha. And the scene fades. And now the light starts to glow once more. This time, not from candles, not from crystals, but from many candles. As we see row and row of candles lit in front of a large, beautiful statue, once again, of Azael. Bow in one hand and greatsword in another, pointing high towards the sky. Their wings unfurled and majestic. There are many people coming into this shrine, making offerings, staying for a moment, lighting candles, praying. And we see one young man sitting in one of the pews, unmoving, as many people come and go and the time passes, and he continues to sit in quiet contemplation. Levon, if you could describe yourself, please.
Levon, even though he's a young man, it's easy to mistake him for someone older, considering his height and the powerful build and the calluses of his hands from years of labor, but you look closely, you could still catch a little bit of baby fat on his cheeks, a little bit of peach fuzz, a little shadow on his lip. Today he's dressed in just his normal workman's pants, and he's brushed out his arming doublet as best as he can, but that really is his best. And he's sitting here just contemplating. Prayer is not really something he's done before, but he needs some sort of help, some sort of guidance. So he kind of just is probably playing with the candle in his hand, but he doesn't really know where to go and light it. And he's just looking at whatever, like, crudely, I'm sure down here, pretty crudely carved statue of Azael that's here. And
it's interesting because the surrounding building itself is quite shabby here in Old Town. There have been no improvements. However, the shrine of Azael themselves is beautiful marble, as is every shrine in the city.
even more intimidated by the one thing in this area that seems like it's out of his reach.
And eventually, a young priest comes over, dressed in white robes and a single gold sash, marking their station as a journeyman priest of the Church of Azael. Comes over and seeing your unlit candle. Can I offer guidance, my son?
Yeah, I sure need it.
I hope you don't mind, but I have been watching you and seen you sitting here for quite some time. I've seen you come in here a few times over the past few days. Is there something that you are seeking guidance of from our holy benefactor, the great Azael?
I never thought this path was going to be easy, but now I have to walk it alone. I don't know if I'm strong enough to do that.
All of our paths are harder than we think. We each have our own struggles. But none of us are alone, my son. For each of us is held in the heart of Azael. We are each carried by their grace through the dark into the light.
Yes, put our faith in Azael then, huh?
Of course. What else would we put our faith into? Azael has seen to it that we continue to thrive and live in this world that has otherwise abandoned us. Where would we be without them?
Is there like a manual or something that I could follow? I was never big on reading as a kid.
Hold true to your heart and to Bastion, to faith, order, and sacrifice.
Order, sacrifice.
Through Azael will we be lifted up. What troubles you, my son? Why do you feel so low?
Next door, the infirmary. One of those beds lies my best friend.
Your friend is taken ill then?
My friend did everything he could to walk on this path with me and failed. Day one. He's by far the better of us. Don't tell him I said that.
And your mind is immediately brought back to both the visions of your trial, seeing Aiden there beyond the gates where you had to leave him, and in the actual physical trial where you saw his body broken, to bringing him and Agora here to the Light's Mercy Infirmary here in Old Town, where they will most likely spend the rest of their days at the mercy of the brothers and sisters there. In the days since your trial, where you've sat with Aiden every day, him lying in his bed, unmoving, unwilling to move, unwilling to speak. And your mind is brought back again, here in the shrine of Azael, talking with this young priest. I'm sure that the path your friend now walks, hard may it be, in the end, will have been a service to Azael and Bastion. And that is all we can hope.
Yvonne will just look down at the candle on his hand and hand it to the priest. You think you can say a prayer for both of us? I have somewhere to be this morning.
Of course. The brightening should be well underway outside. I will take this and say a prayer for you.
And, I will make my way over to the infirmary, because I'm assuming we're going to be late if we don't leave soon.
And Agatha, as you look over towards Aiden's bed and see Levon not there, you suddenly look around and see Levon in the doorway.
Hey, Agatha.
Hey, where were you?
Praying. Don't know how else to prepare.
We just have to put one foot in front of the other.
He doesn't want to embarrass him on this day. He knows he's probably going through much more fight in his head right now than I am.
Yeah, Arden hasn't moved a muscle, what it seems like, in the past 7 days since you've brought him here. Other than when the brothers and sisters have bathed him or almost force-fed him. He doesn't resist, but he doesn't participate. Just eyes staring up at the ceiling. Feet and legs unable to move. His back twisted and broken.
Levon, we're not done yet. It's easy to get dragged down by this, but if we let it, what's coming is just going to be harder. We gotta suck it up.
Yeah. Apparently, faith, order, and sacrifice are the key.
Yeah? Come on. Let's get
Yeah.
you something to eat before we get to the ceremony. But we have to be quick. We're almost time.
And you all make your way towards the headquarters of the Order of Neophytes in the Guild Bloom, near the base of the Spire of Salvation. Spire which goes through all districts of Bastion. And for the first time in 7 days since your tribal initiation ended, the four of you find yourselves together at the entrance to the headquarters.
Hello?
Friends, it's so nice to see you again. Goes over for like a handshake with Halm.
I see you. How have these things gone for you these last few days?
Can't complain. And you all?
My friend's in the hospital.
Right, and your brother, how's he doing?
Doing about as well as you would expect. He's alive.
Oh, praise Azael.
But I guess we'll keep praying.
Is your family excited for you?
I think I like glance sideways to see if... Are we like in a private area? Can we see the audience from where we are? The crowd?
There is no crowd. You would know that the induction ceremony into the Neophytes is a private affair. No outsiders are allowed, and no one speaks of what goes on.
We had a small affair at a little soiree, if you will, at my place on the way over here. Nothing too fancy.
As you see the Sivum family carriage, gilded, being drawn by 2 horses, pulling away.
What does it feel to be that rich?
Not sure I understand the question.
Oh, we'll know in about a year, right?
I guess.
The material wealth that my family has is nothing compared to the eternal spiritual wealth we all find ourselves in together.
I guess if you're not worried about what you're gonna eat the next day, you're able to really focus on those things.
Is that something you worry about?
What to eat the next day?
Yeah.
Pretty hard. It's hard to have dreams when you're too stressed out about what to eat tomorrow.
I mean, we all have our stresses, but we will get through this together. And I put a hand on your shoulder.
Be careful, we might get dirty.
You have me all wrong. Come on, I'm not that pretentious, am I, guys? Turn to Halm for some backup.
I don't see him being pretentious whatsoever. I mean, the way I look at it, we serve Azael,
everything goes the way it is supposed to go. If you don't have food, you take it, and you put your best foot forward. It's the next day, and the next day, and the next day. I mean, look at me. Huh. I mean, my family doesn't even know I'm here. So won't it be a surprise when I go back and, maybe with my friend here, Gaten in tow, and say, hey, look, we made it. We're neophytes going to go fight at the war. Boy, won't they be surprised. But I'm of the opinion that you don't have something that you deserve. You go take it, however long it takes you. And look good while you're doing it, of course.
That word you keep using, take, you mean like earn, right? Like go out and earn it.
Yes, like a thief. They go out and they earn the stuff they want.
But, friend, that goes directly against the tenets that we were raised on. I mean, what would the Council of Order say if they heard you speaking such blasphemy openly? Right before the ceremony.
They would ask me to lead the forces into the war. Of course. What else would they ask? They need more people like us.
I try to look for some support from the rest of you guys here, backing me up on my strong beliefs.
Blasphemy is grounds for execution here in Bastion.
Only if you get caught. Yeah, it's not execution, it's exile. And, I mean, of course, that's an easy way to get somebody up front, near the front lines, but...
I mean, do you want to... I don't think banishment to the wastelands is any better.
But we have to go through the front lines first, aren't we?
True.
And when we prove ourselves at the front lines, of course they'll send us out into the wastes with a bigger vision in mind. You guys are too worried about the stuff we don't have to worry about anymore.
Exactly. Let's not think about the trials, the tribulations, the hardships we've all endured to get here to this moment, because it's all uphill from here. This is like the first step of what we've all dreamed about forever.
Renown, fame, fortune.
I almost feel better prepared now, Agatha. I don't know about you. Let's do this.
I'm too old for this shit.
And at this time, you see a group of about 5 people also entering the entrance here, passing through the large, doubled-winged angelic statues that mark the entrance of the headquarters here. And you recognize them as people who were part of the other group from the second part of your trial, who went to go investigate the disturbances in the underworks. You remember, just like your group, there was about 12 of them that were sent out after the 5 that you recognize come through. There's no one else that comes through the gates. And after a moment, the large marble doors open, and 2 armored figures come out wearing gleaming plate mail, swords sheathed, winged shields. It's time. Enter. And you all enter into a beautiful courtyard of paved stone, trees and plants, flowers, 2 fountains on either side, and a balcony overhead. And a figure approaches from inside the building onto that balcony, gleaming golden plate mail. You recognize the Knight Captain of the Covenant of Neophytes, Demetrios Agnew, the half-elven male in his mid-30s. The doors close behind you, the 2 armored figures standing guard, and the crystals hanging overhead. It's an enclosed courtyard here, a dome. And the crystals overhead dim as one crystal hanging over the balcony brightens. By the grace of Azael, do you all find yourselves here? You have all passed the trial of initiation. But that is not the end of your journey. No. It is only the beginning. For now your true test begins. you all will be inducted into the Order of Neophytes. Those who would risk all for the ultimate reward. The Sanguine Sacrament. The promise of prestige, of power, of life eternal. All for the service of Bastion. Here you will swear your oaths to fight the eternal war against the fiends that would destroy us. As you all know, this path is not taken lightly. For if you fail, if you are proven unworthy, there is no second chance. You must all prove yourselves with the power you all have here, with your own merit. No one else's. Everyone can give me a perception check if they'd like.
Let's say seeker perception check.
No, you can make this out in the open. It's not too important.
Dirty 20.
Ooh, 24.
7.
Agatha, you're too engrossed in your own thoughts, but everyone else notices that as he says these words, that you must prove yourself on your own merit, his glance lingers a little longer on Caden, specifically.
Just like I notice, and I'm looking at everyone just to see. Like, I look behind me, see if there's someone right behind me he's looking at. Like,
and you can tell that other people have noticed that he is looking at you when he says that you must prove yourself on your own.
Caden, look at him, nod.
Initiates, come forward. You will swear the oath in the neophyte, and then choose which pillar of Bastion on which your power lies. Is it the pillar of faith? That all we do, all we accomplish, is through the might and will of Azael, and without them we would have perished in the waste long ago. And that the power lies in our trust in him. Is it the pillar of order, that through the laws of the divine does our society function? Without them, we would fall to the darkness and chaos of the wastes. Or perhaps the pillar of sacrifice. All we do, all we suffer, is in the service of Bastion. May we endure 1,000 deaths, so that we may save 1,000 more. Come forward, initiates, and repeat after me. We initiates assembled here do swear to walk the path of sainthood.
we initiates swear here to walk the path of sainthood.
Yep, swear to walk the path of sainthood is what I think I heard. Yep, do swear to walk the path of sainthood is what I said.
Is my hearing aid working, Levon? Can you check?
You see him kind of raise an eyebrow. Some of you have not said the other thing.
I'll flick it a little bit before we
I swear.
By the grace of Azael do we live.
By the grace
By
of
the grace of
Azael, we
Azael, do
live.
we
By the
live.
grace
Do we live?
of Azael do we live.
By the power of Azael do we fight.
By the power
power
of
of
Azael, do
Azael,
we
Power
fight.
of
fight.
Azael do we fight.
The blood of Azael are we found worthy.
By the blood of
The blood of
Azael are we
Azael
found
are we
worthy.
Azael.
worthy.
We found worthy.
For all of Bastion do we fight, and if we fail, may we fall forever to the dark below.
For all of
For all
Bastion
of
do we
Bastion
fight.
do we
All of
fight.
Bastion
And if
do
we
we
fail,
fight.
may we
If
fall
fail,
If we
forever
fail.
to the dark below.
May we fall
Oh,
forever,
forever.
to the dark below. My eyes open at that line.
Congratulations, neophyte. Come forward and choose your pillar. And you see now 3 braziers light up in front of you. One blue, one pure white, and one blood red. And carved behind them are celestial symbols. blue for faith, white flame is order, and sacrifice is red flame. And they call you one by one. Agatha, come forward and choose your pillar.
Agatha walks straight to the white pillar.
Place your hand in the flame.
She stops for a second and then just braces for the heat and then puts her hand in.
Burns. And suddenly your whole body feels like it's on fire as you all see the flame, white flame, engulf Agatha and surround her.
He's trying not to scream, but like every once in a while it'll come out.
And as you hear the muffled "Ah!" coming from Agatha, the flames die down, except for her eyes. And you feel the power flowing through you. You have chosen the pillar of order. Through this flame, a small power of the divine now flows through you. A small portion of what will come if you attain sainthood and attain the power of the blood of Azael. And you look down and you see at the bottom of this brazier, the flame is about an inch above. You see a small pool of blood that the flame seems to almost be erupting from. You may step back.
I step back.
A few more names are called from the other group, and they each choose their pillar. Caden Sivam, come forward and choose your pillar.
Strides measured steps confidently forward up towards the blue flame.
Place your hand in the flame.
Just take a moment and just say a quick prayer to Azael. And hand goes in the flame.
And your hand goes in the flame. And you feel the heat and the searing pain of the brazier and the fire. And once again, you see Caden now engulfed in this blue flame until it dies down, except for everything over his heart. It just lingers for a second more. You have chosen the pillar of faith. You may step back.
I'd like to think, like, in that moment as I first take that oath, that one of my ancestral features that has not yet had the chance to manifest could manifest if you'll allow me a little leniency here, GM. But this is, I think maybe that blue flame sort of goes up and leaves a sort of visible halo over my head.
As the flames die down, there you see a blue flame lingering over Caden's heart and a blue halo made of writhing flames above his head.
I think as the halo comes up, you watch as it, like, all that dark hair, all the pigment in my hair is drained upwards, and my hair goes like super blonde, bleached white. Not out like Dragon Ball Z style, just drains the color.
He's gone super. It's over 9,000.
That's what I was thinking. I was like,
That's a higher level. That's a higher level. Sorry. And just to put the exclamation point on this annoying rich kid, he's now literally has a halo.
And as the blue flames die down, there is that halo glowing golden for a moment before it too dissipates. But the hair now is almost so blonde and white that it is almost glowing itself. Another name is called from the other group. Levon, come forward and choose your pillar.
All right, Luvon hesitantly steps forward after watching his two friends get lit on fire. But, I believe he'll walk up to the white a white pillar and place both hands on it.
You see Levon walk up, and before anyone can say anything, he places his hands, both hands, in the flame. And it burns. And you see him engulfed in bright white flames, almost too bright to look at, until it starts to dissipate and just lingers on each of your arms for a moment before they go out. You have chosen the pillar of order. You may step back. Almalayan, step forward and choose your pillar.
Al looks to the side to see if he catches Caden's glance, and you see the almost twin green eyes meet for a second. And he smiles, his little fang comes out from his mouth, and he walks towards the blue flame. And he thinks to himself, I haven't studied any of this for school, but I know how to use the sword. I think to learn more, I need to fulfill myself, enrich myself in the faith. And he'll put his hand forward.
And you put your hand forward, and similar to Caden, you feel your hand burning and searing, and suddenly you feel your whole body burning until you almost feel like you're going to be consumed. And you see Helm bathed in blue flames, till once again it dissipates except for around his heart, where it lingers a moment longer. You have chosen the pillar of faith. You may step back. And as you all are standing there, you feel the power coursing through your veins. Some familiar, some of what you already had now brimming to new heights. But something new as well. Something given as a gift. And as you feel this power humming through you, welcome, neophytes. You will now walk the path to prove yourselves worthy. We here at the office of the Order of Neophytes, we do not give orders. We do not provide missions. However, we can provide info, and to those who prove themselves, maybe guidance. In times past, the path of sainthood was walked alone, individually. However, Azael and the rest of the Divine, in their wisdom, have decided that to increase the numbers of successful saints and reduce possible casualties and failures in the past, you will each be in a cohort along with your fellow neophytes to prove yourselves worthy. You were each given a group and sent on a task for your trial of initiation. The members of that group will be your cohort for your path to sainthood as well. Now, once again, you may rely on each other, but only each other. No matter where you came from before, that is all in the past, burned away. For you are neophytes of Bastion, and that is all you are. Gather yourselves, please. No applause. It's like Caden's the only one clapping.
Yeah, I was looking around. I was the only one clapping.
Gather yourselves. Tonight you may do what you will. Tomorrow you have your first evaluation. Return here to the training grounds, where you will be evaluated. And given your performance, proper boons may be rewarded. Welcome to the path, neophytes. And he turns and walks away, and the crystals overhead start to hum. And the doors open, and the guards gesture for you all to leave.
I follow the guards.
If you were careful enough and look, you would actually see tears in Caden's eyes.
And as you all are leaving this courtyard in the complex here of the Order of Neophytes, you see a figure walking out from another door. Tall, black-furred, lithe. You see a young catfolk female, dressed well, not extravagant, but well, carrying some paperwork leaving from the doors.
Are we in Guildbloom?
You are in the Guildbloom, yes.
We haven't crossed over into Nimbus yet. Okay.
No, so the Nimbus district, the district above the Guildbloom, and the second highest district other than the Spire of Salvation, is reserved only for saints. No one who is not a saint can enter.
In my head, it was just a ceremony for Saint for like then when we were kicked back out. But okay, I see. We're in Guildbloom.
Hal, you immediately recognize the figure that's coming out of this door. It's Irma. She turns. Hal?
Are we in any kind of procession, or did we just walk out?
So you walked in through the main gates, right? And then to this inner courtyard further. So you're kind of getting closer towards the exit of the main gate. And you see Irma come from this other door. And she turns and looks at you and sees you and, Hal?
I will look at Caden and kind of give him the once over, and then look at myself and get a little bit of a cocky smile as I peel away from the group and walk towards Irma and say, well, good morning. I'm sure you didn't expect to see me here. Now, did you?
What are you doing? If they catch you, what are you doing here?
Being initiated, brought in, you know.
Your jokes go too far, Hal. If they catch you, you could be banished or made unworthy.
Not me. Not anymore. You see that boy over there with the really platinum colored hair and the green eyes, same as mine?
Is that young Master Siva? And you look over Caden and you recognize Irma, your father's assistant.
I was gonna say, do I recognize her? But if she was that high up, I probably do. Yeah.
Not at home, but in the office, she is his assistant.
You see, the only difference between me and him, the rich son of your powerful employer, the only difference, the eyes are the same. He was born in the high station. We were born in the low station. But you know I never had the smarts that you have, but you knew I had to drive. And all those times you know, I thought I was going to school, I was learning how to fight, because for me to make a name for myself and get out of your shadow to our parents, I had to do something a little bolder, a little more grand to gain the renown. And now, perhaps I can earn my way out from underneath your shadow. No, I mean, I don't hold any animosity towards you other than that our parents would say, why don't you do what Irma does? Why don't you are smart as Irma? How come you can't go work for the Sivams as Irma can? Well, it looks like me and Mr. Sivam there are on this level playing field, at least for now.
You were fighting this? I went to the school this morning. You were not there. They said you hadn't been there for months. You've been fighting this whole time?
I wasn't there this morning because I was busy being initiated.
Give me a diplomacy check.
And I argue for performance for being a bravado type person,
Sure. Go ahead and make a performance check.
especially in front of Irma, my friends over here. I would say that is a 15.
A 15. She kind of questions you. Did you really took the trials?
Of course. You should have seen it. It was glorious. I mean, apart from their friends who really didn't make it back in one piece, but yeah, it was all I thought it would be. And, well, life is precious here, which is why I have turned to the faith to help preserve the life going forward. I cannot look back. I can only go forward.
Little brother, if you had failed out of school, you could still stay with the family. You could find other work. Do you know what happens if you fail being a neophyte?
Listen, do you think I would have... when you woke up this morning and you said, I'm going to go check and see how he's doing in school, would you think a few hours later you would believe that I am an initiate? Would you think I would make it to this place? Is that something you would think of?
Hal, I think you can do anything.
And I did. And so now you can go back and you can tell our parents that I have made something of myself. And in a year's time, I will bring you guys all the way up to the Nimbus District.
All right, Hal.
Oh, worry not. Get that look off your face. Everything is fine. I mean, look, if Sivan can do it, I can do it. I mean, come on, look at this.
The Sivams. That is all they care about. Mother, father, me, we care about you, Hal. What would happen if you become unworthy, never able to enter above Old Town again?
We know that won't happen. Hey, like you said, if I don't make it, then I'm not coming back, and y'all don't have to worry about it no more. But, you know, I will lead these folks to greater glory, not only for Bastion, but for our family.
All right, Hal. You know I believe in you.
You have no choice. Look at me.
She kind of tussles your hair for a moment. Caden and Hal, you can both give me recall knowledge society checks. Or if you have Bastion lore or...
Well, GM, I have this very cool lore called Bardic lore, and Bardic lore is substituted for any lore in the game.
Roll your Bardic lore.
Technically, I have society as well, but that's okay. I'll make it a Bardic lore. Question marks.
Hal, you don't even think about why your sister might be here. All you're worried about is her seeing you here and knowing that you are now an initiate, that you have brought yourself up. You're only thinking about yourself.
Of course.
Caden, as you look over and you realize now that your friend Hal must know Miss Irma, the assistant and secretary of your father in his office at the Council of Order. There's usually no business for why she would come here to the headquarters of the Neophytes. You think it's a little bit odd. They're having their conversation a little bit away from you guys, so
I'll raise my voice a little bit and in Hal and her direction and just say, Helm, are you and your girlfriend? I'm not sure. How do you know each other anyways?
Irma takes a step back. Ugh. No. Hello, good brightening, young Master Sivam. It is good to see you here. I apologize for not being able to attend. Your father did invite the staff at the office to come to your celebration of initiation.
Yes, and I was unfortunate that you didn't make it. And yet, here you are at a very closed ceremony. It's interesting.
I was not attending the ceremony itself, of course. This is my brother, Halm. I assume that you two have met now. No, I had some business, and she gives a side eye over towards you, Hal. With the Skylather Academy this morning, I went to go check on some things. There was some business there that I feel needed to be reported, that maybe the order here could help with.
And then I'm sure you wanted to come by and congratulate your brother today, right? Hand on his shoulder, like wrap my arm around him.
Of course, we are all very proud of Hal. We know he can do great things.
Oh, did you know your sister worked for my father? That's amazing.
No, I did not know. Well, I guess I did know. But, I think we've become fast friends. Lord Sivam, as he looks over. Caden, my friend Caden.
Yes, thank you, Caden. We don't need formalities. We're neophytes now.
I forgot we're on the same level now.
Speaking of, and I look back to like Levon and Agatha, we were talking and we got a lot of planning, and we got all these new powers, and we're gonna be tested tomorrow. We gotta get cracking. We gotta start. We kind of need to get going. We're burning daylight hours here.
Of course. Yes. Good luck to all of you. I'm sure I will see you, Master Sivam. Hal, see you at home, yes?
Do I have to go home now, or do I get to stay with Caden?
My apologies. I am Urma Alayan, and she goes over towards you, Agatha.
So, hello, hi. I'm Agatha.
Pleasure to meet you, Agatha. And you, young man, Urma Alayan. Nice to meet you.
Levon. Pleasure's mine.
I really must be going now, getting back to the office. I'm sure.
Nice of her to come and congratulate her brother today, right, guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's all of your guys' will DCs?
Really?
19.
Good question. 16.
16.
Yeah, she's definitely lying when she said that they were when she was coming here to congratulate Hal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't congratulate him either. That's fine.
Anyway, yes, like I was saying, I have plenty of space if you guys want to come crash to our pet. Or maybe you could send word for my father and just have him send the carriage back up here.
Of course, young Master Sivam. I'll be sure that your father is notified that you are done with the ceremony and would request your carriage.
Agatha, you think Caden's buying lunch?
That'd be really great.
That would be huge. I'm tired of eating dried Newton.
I know. I told you to come by the kitchen a couple days ago.
It's busy. It's training.
Yeah. Maricela was there. You know how she has this recipe. Okay, I'll tell you about it later.
Excuse me, I must take my leave now. And as she walks off, you guys are all left to your own devices for the rest of the day before your evaluation tomorrow, where you must report back here to the headquarters of the Neophytes. So, the night passes. What did you all do for the night after your ceremony?
I think we all got in my carriage, assuming it actually came eventually, and I would have brought you back to the our manor, our estate, and it seems like nobody has had that level of extravagance, but it's only like barely a notch below where we just were. But yeah, I think I would offer up my own personal training. I have like almost like an on-site gym facility with all the training that I've been subjecting myself to for all these years. And I would just bring you guys into it. We could just figure out our new powers.
And you guys spend the night testing out your new abilities. And you're taken to a magnificent, sprawling manor here in the Guild Bloom. Open to the sky above. Some of you, this is probably some of the first time either seeing the sky or first time seeing the sky in a long time, unless you've been outside the city recently.
I would also offer you a fruit from our tree in the garden, because we have a single tree in the entryway that has fruit growing on, like fresh fruit. And there's probably at least 8 or 9 different fruits grafted to this one tree, growing in different like sections of it.
So you all are then, after spending the night in the training ground, some of you, Caden, of course, back to his magnificent room.
I'm fine for like pulling up pillow forts and blankets with sticks and camping out and just having like a good old sleepover, guys.
Yeah, this is what Caden considers roughing it, is camping. Servants bring out like a massive
backyard.
tent. Like there are like cushions and pillows, and like there's a brazier to heat it at night, and there's food and like chilled water and wine and anything you guys want. And like Caden's like, oh man, it's crazy roughing it like this, isn't it?
Wow, yeah.
Father's always so busy at work, but we get to have fun. I think I've earned one night of fun, right? Right?
This is work. We should do this more often.
It is, that's true.
But you are all brought back in the morning to the headquarters of the neophytes here and passed through the gates once more. And you were told to wait. You were brought to one of the side areas where you were actually first brought into your trial, where you were waiting to go in and take your first part of the trial, that sandy floored arena floor that you waited in. You head in that direction and are told to wait in one of the antechambers here. There are benches. Think of it almost like a locker room. The first group evaluation is ongoing. Please wait here.
So, Caden, like, what should we expect going in there? And Hal's bending his rapier, bouncing it off the floor, and it's flipping into his hand, and he's like switching it left hand, right hand, bouncing it. I mean, you guys come from a long line of people who've gone through this. What should we expect?
Well, I mean, my sister definitely went through these trials, yes, but she wasn't. You heard what they said. Everything that happens here is strictly private. She wasn't even allowed to talk about it.
You hear a loud ding 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 ding.
That isn't quite like the dinner bell we heard at your house yesterday.
It's a much larger bell being rung. And you hear wooden gates being opened. And the doors open. And you see the group of 5 other neophytes coming in. 2 of them are dragging an unconscious third between them. They are bruised and bloodied. You see one of them being unconscious, and as they lower him onto one of the benches, you see some older robed figures come in wearing multiple gold sashes. And they take out a small vial of red liquid and pour it into the unconscious person's mouth. And then one of the armored figures in their gleaming plate mail. It is your turn. Enter the arena floor.
I will not waste any time and go forward.
And you walk through the wooden portcullis gates that are being raised into the sandy floors of the large arena. And you walk underneath the 2 robed gigantic statues, hands connected, holding a large colander. in them. You look up and you enter the arena floor and you see it's covered. There are various large bundles of wood and hay, various wooden training dummies all throughout. The far wall holds what look like circular targets for archery. And you see 4 large hulking automaton-like machines. You see the glow of their crystal core humming as they move their large pincer-like hands. And you see a few of them, their hands end in what look like crossbows. And you see a large bolt loaded into this crossbow. But instead of a point, you see it comes into a rounded, large kind of end, almost like a fist. And the balcony above, overlooking this arena, you see the Knight Captain Demetrius again. Welcome, neophytes. Here in our training grounds, you will have your first evaluation. You prove worthy, boons might be given to you. If you fail, well, you are on your own. The objective here is to gather 8 of these red flags. And you see now red flags pop up from the automaton themselves and also from these training dummies, and then go back down. And you see blood splattered across the sandy floor of the arena itself. Some old, some quite new. And neophytes. Let's roll some initiative.
Can you cut back and like we all like I see Caden's trying to get everyone's hands to get into the center. Like everyone, put your hands in. Come on, just like we practice. We gotta, just like we said. Okay, remember? All right, 1, 2, 3. Together we are greater. Come on, you guys. We practice this all night.
Together we are greater.
Like how we're putting our hands in, and Levon is a nice 1 square away from us because he's like, I put my hand in. That's the way. That's
all right.
My headcanon, at least.
So you see, you can get yourselves closer wherever you want, as the automaton have not started moving yet.
That automaton on top of a fort?
Yes. So this one in the middle is about 10 feet up, and this tower is about 30 feet up. And as you guys enter, you see the flags start to go in, and some stay up and some go down.
As if they're disappearing and popping up in random locations.
Yes.
And we
Yes.
have to grab them, right?
You have to get 8 flags.
Yes,
8
you have to
flags.
get 8 of them.
Okay. Oh, my initiative. Sorry.
Right, you call for initiative. This is the perception-based initiative, I assume.
Yes, this is perception, please.
Wow, 8 and 9 and 12 and 28 for Caden. Thank you very much.
It's a 12 for Agatha.
Yeah, that's a 9 for Luvon. Following you, fearless leader.
All right, and as suddenly you hear the ding, 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 ding of the bell again, and the flags start popping up in and out, and the automaton flags pop down into their armored bodies as well, and they start moving around. And let's start this evaluation. Caden, you're up.
Oh my god, I gotta go first. Well, we have to get the flags. I know that much. I'm gonna start by casting a spell, which is Bless. So Bless, currently it's only a 5-foot emanation, so if you're within 5 feet of me, you have the effects of Bless. But it will grow as I continue to sustain it. So I immediately am, flavor-wise, this is me sort of trying to direct you guys and saying, like, you know, work together, get the flags. I'm like kind of trying to lead you guys more than get my hands dirty. And that's the prayer in my sort of words flowing out from me. So that is my first action, and I think with my first and second action, sorry, and with my third action, I think I will draw my spear into my hand.
Would you like to describe how your casting of Bless looks like?
I think I kind of did. It's mostly, there's not a lot of visualness to it. There's not a lot of like spells. It's more like I'm talking, and the words that I am speaking are just infused with a bit of magic as it emanates out from me. Especially because this is a, oh wait, is it? Actually, no, this is one of my divine spells. So this one does have somatic components. So I think there is a bit of, I think you see like maybe I've got a, around my neck, there's like a set of prayer beads I have, and my hands fiddling with the prayer beads like idly as I cast my spell.
All right, and as you're praying, the prayer beads start to glow a bit, and you see a quick burst of that emanation kind of just visually for a moment. All right, and then you pull your spear out. Is that the end of your turn?
That is my turn, yes.
This clockwork over here, let's see. He is going to probably stride 25 feet, and he's going to shoot his crossbow at Hal. He's going to stride closer so he get within the range, and then fire for his third action. That's a 3. That is a critical miss. As you see this large bolt and shatter against the spiked walls behind you, Hal.
Just checking, it's supposed to have a -6 range penalty. The range increment on that is like what? On that attack?
Let's see. I don't think so.
Because you moved up specifically to be in range. I didn't know if you were out because like
My base AC is 17.
17. So I rolled a
3.
So we'll just add 6. It's best still a 9, so don't worry.
you might want to add the range increment tag on the attack, but it's fine.
Next up, this one up here is going to target you, Levon.
Levon!
And fire.
That just misses.
Right.
So once again, whoosh, this crossbow bolt, both of them flying out from either side now, goes and crashes into the dirt next to you, Levon. You see it's pretty massive, and the end of it, although not pointed, is still like this like hardened, rounded, blunt instrument. It's going to just take a map attack against you. That's a 16.
That'll hit.
And you take 2 bludgeoning damage. And I mean, these things aren't very smart. They're just programmed for certain things. He's just going to take another 3rd attack at its 3rd multiple attack penalty.
You then have to reload their crossbows. They're just repeatable.
Yeah, they just go up. That's a 9 though.
9 will miss.
You just see these bolts flying towards you, and one hits you in the shoulder, and that's gonna bruise for sure. All right, Agatha, you're up.
All right, so Agatha says, I know they're big, but we gotta get those flags. So she'll take 2 actions to stride over here, and then use her 3rd action to take cover, like full cover. I want full cover on this one. That's it for my turn.
These are like spikes, wooden spikes, all in different directions.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to try to take cover, I'm gonna need a reflex saving throw.
That is a 5, but I would like to use a hero point for this one.
Use your hero point.
Because what if that's a critical failure?
There you go.
Okay, 22.
There you go. That is a success. You get full cover, but you're going to take...
I'll take it.
Yeah, minimum of 1. So, yeah.
Sweet. That's the end of my turn.
All right, this one atop this tower is going to stay up there and shoot his crossbow at you, Hal. 17?
17 will hit my armor class.
Rolling great for damage, guys. So you take 1 point of bludgeoning damage as poof, this large bolt hits you in the arm and gives you kind of almost like a dead arm. It's going to take its map attack at you. 17 again. There we go for 3 bludgeoning damage. And its third attack, as 3 bolts fire out in rapid succession. 2 hit you in each arm. Both of your arms are kind of dead now. And the third one misses. Levon, it is your turn.
All I know is that we gotta get to these flags, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is this one further? That one's too far. Okay, that one I can strike twice and get to. I will go that direction.
Maybe we can split it too.
Does it look like you can just grab it, or like do I have to fight this?
Give me a perception check.
Let's do this.
$14. You look at this and you're really not sure how the best way to take it is. It's definitely attached to it, and there's a base that drops down so it can go inside the dummy, but you're not really sure the best way to get it off.
Yeah, Luvon's more strong than smart, so I think Luvon would think cutting in half would probably be better than grabbing. So I think he's gonna try to stab this thing.
Give me an attack roll, please.
Yeah. Wow.
That's a natural 1. You do have a hero point.
Yeah, screw it. Let's use the hero point. Try that again. Run that back. Slightly better. It's a 15.
15 hits. So, you don't need to roll damage. You swing your guy's arm at this thing, and it hits it. And you see it spin around, so I need you to make a reflex saving throw.
Oh. Reflex save. That's a big 12.
So you will take 1 point of bludgeoning damage as this wooden dummy, as you hit it, it takes its momentum and the arms swing around and hit you in the side. But as it spins, you see kind of the thing holding the flag loosens. As it spins down like it's unscrewing it.
I don't like this, guys. That will end my turn.
Hal, you're up.
I will make several flourishes with his rapier, bouncing it off the ground and taking it and picking it up and bouncing it over his shoulder and grabbing it. I would like to use my battle dance feature to make a performance check against the will DC of whoever shot me last. Damn guy.
Go ahead and make that performance check.
I will use a hero point to re-roll that piece of crap.
Guys, what is up?
That is going to be a 15.
So Hal, you definitely, your battle dancer performance of twirling your rapier and bouncing it up off the ground and back into your hand definitely beats the will save DC of this automaton.
Excellent. So that gives me panache.
All right, you have your panache.
That makes me go faster. That gives me 5 foot bonus to my speed, and I get a +1 circumstance to tumble through, or any action that gives me panache due to my style. And it does a lot of things. So I think he's going to. I think Hal will move to right here, and then he will take a defensive stance as he whirls his blade in front of his body, and he will do a dueling parry. And that is my turn.
Very cool. You see Hal do this masterful juggling act almost with his rapier and dash forward and suddenly twirling it in front of them. This guy is going to go. He's going to 5 feet, 25 feet. Can't really make it, so he's just gonna shoot you, Levon, with his crossbow hand.
The crossbow.
That is an 11.
If he doesn't have a range penalty, that hits. But yeah, I think that's a 13, which hits.
So, yeah.
Yes. I am
Another one.
by my truth.
1 damage.
Little by little.
I'm getting bled. Slowly.
You guys are just getting lightly slapped by each of these crossbow bolts. That's about it. All right, I'm gonna roll. He's gonna attack you again at map.
Ooh, that was almost a
Did
20.
he strike twice?
Yeah, I think it's showed twice.
Hey, this boy killing me.
So it's actually a 9.
That misses.
All right, Aiden, it is your turn.
So I like the idea that I closed my eyes and started praying to put out this little emanation and
And
like
everyone
we
left.
planned. And I opened my eyes and everyone has ran in separate directions away from me. And I'm like, damn it, guys, we talked about this. Because me realizing how much weaker that spell is than I anticipated it being, I'll channel that like aggression, that like that disappointment into optimism and enthusiasm, and I will then inspire courage. Ooh. And I'll cast Inspire Courage in a 60-foot emanation, which everyone within our group is currently in that emanation. So that's a 60-foot emanation that you can add that effect to your character, and it gives you +1 status bonus to all attack rolls, damage rolls, and saves against fears until the start of my next turn.
All right.
For 1
And I
action.
forgot something at the top of the round. I think in Pathfinder, I'm supposed to roll initiative for environmental effects, but I'm not going to do that because I didn't add it as an effect right now. So it's just going to be the top of the round.
Okay. Oh, Larry.
For the flag exchange.
You can't take this flag. I already broke it.
A couple things happen. The flags that are visible, except for the one in front of you, Levon, do go down. And some start reappearing. And another thing happens is that from the top of these statues and each of these gates, the cauldron suddenly tips. And anyone in a 30-foot cone coming from the tip of this cauldron, I need you to make a reflex saving throw, please.
Absolutely.
It's a real complicated way of just saying Caden.
You said reflex?
Reflex saving throw, please.
That's okay. I'm trained for this.
Yeah, you
13.
13 is a failure. So you
Fun.
do take
Yes.
1 point of fire damage
Yeah.
as this kind of boiling tar is poured out, and you are slowed 1
Oh, no.
Slowed 1. Okay.
for 1 round.
For 1 run, yeah. So I only have 2 actions for this turn.
Yeah.
So 1 for Inspire Courage. And then the second one will be... I guess I'll stride 25 feet over here and kind of like duck down behind the hair barrel next to Helm. But that's my 2 actions. I'm not like taking cover or anything, just a stride. Anyone within 60 feet of me... I don't know, I think it's the emanation, so you have to be within 60 feet of me. Like, it doesn't go out and stick, right? It's an emanation from me, so you have to have Inspire Courage, you must do your action within 60 feet of me, which everyone currently is, at least.
What? I don't just get it? I can't take it with me?
I don't think so. I think it's an emanation originating on me, but it might just be... It says, you and all allies in the area gain a +1, so yeah, so I think it's definitely like just an aura on me all the time.
Got it.
So this automaton strides up, passes Haybell, turns and sees you, Caden, steps 5 more feet, and is going to attempt to strike you with its claw.
I was distracted by the tar on my nice clothes.
That's a 22 to hit.
Well, it's almost a crit, but not quite.
As it just smacks you. Now its claws are padded, but the padding is pretty thin.
You're gonna roll a 1, so it doesn't matter.
That's 2 points of bludgeoning damage. and it's going to take a map attack at you with its third action. That's a 20.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Another 2 points of bludgeoning damage. That is the adaptable trainer. Now the excitable trainer goes. It's going to shoot at you, Hal, with its crossbow.
Credits.
That is
Oh,
a
one.
20 to hit. All right, even with your dual, yep, your AC is accounted for. For 1 point of these crossbows are doing real good work, guys. It's going to take a map attack against you. That's a -9. Not a -9, sorry. That's a 10. Looking at the wrong thing. And a third attack. That's a 0. Does a 0 hit your armor class, Hal?
Nope.
Do you get anything on a critical miss? I know that's a thing some classes have.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Okay.
Agatha, you're up.
All right. Do I see this flag right here?
You do. Yeah, you can see it peeking through the different cross sections of this spiked kind of fortification.
Okay, perfect. So looking around in my environment, Agatha would use 2 actions to grab the arrow that's from, what do you call these things? From there. And use telekinetic projectile to grab the arrow and swing it to the wire that's holding on to the flag. So she's going to try and cut the flag off. So
Which
that it
flag? This one,
falls.
the one next to Levon?
No, this one that I'm pinging. That one.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and make that attack.
Huzzah! Oh, not yet. Huzzah! That's a 12. It was a 14.
12 misses, unfortunately.
Okay. Then I shall take cover once again.
Okay. I'll
So
say go ahead and make that
reflex save?
reflex save again, yeah.
Bloop. That's a 12.
12 is a failure.
How much damage do I take? Whoa, it's a 2.
2 points of piercing damage. I know, I rolled a 2, guys.
Okay. Okay.
As you take this arrow and whew, but it's kind of hard to see against this barricade, so it misses the dummy completely. And as you go and try to hide once again behind this spiked barricade, you're like, oh, it's like poking into you.
Fuck.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yes, that is the end of my turn.
This one, he's gonna hop off.
How much damage does he take from falling down? I'm assuming he cannot fly.
That is true. I'm gonna give him
10 feet increments is the bane of all adventurers exist.
He has to have a rest fall to make a reaction to not crush down.
True.
All right. And what is
Yes.
the
Needs
fall
a
damage
fall.
in Pathfinder? Same, I'm
I
assuming.
think it's like
D6 for
D6
5
per
feet?
10 feet. No, wait. It's
For 10
it's
feet.
half the distance you fell. There actually is. It's like let me see.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna roll a d6 for now.
There you go.
Now it's a 5.
You did it,
You
Richard.
take damage equal to half the distance you fell.
Oh,
5.
Yeah,
straight
that
up.
works.
Yeah, 5.
5.
Do I get to hit him for coming up on me like that?
For moving into you, I believe movement triggers.
So
Your attack of
If you
opportunity, right?
lose a square that you threaten, like if you have reach on your
I have
weapon,
range.
then yeah, you would.
I don't think he left the square though.
Well,
Did he land and then walk in, or did he just jump all the way and land right next to
He
you?
just jumped and landed. Oh, he hulked me. Let's do it. That's
So
fine.
that's a GM. That's a GM.
I would say he jumped.
Yeah, I'll take that. I think that hits. Just
That's a
Yeah.
natural 20.
yeah.
Crits in the chat.
Let's see those crits in chat.
No, not for the GM. No crits for the GM. You didn't roll crit.
Oh, was it?
Ignore that.
Oh. Well, that sucks. 2.
Take 2 points of damage.
I just want to ask, are you sure your roll macro works there, Richard, with the 1d thing -1?
No, I actually have this special macro where the DM can't roll above a 2 on damage, so.
I just want to make sure your macro doesn't always evaluate to 1 on your dice rolls, because that's statistically pretty crazy.
Look, this is just how I roll as a GM or DM, you know?
Yeah, you do get one more.
Yeah, I do get one more at a map. Let's see if I can crit you again for another 2 damage. Nope. That is his turn. Levon, you're up.
I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. That was rude. Move on.
That slap that he gave you?
that scaring me with that hero fall just to give me a love tap. So I'm gonna go ahead and take 2 actions to power attack. Is that how that works?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Power attack. Let's go.
Power.
Do that.
You see Agatha's face morph into Nalaris for a second and she's cheering you on.
I'm like Travis when anyone does barbarian.
Oh. Wow.
That's a 14. That's a miss.
Well, you didn't add the Inspire Courage to yourself, so technically it's a 15. Does that help?
15 still misses, unfortunately.
15 still misses. That's cool. Can I take a 5-foot step? Does that work?
You can.
Am I even scared of these guys? Yeah, I'm gonna take a 5-foot step. And that'll end my turn.
How are you? Okay, injured. Gotcha.
Helm, you're up.
Helm was going to step next to Caden, and he was going to unleash and take an attack with his rapier against this creature. Come on, I clicked it. Okay, there we go. Strike. Is that right?
That's a hit.
That is going to be
definitely a
Let's
hit.
go.
Hit, not a crit.
24. Do I want to use my panache right now and do a finisher? Yes, I can. I think I will use confident finisher. No, I have to take that as an action, so it'll just be regular damage. 9 points of piercing
9 points of
damage.
damage. Nice.
That's catching in the panache, right?
No.
Not cheap.
No. You just get extra damage whenever you have panache. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, 2 extra.
Yeah.
And if I use the finisher, it'll be plus 2d6.
Ooh, but you gotta call that ahead of the attack.
Yeah, it's an action.
Yeah.
Gain confident finisher action.
So you got 2 actions left, Hal.
I step.
Technically, stepped, yeah.
All right.
So I have one. I will do
He has one more action.
dueling parry. That's my turn.
This guy is going to stride here and target you, Levon, with his claw.
Oh, that'll hit.
It's a 22 to hit.
Yeah, come on now.
No, not Levon.
2 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
Did it. I believe
Do
in
I
you,
get
GM.
to stab him for that one?
Yes.
He walked into me this time. Is there a different way to do an attack of opportunity, or is it just a regular?
Just regular attack, yeah.
A regular attack, no map.
Let's see if I can hit something. That's better. 22 to hit.
22 hits.
Damage.
So if you target the thing that you're going to hit first, it'll tell you. Ooh, max damage.
That's what it feels like, GM.
Let's
You did more
go.
damage in one roll than you've dealt the entire encounter.
I'm just trying not to kill you guys, you know?
Would that have interrupted the strike, or does he hit me first?
It's a feat.
Yeah, it doesn't interrupt.
No.
Got it.
You can manipulate actions by default, but not a walk, not a move.
If he dies before,
Oh, if he dies, then yeah, there's no strike.
yeah,
That's
there's
what,
no
yeah, that's
strike.
what I meant. Like, did him dying
Yeah.
interrupt the attack against me? Do I get my 2 hit points
definitely.
back? That felt better.
You see a piece of his armored body back, like, fall down, and you see the flag inside his body.
Levon's just looking back and forth between the two flags. It's like,
All right, at the top of the round, flags are going to change. I'm going to need everybody to make reflex saving throws as the ballista on the other side of the wall start firing the same blunted bolts.
Natural 20 for Agatha.
Ooh, that is a critical success.
Why not when I attack? Ooh.
Al is going to use Premonition of Avoidance to give himself a circumstance bonus to the saving throw.
a big 11 from Louvain.
That is a 23 for Hal.
So, Hal, you take 2 points of bludgeoning damage. Caden and Louvain, you each take 4 points of bludgeoning damage. And Agatha, in your kind of hidden, it just smashes into the palisade itself, and you take no damage. Top of the round, Caden, you're up.
I guess. What? Go big or go home. Caden like looks up at this robot, this automaton, and all these ballista firing at me. You watch as he's trying to kind of see what this thing's doing and react to it. He actually is gonna delay his turn. I'm delaying, and I'll take my turn after it goes. He's got a plan.
Caden is delaying his turn.
We lose Inspire Courage.
It would have only lasted for that one turn, yeah. If I do it, yeah.
I'm gonna need someone to roll me a D2, please. Hal or Caden to roll me a D2.
A 1.
All right, Caden, it's going to target you. And it's going to use its melee claw strike. That's a 19.
That will hit. But you can't roll higher than a 1, so.
I rolled a 2, technically, but it's still 1 damage.
You rolled a 4 once.
And then it's going to take a second attack. And
Miss.
a third attack.
I can see it coming. Oh, that one got me.
Hey, even with that multiple attack penalty, it still hit. Let's see that 1 damage one more time.
Oh my god, 3.
3 damage.
Oh,
All right, well, that's really bad.
excellent.
And that's its turn, so you would
I would like to go now after it.
Let me move your initiative.
So it's attacking at me, it's doing all this stuff, and then after it makes the last blow, I see it go off balance a little bit. I will use my free hand I have, and I will attempt to trip this thing. So this is a trip action. So it's a athletics check against its reflex DC. So athletics coming in. Oh my god, it was a natural 20 for a second. On my screen, at least.
Unfortunately, you go to, and with surprising deftness, its machinery like sidesteps your trip. It moves surprisingly quickly for how bulky it is.
That's a problem. Second action is to step away from it, and my third action is going to cast a 1 action heal as a touch spell on myself.
4 points of healing. You can take 4 more attacks from me.
No.
I was gonna manually do. I keep typing it in wrong. Okay, I'm at 7 health. But that's all my 3 actions. I forgot about the one behind me. I stepped away from this one, and then there's one on the tower targeting me.
First attack with its crossbow. That's a natural 3 for 5.
A miss.
Great rolls, guys, by me tonight. Oh, I rolled a 19, but the map was too much. So that would have been a 15.
Which would hit.
Which would hit. All right. So you take 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
That's its turn. Agatha, you're up.
There we go. Like an old person. All right. Louvain, try not to die. I gotta help out the kid. So for my first action, I'm gonna use a reach spell to cast. I wanna kill this thing right away. So I have a range of 60 feet, and a reach spell gives me 30 more. So that's like 90, which is. It was 90 earlier. What happened?
95, unfortunately.
No.
Wow.
Unfortunate.
That is unfortunate.
Like
The
one
diagnosis.
square off. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if there's a way. Gotta hide. Kaden. Will you be okay? No, you won't.
I'll
When
be
he
fine.
saves all people, he's fine. He has faith.
I don't have a heal
Yeah.
or anything.
That's my job. I got it. Don't worry about me.
You sure?
No, but don't worry about me.
Okay, well, Hamalion's right next to you.
Yeah, I'm
so,
pretty sure Hal can heal too.
yeah. Yeah, they both picked blue. Okay, so I'm gonna protect Luvon then. So
And you definitely picked red. For sure.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
definitely
come use
picked
that. Come use that champion ability. I love it.
So I'm going to use 2 actions to cast hydraulic push on this motherfucker right here. So
Is that what you were trying to reach spell, the hydraulic push? That would have been the most awesome thing in the world.
Yeah. I wanted to get it as far away from you as possible.
I push it off the 30-foot tower. That would have been awesome.
Mhm.
That's 15
Okay,
points.
You know
of
what? That is cool. I'm going to say that this guy had to have moved forward to attack you guys.
damage. Well, I guess that makes sense. He would want to be right at the edge, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Redcon, Levon, try not to get hurt. I need to save this kid real quick. Reach spell for my first action, 2 actions.
Is that
hydraulic
your
push.
oracle premonition seeing alternate realities or what?
Where did I get reach spell? No, it was part of being a universalist. Vroom! Hydraulic push. Cast. I'm casting it. It's over
All
here.
right.
Oh, it's not the damage. This the attack. That is 26. It's
That is a critical hit.
The person will take 6d6 points of bludgeoning damage. So that is equal to. Is that critical? So times 2. 26 points of bludgeoning damage, and it's knocked back 10 feet. Fall.
You see this
Okay.
thing just blasted against the far wall here, and you see its pieces just fall to the floor behind the tower.
Come on, don't get hurt. Try to hide if you can.
As you see this forceful blast of water just spray over the heads of Hal and Caden. You see it flying over your head as this torrent spiraling thing of water blasts into this automaton, and you see it just break apart and its pieces slam against the wall.
When Caden looks back, Agatha will just be like, and then hide again, just for flavor.
There's a big
Okay.
goofy grin on my face.
All right. That's your turn, Agatha?
Yes, that is my turn.
This trainer, I mean, he's got to step up towards you.
I don't have another reaction.
Okay.
He stepped though.
So he only hit me twice.
Yeah, he would.
Which means he can only take 4 swings?
Step 5. And he will.
I told you not to die.
All right, second attack at a map as the first one. You're able to block it. 21
That'll hit, yeah.
for 3 points of
Ooh.
bludgeoning damage.
I am in single
That's
digits.
a 4
guys.
on the dice. 4. That is its turn, however. You are up, Levon.
I feel like I'm being told that I have no choice but to power attack. So we're gonna press this target button. We're gonna click on this dude, and then we're gonna try to power attack.
Use the power of Foundry. Feel it flowing through you.
Attack. Come on.
17.
17 hits.
Hey.
17 hits.
Kill it.
Roll damage.
Nice damage.
13 damage.
13 damage.
Nice.
You almost break it in half, and once again you see an armored piece section of its back drop down, and you see the flag inside. These tokens are lootable, by the way.
Oh, sweet.
It takes an action to grab it.
Yeah, there's 3 of them. I'm confused. I should no. I need 2 hands. I don't have a free hand to loot.
I'm just like yelling, you guys gotta grab these.
Save yourself.
Yeah,
Grab the fucking flag.
I guess I will use a stride to get closer this way, because that's closer towards where other flags will show up. In my turn.
Al, you're up.
I will attack this creature with a rapier attack for a 20.
20 hits. Hit, not a crit.
And that will be 6 points of piercing, precision, and all that kind of stuff damage.
Precisely, as opposed to Levon's broad, powerful swings that just smash this, you see its mechanism that's holding it torso to the rest of its body, and you pierce right in between its hydraulic kind of connection, and you see it just fall.
And I will reach over and pat Caden on his pretty platinum hair and cast a heal on him.
Ooh, the power of faith.
Ooh.
You feel yourself infused with the holy power of Azael, and you heal for 2 points.
And then I will reach into this creature and pick up a flag, but I can't loot it. But I am holding a flag in my hand. Huzzah!
Did that give that to you?
I don't know what I'm supposed to be getting and where it's supposed to go. Yes, red flag. I've got one red flag from the DM. I've got an eye on you.
At the top of the round, the flags will change.
Yeah, at least we've gotten rid of all the robots. Works.
Come on, baby. Come back to Luvon. Right here. Nope.
And you see the braziers at each corner start to grow bigger. 30 feet, no, there. 30 feet cone. 30 feet cone from there, no. 30-foot cone, nope. So you see fire rain down from the braziers in a 30-foot cone, but none of you are in range. Caden, you're up.
All right. 2 actions to cast a 2-action heal on myself, because unfortunately I'm hurting pretty bad here. That's 11. Right, and that brings me back up to full.
As pretty as ever, Blondie.
Doing great. I'm like backing away from you as I point over, and I stride 25 feet towards the one that Agatha knocked over, and kind of like press myself up against this tower, hopefully protecting me from something that's coming next. I don't know where it's coming next. I'm like looking around to see what comes next. That's my turn.
All right. Agatha, you're up.
Okay, so seeing that the flag is there once again, I would spend 2 actions for telekinetic projectile to grab an arrow and then swing it into the flag, into the string that's holding it. Hit. I'm gonna target it. Maybe it's gonna do something.
Probably not, because I don't think I said an AC.
14.
14 misses. Just misses.
Oh no. What else can I do?
I will look over to Agatha and say, why don't you just make the flag fly over to you?
Yeah, you could
I was thinking like with Mage Hand, but like if it's secured with something, can I grab it out with Mage Hand?
Could try.
Why don't you just do that with what they just did with the flag instead of 0?
Okay,
Saying
can
use
I
the
do that
projectile
instead?
on the flag?
Ah.
but it's not a loose unattended.
A
item,
loose
I don't
unattended
think.
object. I don't think it's not loose.
Yeah.
The other flag, this one here, that Levon is loose. However.
Oh, that is loose? Okay.
Yes.
I will do that then. I will telekinetic projectile it to myself. Whoop.
You have enough actions to do it twice?
Oh, I mean, like if.
Yeah. How many?
Never mind. I will do that
Yeah.
next turn. Can I, for my like last action instead? I wonder if it's too far because I just want to see if like Agatha can figure out the mechanism of this thing. I'm not Anita.
Yeah. Give me an investigation check, perception.
Like, is it really hard to get out? 16.
16. Yeah, you see, and seeing how Levon hit this one, that they are held fast until you hit the dummy and it spins and unscrews.
Okay. So kind of have to screw the dummy out.
Yes.
Okay.
You could try to force it out, but it'd take a fair bit of strength.
Okay. And it's an action to point that out to everyone, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll keep that in my head. That's it for my turn.
Levon, you're up.
All right. Can I touch myself with the lay? I can. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're lucky this, as I said at the beginning of this is intended for mature audiences only.
Mature audiences only.
You can touch yourself.
I shall use one action to lay hands on myself. All right.
Go ahead and roll that healing.
I'm just going to take the
It's just a
healing.
flat amount anyway. It's just 6.
It's just a flat 6 healing. Yep. Let's not make this complicated, guys. That's okay. And then I am going to use my other 2 actions to dash. I'm gonna dash here because I want to try to be in the middle of wherever the heck this thing's gonna show up next. And I will end my turn.
Al, you're up.
Remember, you have to pick up the flags for it to count. Stop running away from the robots. There's flags in there. I think Al is going to stride over here.
Right.
I got
All
30
right.
feet.
3 flags for the taken.
And then step here. Well, and he will reach into this robot and take a flag. Hal shakes his head as he looks to Levon as he's running around the.
Shall Hank his head at me?
That is my turn.
We got 2 now?
That's 2 red flags against the GM.
Okay. I mean, you're right. I have one. You're right.
So just the 2 Hal has.
They're like inspiration. Levon runs away from them.
He
All
is
right,
his own
top
enemy.
of the round. The flags change.
I knew I made the right move, not running all the way over here.
And the cauldrons pour their boiling tar, but there's no one in range. Hayden, you're up.
All right, first actions to ride over here next to this clockwork. Second action, take the flag. And my third action is to then sprint over to this other flag. But that's all my actions for this turn.
Agatha, you're up.
Okay, so I would like to. Okay, so I have a passive called Arcane Bond, and then I've drain bonded my staff. So I'm gonna post it on the chat real quick because this allows me to cast a spell that I've already casted. Because I know Hal's just gonna pick up the other flag here. So, because what I want to do.
2 of them.
Oh yeah, 2 of them. Because what I want to do is, once again, if you're gonna allow it, use hydraulic push to unscrew this flag right here.
Yeah, it would be an attack roll still.
Okay. So I did that with my drain bonded item. Okay. Le cast. Oh, attacking! It's a 16. Oh, thank you, Jesus.
And you see it spin around, and its arms spin, but there's no one next to it to hit. So,
Okay.
but
so
you
the
see this
flag
one
falls
loosen.
down. Okay.
It doesn't fall. It's just its base is loosened now. It screws down so you can see that you can take it out.
Okay, you can grab.
See that, Levon? Attack from a distance. Won't hit yourself in the back of the head.
That's all my 3 actions. I'm gonna end my turn. End turn.
Levon, you're up.
Well, now I'm useless. She just undid this one, right?
This one over here, yeah.
Oh, this one. Oh,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
okay. Well, I guess Luvon shall go ahead and stride here. Gonna use his second action to regrip his guy's arm, and his third action to strike at not the flag, but I can only aim at the flag. I'm sorry. Yeah,
That's fine. I'll tell you if it hits or not.
23.
Almost a natural 20, but 23 hits. Not a crit, but a hit.
Aha!
And it spins around, but you were out of range. That is your turn, correct?
That is all 3 actions.
All right, Hal, you're up.
Hal is going to move over here, shaking his head, reach down on this robot and pick up a flag and reach on top of this wooden thing and pull the other flag. I can take the flag. Now I have to deal with extra stuff. Let me grab it and pull it. Okay, I can do that. And then it's in there. Okay. And I will take the other flag. That is 4 red flags from the DM.
We have 5 total, right?
Well, mine turned into
3 more.
Count Chocula real quick.
So that one, unfortunately, this is the only one that moves still. And then the crossbow bolts from the ballista fire. I'm going to need everyone to make a reflex saving throw. And you, Kaden, I would give you a +2 circumstance bonus because you're closer to the wall.
Then that's a 19.
16 for Agatha.
Why dodge
That's a
it when
save.
you could just catch it in your face?
No, Levon.
There's a 6 for the
That's
ball.
real damage.
Oh,
So you take
that's
2 points of damage to Kaden and Agatha. And, yep. So go ahead and roll with your premonition of avoidance. That's a 16. That is a save. And I believe you have that cat's luck that if you want to use it.
I think Hal will use Cat's Luck for this. And it is
All right.
basically, I can use...
Just a reroll
I
with a
can
better result.
roll it again and pick the
Did you
better
fail
one.
the reflex saving throw?
No.
Because the
But
trigger
then
is you
try to get
failed
it.
a reflex saving throw.
Oh, that is right. You're right. I have to fail it.
Either way, you still got us. It's just a regular success, so you take 2. So, Luvon, you take 5.
yes, he does.
Thank you, Steve. I looked at that earlier and I said, what's that for? And that was it. I'd give you a hero point.
Kaden, you're up.
Yep, so Caden was literally ready to grab this flag and it went right down in front of his face. And he's just like, really, guys? Come on. What I would like to do is I'd like to look around at all the contraptions that's been going off and see if there is a discernible pattern. And if I could make some sort of recall knowledge check, so if I could figure out what's coming next.
I would say give me an investigation check for this.
Is there investigation in Pathfinder?
There is no investigation in this game.
I
You're
mean,
playing
yeah, but
5e.
Perception,
Make one
right?
anyway.
That's what
So-
do they call it? in this?
They kind of call it you can do a recall knowledge in any skill. It's sort of an investigation, but
So
not really.
yeah, I would say
Or perception.
recall knowledge, crafting, or perception.
I'll just make a perception.
My first time running Pathfinder, people don't hate. Yeah, there's definitely been no visible pattern. It's just been randomized.
Okay, second action, say a little prayer, put up shield on myself, And third action is going to be walk around to this side here. Sorry, here. So that I'm in a better position to get to multiple flags next turn, and that's my turn.
Agatha, you're up.
Okay, so I'm going to use all 3 actions to get to this flag right here. Bloop! Someone pick up this damn thing! I say out loud as I just look up into it. That's the end of my turn.
Levon, you're up.
I was pointing at the flag that you ran away from.
You just ran away from the flag you loosened last turn.
Big 2 strides to get over here. I can't hear either. I was muted. Backwards. In my ears. And then we strike.
Okay, go
He's
for
letting
it.
you get all the glory helm.
Yeah.
He's just loosening it for us. Ooh.
25 definitely hits as it spins around
There's so
and
many
you are out of its
loose
range.
flags.
That's 3 actions.
All right, Hal, you're up.
Is there any additional actions on a critical success? Is that a critical success?
It is a critical success, but no.
I don't knock the flag out just fully. Does it just land in my hand?
I would say with a critical success, you hit it so hard that it's not able to that the base spins, but the arms don't.
You like broke the machine so well it doesn't
Yeah.
hit you back. That's cool. Makes sense.
All right,
I will
Hal.
walk up. He will step once. Then he will take the damn flag off this thing.
All right.
And I'll yell,
Sick.
"You're supposed to pick them up. You know that, right? You pick them up?" And I wave the 6 flags. Come on.
I think you have 5 and I have 1, right?
Yes, I have 5.
Okay. I was gonna say we're close.
Top of the round, none of the flags change because they've all been unscrewed. The 4 that you need. And the fire blazes out from the brazier, but none of you are in range. Caden, you're up.
So the one next to me doesn't pop up?
No.
None of them. Business. Caden spends 2 actions to stride over to this one.
You notice that none of the flags pop up this time because the required number of flags have already been unscrewed.
I can't reach it. My back.
I guess I could just do this then. I can take 2 strides over to this one and just pull it out, yank it from Agatha. I can like pull it out and hand it to Agatha, I guess, to be nice.
No, take it.
Agatha, it's your turn.
Okay. Which one have we not?
That one, yeah.
60. This is all 3 actions still.
You're just running from flag to flag, and we're taking it before you get there every time.
Okay, 1 action. Is casting it for reach, and then I'm gonna cast Mage Hand with 2 actions and grab this damn thing.
And you grab the flag, and it starts bringing you over, and you all look around for a moment. And on the 8th round, the bell rings as your time is up. But you have all gathered the required amount of flags. And Knight Captain Demetrius, still looking out over you, looks over. Well done. Well done. Come inside, and we'll speak of your boons for this evaluation. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Did it, guys! Just high fives, back massages for everyone.
Good job.
Drops to one knee, and Aziel, we thank you.
Thank you all for joining us for the first episode of Bastion tonight. Hope you all enjoyed it. So yeah, thank you all for joining us tonight. We hope you enjoyed it. If you did, come back September 16th for episode 2. Make sure to follow us on Twitter to get updates about our schedule. Check out our Patreon if you like that content to support us. And we're going to give a quick shout out, of course, to on Patreon. But
Yes.
that's going to do it for tonight for Bastion. We hope to see you all next time. Stay safe, stay healthy.
Everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye-bye. The sun shines brightly in the distance. The large shadows cast from the spires and buildings of the Nimbus district are cut by the large day crystals here in the Guild Bloom. But no sun shines here. One by one, the shadows disappear as high above dark clouds cover the sky, and a rare occurrence even here in the Guild Bloom happens. It starts to rain. But none of the fading light or the falling rain makes it on the stone balcony before us. A woman sits at a small table, gazing out into the rain shower. Her extravagant golden dress immaculately pressed and kept. Her graying red hair pulled back into a tight and intricate bun. Not a single hair out of place. She sets down the delicate porcelain teacup in her hand, and a servant immediately comes forward and silently refills the cup with steaming hot tea. Sitting beside her is a young man, dressed just as finely with red and gray silks. "Mother, I'm not sure." The words die on his lips with a single stare from the older woman. She waits in silence as the servant finishes stirring the large amounts of sugar he poured into the tea. The silence only broken by the light sound of rain in the distance as she takes another sip from the steaming hot cup. Just then, another man appears. "We have just received word that the shipment was successfully sent up top, mistress." "Very good. Any word from the good doctor?" No, mistress. There's been no communication since the day before last." "That is unacceptable. Send someone immediately. I want to know the status that the doctor has made." "At once, mistress." The young man turns to the older woman. "Mother, are you sure this is wise? The cost. Not to mention if anyone finds out what we've been doing." "Patience, my son. Patience. No one will find out. There's no one that cares. And the cost? The power we get in return will see that cost come back to us threefold." The woman's gaze returns to the view of the Guild Bloom. "I do so detest the rain." Silence that follows, broken only by a loud clap of thunder as the storm goes stronger. What's up, everybody, and happy Friday.
Happy
Hello,
Friday.
hello.
Hello.
Welcome to Recall Knowledge, where a bunch of friends roll some dice and tell some stories. Say hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Hi,
everybody.
everyone.
My name is Richard, and I am your GM for the evening, and I am joined tonight by my wonderful cast, starting with Nina, Jason, Steve, and Ricardo. Welcome back to Bastion. This is a special limited series we're putting on here at Recall Knowledge that will be premiering every other Friday, schedules allowing, here on Twitch at 7 p.m. Pacific, and premiering on YouTube at a later date. Now, this first season will be around 8 episodes. Hopefully you can all stay tuned and enjoy the season with us. Now, content warning. Bastion is a darker themed campaign. We will be dealing with violence, gore, corruption, and implied torture. Just to name a few things. This is intended for mature audiences only. If these things do not agree with you, please stop watching now. Your mental health is more important. Players, audience, let's enter back into Bastion. Players, you find yourselves being ushered off of the sandy floor of the training area here in the headquarters of the Neophytes in the Guild Bloom. Your training evaluation completed. You are led up the stone stairs, where awaiting you on the balcony is the Knight Captain of the Office of the Neophytes, the saint known as Demetrius Agnew. Well done, Neophytes, well done. You've proven yourselves quite capable and adept at utilizing your newfound powers. You fared better, I must say, than your companions in another group. Now, for your reward. You'll be given access to our armory here, within reason, of course, for you to select gear that may help you and assist you in your year-long quest. Once you've gone to the armory and picked out your items, you report back here, and I'll provide you with some information and leads that the office here has received, that you may then do with what you wish. You have been given priority, of course, with this information. You let me know what you would like to do, and the remaining information will be given to the other host of Neophytes.
Did they survive? They looked pretty banged up.
They survived. Pain is an excellent motivator and educator. Hopefully, this lesson was well learned.
Yeah.
Please follow the sergeant here. He will lead you to the armory. And one of the men, also in plate mail, leads you further into the headquarters, where there's a large vault door guarded by two similarly armored men, who then both put in keys, unlock them at the same time, and you see these intricate locks suddenly turning all along the large stone doors. And the door opens, and you see a large room filled with many shelves full of gear and items. Right. Now you have access to these first row of items here, given your status. Anything else is off limits to you for now. If you prove yourselves more worthy, perhaps in the future, the Knight Captain will see it fit that you are given access to the higher level items. We'll do this one at a time. You there, the big fellow. You can go first. He's looking towards you, Levon.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna need me some of that, what you're wearing. And Luvon just walks over to the biggest, heaviest piece of armor he can find. If I'm gonna be able to protect you guys, I need to turn into a living shield.
A pragmatic choice. And he snaps his fingers, and two servants who are waiting in the hallway wings appear and start to assist you to put on your armor. Next. You there. The furry one.
Oh, that is,
You don't talk about Agatha like... Oh, right. Oh, sorry.
well played. I see you. Well, hell, I've never had anything more than this leather armor and the rapier I have here. I mean, how long do we have? Can I have a look around for a little while?
If you need to. Don't take too long. The Knight Captain is waiting as well. You may peruse in the meantime. Who wants to go next between the two of you?
What's in it? Do you have any mutagens, potions that I could use, sir?
Furthest back left shelf.
I'll probably get a couple of minor elixirs. What's our limit? I say from the back.
If you had to quantify it, if you were buying these goods at a shop, the Knight Captain has provided you with 30 gold worth of equipment for performing so well in your evaluation.
That's great. Do you have any armor that, because I am not as strong as my companion, so do you have any armor that I could borrow?
There's plenty of armor here, as your companion has so chosen. This armor will be yours during your time as a neophyte.
I will grab that then. Thank you, sir.
Very well. He snaps his finger again, and two more servants come and walk you over to the armor you've picked out and assist you with putting it on. Now, seems like you're the only one left. Young Sivum.
Right, yeah. Perfect. So, Caden walks in, and he kind of eyes the sort of heavy armor that, like, Levon put on, and you see him for just a minute kind of pick it up and weigh it against his, like, muscles and, like, completely struggle to even get it back on the hook.
Yeah, it's like twice as big as you are.
It's huge, right? So I just playing it off, and then I go to the next one, which is like I go a few more down the rack until I can find one that I can actually handle, and I pick up like a chain shirt, and I kind of like slide it on and feel that it fits pretty comfortable. And then, I kind of ask like about the fit and the tailor, right? We're gonna get these custom tailored to match our bodies, right? How does this look anyways? And I turn to the side. I just, I could take it in a bit here, perhaps. A few more links on the bottom.
Maybe you can try working out and filling it out.
Right. And then I'll grab a shield off the rack and kind of sling it on my back, and I'll sidle over next to like Anita, and I'll kind of look. I'm looking at all the alchemical stuff, and I just whisper like, Anita. No, not Anita.
Sorry, it's
sorry.
Agatha.
Agatha.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Agatha. Oh my gosh.
I thought I was old, Caden.
Sorry. I mean, you can't expect me to know everyone's names yet, right? Agatha.
Sure.
He said
Yeah.
something about like, what did he say? Like 30 gold?
I think each.
Like, how much is a gold anyways? Like, I reach out and pick up like a moderate, like bottled lightning. And I'm like, what could this cost anyways?
I've never held a gold in my life, so I'm just grabbing what I can. I'm assuming. Let me take a look. 3?
I mean, the list price is 10. I don't know. I don't want to. I guess I'll just see what he says, and I'll just start. I'm grabbing like a bunch of alchemical stuff and just dumping it into my backpack.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll just. If you don't know, I don't know. I mean, that's on them, right? And then I just keep filling my bag with alchemical stuff. Then I guess as I'm going through my backpack, I'll be like, oh wait. And I reach in there and say, this is a bit of a red flag. And I like literally pull out 3 red flags that I have in my backpack. And then I walk over and hand it back to the captain or whoever it is that's escorting us.
He looks at it and like hands it off to one of the servant and like wipes his hand with from the dirt and grime off on your shirt.
I like pat my backpack and it clinks with a bunch of glass. And I'm like, all right, I'm good to go.
Very well. Now, what about that 4th one? You found what you're looking for in there?
No, I look back at the group. They didn't buy any equipment, only like weapons and armor and stuff like that. So I wanted to make sure that they got all the stuff that they needed for our trek out into wherever we're going to. So we'll get the rope, longbow, a grappling hook, some pitons, and he goes and talks just like all the standard adventuring gear that nobody else purchased.
The sergeant looks at you for a minute and, I literally don't care. Just pick something.
Oh, all right. There we go.
Right. Are you all set then?
Yes, sir.
So just as a point of question for you as a GM, when you said earlier to pick stuff, I did, but I didn't get the impression that there's a 30 gold limit. So if there is, I have way too much. I spent way too much from the thing because Caden has no idea how much things cost. So that's, if you want to just call me out and I'll delete a bunch of stuff.
Okay. The sergeant looks at all of you and looks at your backpack and
Got like
someone please explain to him what it means with a 30 gold limit.
I mean, there's no price tags on your shelf back there.
The servants go through your stuff and start taking out. So you can delete items to reach to 30 gold.
Yep. So there goes all my bottled lightnings.
Well, hell, did you actually get 30 gold worth of stuff?
No, I'm keeping some of this for a rainy day.
Yeah, essentially you guys can keep the gold amount for, when you come back. And
I just plan to live off of Caden from now on.
right. Follow me. And he leads you back up.
Hallam, you do bring up a good point. Like, how are we supposed to know what we're shopping for if we don't even know what we're doing?
I figure you would get some rope. That's always good in case you need to tie something or climb something or do whatever it is, tug of war. We can do whatever we need to do. But rope is good. Grappling hook in case we need to go up high.
I brought those to training camp, and I already had one in my backpack.
You know what I always found useful? A 10-foot pole. Should always have a 10-foot pole.
I told you guys about the 10-foot pole. They took my pole. I didn't. Oh, it's okay.
But eventually you're led back to that same balcony overlooking the training area, where the Knight Captain, Demetrius, is standing there, arms behind his back. Are they sufficiently geared, Sergeant? Yes, Captain. Very good, very good. Now, neophytes, and he turns to face you all. For the second part of your boon, you'll be given first access over your other team of neophytes. The information that has been submitted to the Office of Neophytes that hopefully you all can investigate, deal with, and generally better Bastion. He kind of takes a scroll from one of the servants and opens it. Now, first order of business. General Justice is seeking reinforcements at Fort Justice to help repel an insurging attack that has been going on the past week. This, of course, is one of the more common and well-known ways for neophytes to potentially bring glory and honor to themselves in Bastion and help with the war effort. It is also the most deadly. What's this? Reports of missing children from Old Town, I suppose. Could be helpful, not really sure what can be done. Most likely just scamps that have ran away from home. I doubt you can find much there. Apparently they were part of the Skyladder Academy. If that makes any difference. Now, lastly, the item that you recovered, as he's looking towards you, Caden, from your trial, was analyzed by our scholars and researchers. It appears that the heretics have influenced a rise in a new cult outside the city proper walls. This cult apparently calls themselves Children of the Four Divines. Filthy fiend worshippers, nothing more. Investigate the Guardian Wood to find further traces of this cult and eradicate them. This is the information that we have here at the office currently. You may choose to do with it what you will. Now, we do ask one thing, that you report your current activities to us to ensure that our two groups of neophytes do not compete with each other. While we do want to foster only the best, we want you to prove your worth in a way that will better Bastion. And if we have you competing with each other, then, well, that's one thing left undone. You may take some time among yourselves, report to the sergeant what you would like to do. When you've decided, you'll inform me. Now, excuse me, I have work to do. And he walks through the doorways and out of sight.
Was that Captain Demetrius that was giving us the options?
Yes.
Okay. Guys, I'm kind of bummed. Like,
Why?
I mean, why won't they just let us do all three? Making us pick one?
Avoid the walls until we need to go. Try to get some glory without getting killed, if possible.
Have you been to the Fort Justice?
Levon pauses and looks away for a while. No, only heard stories. But we should probably avoid it.
We could always work our way up in terms of difficulty. The missing children seems to be the easiest so far. We want to last a year, and if we go to the fort right away, then...
Yeah, but if we rescue a bunch of poor people, is anyone going to really care?
Yes, Caden, people will care.
Okay, yes, I understand. Their parents will care, their family will care, but the people here, and I gesture widely at the temple. What is it? Is it a temple we're at? What is it, like a castle?
It's a little bit fortified. It resembles a fort, but it's in the middle of the Guild Bloom, close to the spire, the center of the spire, right, that runs through the whole city. Yeah, it's somewhat kind of like a fort, but it's more stylized because there's no real need for defenses here.
So you heard the way he pitched that one, right? It was very much like a afterthought, like, oh, why is this coming across my desk sort of thing. Like, we want to earn points in their eyes. We gotta do something big.
And risk your life as a newly pledged neophyte instead of working our way up?
I mean, we all signed up for this. We all knew what we were signing up for, right? Guys, back me up here. I mean, we're here to risk our lives and in service of our community.
If I may, I think our goal was to eventually end this year as a saint. But if we do the mission that would maybe risk that because we'll be killed, then we wouldn't even reach the goal of being a saint. So I think doing the thing with the least amount of resistance and working our way up, even though some people in this room don't care about the people that we might be helping because of that mission, is the smartest move.
I partially agree. But I'd love to get some revenge for Arden if possible.
We'll get there, but compared to I haven't seen the other neophytes, but if we go to General Justice at Fort Justice and fight with the Saints, I'm assuming, then we're useless there.
No, I recommend researching the cult. They're the ones who took our friends from us.
If we were to rank them in order from hardest to easiest, right? We can say Fort Justice is probably the most dangerous mission we could undertake, correct? And we could say these missing children is probably the least dangerous that we could do, right? It's like a babysitting job. But we could split the difference and and go, yeah, just go right down the middle. Let's go find these children of the Fort of Vines and solve this mystery that we've already started on. Plus, Agatha, if we take the easy mission, the other neophytes, they're going to have to take one of the harder ones, and then they're going to get themselves killed. Do you
Exactly.
really? So
You're okay with ignoring children from Old Town, but not fellow neophytes?
No, they're the weaker group. They'll probably choose the easiest mission. I promise they'll go get the kids.
Hamalion, isn't your sister from the Skyladder Academy?
I don't know where she went to school, but she's really smart.
But isn't she the teacher there?
Al, you would know that, yeah, the Skyladder Academy is the same school that you were supposed to be going to.
Yeah, Helm, aren't you registered to the Skyladder Academy? Aren't you supposed to be there right now?
I'm here. That went out the window. I got hand selected to come here with all of you. No, she works for this guy, and he'll thumb over to Caden.
Look, I'm just looking at this from a very pragmatic standpoint. We have a limited amount of time to earn ourselves as many points as we can in the eyes of our, of the saints to anoint us to sainthood. And it sounds good to say let's work our way up, but I don't want to be toiling away in obscurity for the next year and not rise to the top.
I think this is the 3 of the many chances that we can get in terms of proving ourselves. It's just right now, these are our choices. This is day 1 of 365.
And they're going to see that we chose
The safest, the smartest move. One that would make us last longer.
Maybe we're looking at this the wrong way. Which of these 3 tasks is the best benefit to Bastion?
Obviously the one with general justice, but we won't be of any help there. We're not strong enough to help.
We've tackled everything they've thrown at us.
Yeah, but under the guise of a test.
I mean, there is no one else. That's kind of the point of these trials. Like, we are everyone's hope.
And the ones fighting at general justice right now also is everyone's hope. They're stronger. Bastions. Saints.
Tom, you're being very quiet over there. Curious where your head's at. Tell her, friend. Tell her that she's playing it safe.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're looking at me. Caden's right. We should go tackle the best one. Maybe they give us something better.
I disagree.
I mean, they do say that the old people are very experienced because they know how to live longer than those who didn't live longer. You know what that means.
You fly too close to the sun, my friend, you get burnt. You fall.
I don't think I ever saw the sun before this week.
I'll
But
lend you some books, Levon. There's a story. It's named Icarus.
Agatha, your vote is to search for the kids in Old Town, the Skyladder Academy, missing Skyladder Academy kids, right?
Yes.
If I was going to vote, I would vote that we tackle this Children of the Four Divines. We can't have. We gotta stamp out the cults before they gain. It's like weeding a garden. You when you had your gardens and you had to tend to them, remove the weeds, make sure that your fruit trees don't get like the nutrients stolen from them. Right? There's only so much sunlight, and why is everyone looking at me like that?
I agree with you. I don't know about your methodology, but I was just hoping you'd stop talking eventually. Al, what's your vote?
I side with Caden.
That's 3-1.
Levon, if we want to help the people of Bastion, Bastion is not just everything above Old Town. If we want a better Bastion, we want to find the kids for the parents that are looking for them. If you want a better Bastion, that's something doable that we can do right now.
I think that's something doable that any of us could do right now. Which is why I would like to defer it to the other team. You saw them. They came out of that place on stretchers. They couldn't even handle those little bots. All you had to do was bonk them and keep running. It was easy.
It's people from Old Town, Levon. Come on. It's people like us. You don't want to find them? You want to trust other people to find them?
I want to do whatever it takes to reach sainthood.
That will get us to sainthood. What are you talking about? Think about it. If we send the other groups to something that's more dangerous, then it's more likely that they'll be gone. This is safe, and we're also helping people.
What do you have against the other group?
Nothing. I'm just saying it's survival right now for us, right?
Well, let me ask you this. Why are you so interested in these particular children?
Because they're people from Old Town, and I know someone who's missing. And I wish someone fought for the person that's missing in my life as much as I'm fighting for these kids right now. And didn't just throw them to the side because they're not part of the hierarchy or They're not part of the elites that live above Old Town. That's why I want to find these children.
Caden, does your scriptures say anything about who you should be saving first?
Well, we're always taught community above all else. The survival of Bastion is paramount. The survival of us, not the individual, but the collective, trumps all. In this case, there's case to be made that these children could be more valuable to our society as a whole. Why don't maybe you could fill me in? What is this Skyladder Academy, anyways?
I will look over to Agatha. It's a place my sister went. I don't know much about it.
Anyone who would like could make a Recall Knowledge Society, Academia, or Bastion. Lore.
Bastion lore.
I'm using Bardic lore because my Bardic lore allows me to cover any topic I don't have specifically trained. I know everything. I know a little bit about everything is what it shakes out to be.
Hayden, you've heard of this academy, but it's a school that the lower families in the Guild Bloom go to, and even you've heard that they even have students from Old Town. That's all you know about it. Agatha, you do know that it's one of the only places of higher learning within Bastion, other than the elite, because most of the elite families have private tutors, and their main thing is to teach kind of skills that would allow for the assistance and management of the various industries within Bastion, right? It's essentially, they take students from like the lower families in the Guild Bloom, right? And educate them en masse, right? What the private families do in tutors. And they also select certain students that show the most promise from various institutions in Old Town that then train them to become assistants and like middle managers for the higher families, right? And their industries.
If it weren't for people that have graduated from Skyladder, there wouldn't be, I guess, assistants or managers for the higher families of this city.
It just feels like to be frank, it just feels like a waste of our talents.
Well, let me think about this, Caden, before you jump to, I agree with you. We should take the road most difficult. If we go after these children and it's a quick job, we can come back and say, all right, give us the next one, and we go do that one too.
I really don't want to miss out on these cultists. They turned that little boy into a monster in front of our eyes.
I mean, for all we know, it's the same.
If this is important to you, Agatha,
These kids could be tied to the cult, right?
possible.
Yeah.
If it's that important, we can do what you want. But you know how we feel about it.
How could you not empathize with your own people? I whispered
It's not
to Levon.
about.
I whispered to
Oh,
Levon.
got it. Okay, yeah.
I got to where I am through my own efforts. I haven't been around them in years.
Damn, who are you? I am too, but I haven't lost sight of where I came from.
Just realize, Agatha, if we do ignore this cult, every single death at their hands from this point on is on you for making this choice.
Every choice that we have right now has a death involved in it. The one that we don't choose, someone will die from it. If we don't choose the missing children, they'll die. If we don't choose the heretics, whoever they get will die.
We don't know that they're even in danger. Okay, let's just knock this one off the bucket list. It'll be quick, it'll be easy. Find these kids, spank them, send them home, and then on to like actual saint business.
Okay.
Okay, we're in agreement here. That is going after the children. I'm in charge. Hold this, and Helm will pass Levon the grappling hook, the rope, the pitons, all the extra stuff that he can't carry because he's not very strong.
All right, I will put a second giant bag of nonsense on my back. You might find it a little funny, but Luvon really doesn't know that much about the Skylark Academy. That is where he's from, but that's not something he's familiar with. Not very familiar with.
Skyladder Academy?
Well, he's from there, but he didn't go there.
Gotcha.
He had a different type of education.
Are you relaying our choice to the sergeant
Yes, I will take it.
in charge?
Right. See, you've all been talking. Did come to decision then?
Begrudgingly, we're going to go after the children. And perhaps if we take care of that, we can come back and take care of the cultists.
You're sure?
Yes. I butt in. I'm sorry, Hal.
I'll look back down the steps. We're sure.
It seems that the children are the future, so we're going to try to protect them.
All right, well, your sainthood on the line, not mine. And I'll relay your decision to the Knight Captain. Good luck, neophytes. And he leaves you there on the balcony. Neophytes, you are left to your own devices after making your decision. What would you like to do next?
I mean, is that all the information we got? That there was 3 kids missing from the Skyladder Academy?
They didn't say how many. They said that there's been reports of missing children from Old Town, and that this recent report was that they were children who attended the Skyladder Academy, and then if we could please look into it.
Wasn't... Because I remember Halm's sister mentioned this on the last session. Can we go to her?
That's you guys, what you want to decide to do. You can talk amongst yourselves.
Because I just don't know if, like...
You pursue it how you will.
Would she be at home right now?
She's probably at my dad's office.
Yeah, we can go there and get some refreshments and have a discussion.
Like a fruit.
Can't we just go straight to the academy? Like, what are we hoping to get from your sister?
And I mean, yeah, we can get... What's closer? The Skyladder Academy or your house?
Well, my house is much closer. It's just I kind of don't really want to see my father right now. I mean, my first shot at proving myself, and I come crawling to him for help. And when he finds out what we're doing, it's nobody tell him.
We can bypass that, then can go to the Skyladder.
You just tell them we're going to find some missing children and they're going to take care of a cult. I mean, that is the plan, right? They're not mutually exclusive. Well, maybe they are, but you know what I mean.
I can stomach my father. It's okay. If it's important, we can do it. But whatever we do, let's do it fast before the other neophytes even finish their quest with the cult and we get stuck sent to the wall.
Are you sure? Because if it's known all throughout the academy, we can bypass Lion's sister and just go straight there. I don't want you to be uncomfortable.
I'll manage. Helm, what does your sister do there anyways? I thought she worked for my father. Does she also works there, or she just attended there?
She just went to that place. I don't know what she does there. I don't think she works there. And we're not that close. She's a little bit of a smart one, so every time I'm at home, it's always, why can't you be more like your sister Irma? She does this, she does that, blah, 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 and I just kind of tune it out. And
So Sounds like maybe Hound doesn't want to talk to his sister. I don't want to talk to my father.
Let's just go straight to the Skyladder Academy.
So no snacks? Fine. Straight to the school.
Have a ration that I'll pass to Luvon. It's old.
Chew on a newt tail.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Straight from the
I guess.
wasteland.
Now, do we have like anything that identifies us as being neophytes? Like, how do people know that we're neophytes if we just show up to the academy and start asking questions, you know?
Yeah, you were when you guys were geared up. They gave you a medallion that you can pin where you would.
Probably not too many non-neophytes walking around in full plate either.
True.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't quite made a name for ourselves, so I don't expect them to know who we are yet. But they'll know soon enough.
Hal will take the badge of honor and he'll whip it on his cape, his dueling cape, and he will pin it, the medallion right there that holds his cape back. All right, we ready? Let's go.
I think we got quite a bit of trek ahead of us through Nimbus, Guildbloom, Corstead, and then Old Town. How long does it take to?
Well, you're not in Nimbus right now. You're in the Guildbloom. The headquarters of the Neophyte is in the Guildbloom.
That's right.
As is Skyladder Academy actually spans both from Old Town into the Guildbloom. It bisects both levels.
Old Town, Guildbloom or Corstead?
Corstead and Guildbloom.
Oh, so it's pretty high up here.
Yeah.
So it's basically the same level we're at right now.
Yeah, the top levels
Oh, okay.
are on the same level, levels of Guildbloom.
But the kids that are going missing, they're not going missing from the Corstead and the Guildbloom.
The report said that there were some kids missing. The report said that these particular children were from Old Town and that they were attending the Skyladder Academy.
The Old Town kids are missing.
We'll stop by the academy. We'll see what they know. Maybe get some addresses. Go
Mhm.
check their houses.
Yeah, maybe they have a lift that goes all the way down so we don't have to walk as far.
I misremembered my own lore. It's Corstead, very few students from Old Town, Corstead, and then some of the lower families from the Guildbloom that go to this academy.
So they found the 7 poor kids at school and started kidnapping them?
Sounds like it.
Right?
All right.
Yeah, so we'll go start at the academy on the Guildbloom level.
Agatha, you would know the direction where the Skyladder Academy is, and you head towards what is called the Cloud Tower, which is the section of the Skyladder Academy here in the Guildbloom. It takes you a good amount of time, right? It's not going through the streets here in the Guildbloom. You see now, gilded streets, smooth stone pavements, day crystals hanging everywhere to keep the light shining. And you actually do see pockets of sky where you would, at least if it wasn't dark and raining, as you leave from the headquarters of the Neophytes. In the rain, eventually you do make your way to the Cloud Tower Academy. There's not any guards or anything like that. There's gates to the campus itself and a large circular building that rises up and narrows to a more gradual cylinder. You see various students walking around of different ages, mostly somewhat moderately dressed. You see a few that are more well dressed than others walking around. And eventually you make your way to the front desk of this section. And you see a stout halfling woman sitting at the desk there, glasses, reading. Right, yes, can I help you?
Oh, yes. We are neophytes that's here to investigate the reports of missing children.
Neophytes? As I'll say me, you really are the new neophytes, aren't you?
Hello.
Reports of missing children. Reports of missing children. You don't mean the stir that Miss Eliam came by, right? I bet it's nothing. Just a few kids. I'm sure skipping school, nothing more.
Did you say Malayan?
Ah, right. One of our top graduates in recent years. Looks a bit like you, fella.
Oh, yeah, her definite name is definitely not Malayan, so it's got to be somebody else completely.
Came by to check on her brother sorts, and was talking to some of the students, some of the teachers, and apparently was concerned that some of our students from lower down hadn't been seen in class for a few days, but I'm going to be quite honest, it's not too uncommon with folks from their backgrounds to skip out or even drop out completely. It's a bit much sometimes for them.
These kids that have allegedly skipped school or are missing, are they doing bad in class? Were they doing bad in class?
I don't have everyone's record in front of me, dear. I'm not their teacher. I wouldn't know.
Could you lead me to one of their teachers, please?
You're actually saying you don't even know who these kids are, right? Agatha, I think she might be out of the loop as we are in this situation.
That's why we're here to investigate. I mean, why would it have been brought up to the night captain in the first place if it wasn't real?
We saw Helm's sister there right before our testing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she was dropping off a tip. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch your name, nor do I really need it. Can you just explain to me, do you know who these kids are?
One moment, please.
She doesn't.
No. Let's see, the lower classes. Yes, it seems that there are 2 students that have been remiss in their attendance from Dr. Eolis's classes. He's in charge of our outreach program that, by the generous blessings of the divine, we give chances to the brightest of the lowest, so that they may rise above and bring glory and honor to Bastion.
It's so important to give them those opportunities.
You're doing such a
can we find the
great
doctor?
job of protecting these brightest of the lowest.
I know, it's bless their hearts. He should be in his class, I believe. If you can go down the large staircase there, head down 2 levels. It's classroom 3B. So take the stairway down 2 levels, head to the left, take another stairway down 1 more level, and there's a hallway of classrooms there.
Thank you.
You're welcome, dear.
So we'll walk and talk on the way to the classroom.
Move on slowly,
And it's
Plunks.
Talia, dear. The name's Talia.
I'm older than her, right? Am I older than everyone in this school right now?
You're older than most of the students. No, you're not older than her. She is probably getting up there in her 30s.
Oh, she's about to die soon. Okay.
How? You say you're not very close with your sister. It sounds like we might not be avoiding that trip to my dad's office after all. I mean, it's a little strange.
Let's not get that wrong. I get along with my sister better than you get along with your dad.
Doubt that's true. I love my father. He's a great man. Wait, what are you even saying? What are you implying?
I probably get along better with her. Like kids and their parents, they don't always get along or agree. Me and my sister, we just don't have the same things in common. She's really smart, but not very athletic, where I'm quite very athletic, charismatic, a natural born leader, one who rises from the lowly, what was that? The lower classes? One who rises from the lower classes to sainthood. So,
All I know is your sister's business is my father's business. And your sister took an interest in these kids. That's strange, isn't it?
I don't think so.
3C, 3B, here we go.
Agatha's adjusting her hearing aid at the back.
And as you do, Agatha, you hear the sounds of unruly children, laughter, screaming. You open the door, and Caden, and immediately you're hit in the face with a ball of paper.
Are you sure we can't do to lose a few of these?
And you see a bunch of children running around the classroom, a chalkboard in the background, and an exasperated looking young woman, probably around your age, Agatha, slumped against the desk, like hands in her head, like just children, please settle down.
We knock.
Yes, can I help you?
We're the new neophytes.
Neophyte. Children, settle down. We have celebrities here to visit us. At this, all the children like look around and begrudgingly, some of them sit in their seats. One comes up to you, Hal, and just looks at you. Who are you?
I'm the one that comes when your teacher calls when you're not doing what you're supposed to do. And I will bare my teeth. Get back to your seat.
Roll an intimidation check.
Oh, this is going to go well.
Make a child cry.
Okay.
This kid doesn't want himself on.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's a 20.
And he's just sobbing in front of you, not moving.
I'll reach down on his head, then I will spin it to get his body to turn in the right direction.
And he slowly walks back. And you see now there are a few different ages of kids here, varying, some gnomish, halflings, dwarves, humans, even some half-elves and elven children. But yes, can I help? What brings a group of neophytes to our classroom here?
Yes, we're here to investigate reports of missing children.
Missing children?
You're Dr. Ayol, correct?
Dr. Aeolus? No. My name is Deanna. I was called to watch over these Dr. Aeolus's class. He didn't report in today.
Did he say why?
I wouldn't presume to ever ask that of Dr. Aeolus, and they wouldn't tell me. I just graduated from here. So I'm the substitute for the day.
I think to help ease the class and ease her stress, Caden will try to go up kind of in front of the class and get the kids' attention and sort of maybe start telling them cool fables and things just to get them to calm down while you guys do your business. I'll try to help ease the classroom.
All right, I need you to make an impression, please.
And that would be with diplomacy?
Yes.
12 on the dice, 20 total.
20. Yeah, Caden, you start going into these tales of saints that you have heard since you were a child. Heroic tales from the front lines of miraculous feats of wonder and strength. And the kids immediately just are enraptured with the story that you're telling. And all focuses on you. I took attendance this morning. Yeah, there were two children that have been absent, but they've been marked absent since before I came in to substitute. Is this really? I've never heard of neophytes investigating truancy before.
I wouldn't say it's truancy. It's more of following a lead that might lead us to a bigger lead. Without divulging into much, I'm afraid that these missing children might be involved with what's going on with the heretics.
Exile, save me. You think these kids are heretics?
No, it's not that. Like I said, there's not a lot of information that I can divulge. However, if there is anything that you know, or know someone that would know more, it would truly help us and would be duly appreciated.
Right. What was the child's names? I believe it was Albert and Orion. Is anyone here friends with Albert and Orion? You see, like, the kids, like, not paying attention to her at all, as they're still just paying attention to you, Caden.
Kids, we really need to listen to our teacher when they speak to us. So I will reiterate, is anyone friends with Palbit or Orium? Is that their names?
That little squirt? Hey, Vamek, don't you hang out with him a lot? Guess. Yeah, I'm friends with Palbit.
Do you know where they might be today or all week? Did he tell you anything, like any kind of cool things they might have been up to? Any special projects they might have been working on the teacher with?
Kind of looks towards you, Caden, and looks towards the teacher.
Can I do a sense motive on this kid?
Yes. Give me a perception check.
Question marks.
This kid is definitely hiding something, and he does not want to get in trouble.
Okay, Agatha, maybe you can take our friend here into the other room while I keep the rest of the kids entertained. Maybe take them out for ice cream, or I don't know.
Ice cream? We can get ice cream? All the kids are like, ice cream? But there's ice cream? We want ice cream.
Oh, there's no ice cream. Oh, we're in the guild bloom, maybe. But we're in the... So I just... that's on you now. He's expecting ice cream, but he's going to you, and I'm keeping the rest.
Diana's like, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to let them leave.
We're borrowing this child for a while. We'll be back.
Give me a diplomacy check, Levon. Or intimidation, your choice, depending how you want to go about this.
Can we physically rough the kid up?
Yeah, Levon is sick of this. He's going intimidation.
Oh,
This is for the teacher. Yeah.
This is for the teacher. Yeah, we're not playing these games. I'm tired of these children. I'm not dealing with this sass from an adult, especially not an old lady. Is that private or?
No, you can make it public. 16.
16, yeah.
That's enough. I mean, you're neophytes, right? Who am I to say no? Maybe don't go too far, please.
Your loyalty to the city is appreciated. And Levon will turn around and just start ushering the kid out towards Agatha.
I've never had ice cream before.
Ice cream? Right. Ice cream. Okay. I look to Caden.
you guys go. I'm keeping the kids entertained.
Just ushering both of them out the door. Agatha and the child.
I was talking to.
I mean, do we want to just take the kid and go? Should we? Are we done here?
Wait, the kid had a reaction to the teacher, right?
The kid's hiding something, but I don't want to. I want to get him one-on-one to talk with him when he's not in front of everyone, so he doesn't think he's going to get in trouble. Or removing him from the situation.
Yeah, I think Caden should talk to the kid, and then Agatha will stay and help Deanne a little bit.
I mean, you know what? The teacher's probably fine. She's a professional. She's been on this job for like 1 day. She knows what she's doing. We'll just remove ourselves from the entire classroom, bid goodbye to the kids, and step out with our.
You're leaving? Wait, we're not getting ice cream? I want to hear more about the story of Saint Angelus.
Oh well. Next time, kids.
The furry one's mean. And you guys take the kid out of the room.
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
no, please.
No. Door closed. We don't need anything.
And
we're
you
not
just
teachers.
hear chaos erupt. Ice cream! I wanted ice cream! And you just hear muffled chaos from behind the door.
Oh boy.
Yeah, let's find a place. So, guys, do we want to play this like hard or soft?
It's a kid. Yeah.
What is this kid, 6? He needs to grow up eventually. Let's go.
Well, what was your name, little one? Your friends kind of sold you out there, didn't they?
Yeah, they always do. Vamek.
Well, it's unfortunately you're being expelled from the school for lying to us, impeding an investigation in neophytes. This badge, you see our badges. This is we're very important people, and we're on a very important mission, right? And I wink at Agatha, and lying to us is one way to get you sent home. So can you take us back to your dorm? We gotta get you home because you're obviously lying to us.
Wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie. No.
It's too late. You had your chance.
Caden. How about let's listen to what he has to say, Vamek, and then I kneel down in front of him.
Are you sure we can trust what he has to say, Agatha?
Can we trust what you're gonna say, Vamek? Okay. All right. So this is your last chance to tell us the truth. If not, you know what Caden said.
We were playing a game, racing it to the platforms. They always say that we need to stay in with the buddy system, right? But we've done this a million times, so we were racing, and Palbit was right next to me for a while. Then he was gone. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave him. I don't want to be expelled, please.
Did you tell anyone right after Palbit disappeared that he disappeared?
We thought he just maybe got lost or got distracted. He's always getting distracted. That's why Dr. Eolis has him for extra tutoring.
Is it just him, or is it... What's the name of the other one? Palbit. Orion?
She was in extra tutoring too.
Just the two of them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Don't want to be expelled. I'm sorry, I lied.
Caden, we're not gonna expel him, right?
Well, we might. Do you know where this tutoring actually takes place? Is it at the teacher's classroom? Does he have an office?
Don't know.
Did Palbit say anything?
Just that he's tired of getting home late because he has to walk back to the platforms.
Did you see any weird markings in Palbit? Anything that looks bad?
He went missing near these platforms?
We were racing to the platforms to go home because there's a lot of people when they get off work and it takes a long time and we don't want to wait in line because then our parents get mad. Please, my parents are gonna be so mad if I get expelled. My sister's sick. I need to graduate.
Well, if we find your friends, maybe I can talk to the school and get you to stay.
Please. I'm sorry.
All right, well, I think for now, at least no ice cream.
And he just sobs even harder.
How about this? Since you eventually have you seen a magic trick before, knowing that magic is rare in Bastion?
Magic?
Yeah, I do a quick mage hand cantrip in front of him. And then I pick up a random rock and bring it to him. Since it was picked up by a magic hand, now it's a magic rock.
It's magic.
Yes. And then I snap my fingers and the mage hand disappears.
Does that mean I'm gonna become a superhero too?
Maybe.
Awesome.
Just make sure you stop lying and do well in school.
And he wipes his hand on your pants, Kaden.
I pat him on the head.
I won't lie anymore, I promise.
And tell your other classmates to behave for the substitute teacher. Hey, she's old. She can't run after you guys anymore.
Yeah. Are you gonna die soon?
Who knows? I think so.
Not as long as we keep taking these easy missions. And I pat him on the head. Go back to class. Scoot along.
Magic rock. Wow. And he opens the door, not even looking, so looking at the rock, and then just lets it close behind him.
Does anybody else find it really weird that the teacher's no longer here and he's keeping these two people and nobody else?
Maybe we should find out where the good doctor lives.
Make a house call, as it were.
At the very least, find directions to where he might be tutoring these children. God, I hope he's just tutoring these children.
Me too, Caden. Anita looks at Caden for like a little bit longer and smiles to herself because she really appreciated what he did.
Convinced you that you're Anita?
That's a magic trick.
Nice.
Ooh,
We should start a running counter.
I know, right?
Yeah, let's back. Back to the
Tally.
Yeah. I didn't remember her name. I didn't think I was gonna have to meet her again, but apparently she's like important, so I probably should
The
remember.
old
her
lady
name.
upstairs. I'm sure she'll have more information for us.
Yeah, we just need an address.
I forgot her name.
Go back up and just ring the service bell. Ding 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 ding.
For the half elf.
I'm right here, dear.
Barely noticed you. We need an address for the professor. Professor Olio? Is that his name? Professor Olio?
Aeolus.
Aeolus.
Dr. Aeolus.
Doctor. My apologies.
He's very particular, dear. Normally, we can't just give out faculty information.
And at the badge.
I suppose wouldn't want to be denying anything for the upper offices. One moment, please.
Yeah. Back in the book.
Aeolus Minalum. Interesting. The only address we have on file is for his clinic in the Corstead.
I guess that's where we'll start, but is that common for you to not have addresses of your personal employees?
If this is the address he provides for any pertinent information and salaries to be sent, that's his business. And for one as such esteemed as Dr. Aeolus, is given certain privileges.
You say he's a doctor, you say he runs a clinic. What does he practice in?
He is one of our finest graduates from the College of Medicine. He provides a free clinic to the more unfortunate peoples in the course. And I've heard even allows some people from Old Town, worker injuries and such, and even some of the workers' children.
Well, that's very important work, for sure. Well, what say you guys? To the clinic?
Yes, thank you so much for your cooperation.
You're welcome. I'm not sure why you couldn't just ask the good doctor himself in his class.
He wasn't here. A substitute teacher named Deanne is there for him right now. She needs help.
Oh, Deanne. I'm sure she'll be fine, bless her heart.
She didn't seem like it.
Those kids are so undisciplined.
Yes, this whole place seems rather undisciplined.
That is our outreach classroom, so.
Thank you again. Walk out.
And as you guys exit the Skyladder Academy and here in the Cloud Tower in the Guild Bloom, we're going to take our break.
All right. We got our leads.
You have your leads.
We probably would have saved time if we just went straight to your sister in the first place.
We will take about 10 minutes here, give or take, maybe a little bit less. Come back probably at 8:55 Pacific time. So just about 9 minutes.
See you
Like a
guys
plan.
then.
And welcome back. Players, you have made your way through the Guild Bloom, various patches of streets that are open to the sky. The rain pours through. An unfamiliar occurrence for most of you, as it's rare even in the Guild Bloom to receive rain. Unheard of in the Corsteads and below. But eventually, you get to the platforms and head down to the Corstead district. Past the various warehouses and workshops and manufacturing sites, where even now, closer towards the end of the day, there are still people waiting outside, hoping to get even the smallest of work, be able to feed their families. You push past the crowds and eventually make it to the address that you were given. Nondescript stone building here in the Corstead that just says Clinic of Dr. Aeolus Minala. Free of charge. And the door is closed. And you see a sign hanging from the inside of the window that just says closed.
Did this clinic happen to be on the same path that the kid described them racing down? Or like in the same direction?
If you were to take a direct line from where the Skyladder Academy is here in the Corstead, it's not in the direct path, it's a little bit off a ways.
Is there anyone in the vicinity that looks like they're watching the clinic?
Give me a perception check.
Perception.
Well, Agatha's doing that. I'm just knocking on the door, just like trying to see if anyone inside will answer.
Question marks.
You look around, and most people pass by, but you do see one man kind of sitting slumped kind of against a bench, bottle in hand, who appears to just be another drunk, unable to find work, passing his time away here. But you notice him look over towards your direction once, twice, 3 times. Each time trying to make it nonchalant. But you're able to pick up that he is watching you. He's watching you all.
I let the group know, like, subtly, so that we don't scare the guy. So there's someone watching us. They've noticed that we're here. I think that if we all approach him, he might run away. But what do you guys think?
Why don't you go talk to him? I'll see if I can get this door open.
Okay.
Yeah. Caden, give me a perception check as you pound on the door. You pound on the door, And while the immediate area in front of the window and the curtains are closed and it's dark, you do notice the flickering of light barely peeking out from further than the clinic. And as you pound on the door, you hear something almost like drop. Like a quick clattering and then quiet. And no answer on the door.
Halmy might want to work fast. There's someone's in there. They're just not answering.
Yvonne's gonna circle real quick to make sure there's no like other egress.
I think as Hal is reaching for his thieves' tools to lock the door, Caden says, "Hurry up." And instead of grabbing the thieves' tools, he grabs his nightstick and he'll do a quick motion that'll elongate the stick, and he'll try to break the glass.
I would say give me an attack roll, please, against the glass.
You have glass stats handy, Richard?
I do not. So Pathfinder are gonna get on me because I'm just making it up.
I was gonna say this system has enough rules that there are actually stats. I don't memorize it, but they do exist.
Let's see. You just look up glass. In the meantime, make your roll.
That's a 24.
You know what? I'm not gonna look up the stats of glass. I'm pretty sure a 24 hits. So you can go ahead and roll your damage.
5 damage.
It doesn't really give AC for like materials, but it gives like hardness, hit points, broken threshold, things like that. It's kind of cool.
I'm gonna say this isn't a thin pane of glass here, and 5 points is enough to break it.
The rules agree with your assessment, Richard.
Let's go.
See? Who needs rules? Come on.
They give glass a hardness of 1, a hit points of 4, and a broken threshold of 2. So it just takes 2 hit points to, I guess 3 with the hardness of 1 to break a bit of glass.
See? Me and Paizo, we're on the same wavelength.
Actually, for window panes, it even has like just 1 hit point and no broken threshold at all. So
Hal will quickly put his nightstick back into his bandolier, and he will push through the glass.
And as you break the glass, Agatha, you notice the man that was watching you kind of stand up and walk off.
Hey! I run after him.
You're gonna run after him?
Yeah.
I was hoping that Aga would make it the diversion and start talking to the guy when I broke the glass.
Oh, okay. So you were waiting for her to get there?
Yeah, I didn't think it would take very long. So you tell me.
Yeah, I'll say that as you're walking up to him, Agatha, instead of the breaking of the glass, it's you coming up to him that he starts walking off.
I still chase after him.
Okay. He's...
Wait, Agatha's chasing that dude. What the?
It's not running, I think. He's like, just walk.
He's sauntering off, and as you kind of catch up to him, he walks a little bit faster, and at the same time, the glass breaks.
Agatha, let him go. And then, yeah, we're going in.
I grab Caden by the shirt, then I look at his green eyes with my green eyes, and I pull him as we go into the door.
Yeah, we're going in the door, and it is what it is.
All right, Agatha, Levon, what are you doing? What is Levon doing?
So a little bit. I was checking the back. I was gonna circle real quick to make sure there wasn't another door for anybody to run out of if they did anything crazy.
Okay. By the time you come back, there's no other doors that you can see. By the time you come back, you see just as you round the corner, you see Hal breaking the glass and Agatha jogging at some random drunk.
But hearing no. After hearing Caden, can I remember this dude's face? Did I see his face at least?
He was wearing, a dirty old cloak. You saw a long, scruffy brown beard. That's about it.
Nothing that would no defining marks, no mole, no birthmark, nothing.
No. No, he had his cloak pretty much wrapped up around him as he was drinking his bottle and looking around, and as he kind of shuffled up, he turned his back to you quickly. And
frustratingly, because I don't want to leave my party, and after hearing the kids say battle buddy system,
I leave him to run off. But before that, I'm gonna do a telekinetic projectile and throw like a rock, just to see if like it would loosen his footing a little bit.
Okay, go ahead and make that attack roll.
Oh, dude.
Close. Attack. The 23.
It's a critical hit.
Oh shit!
Let's go. Down the trunk.
14 points of damage? Don't tell me he's dead.
You send a rock back of his head, and he takes a few more steps, stumbling forward, and then just slumps to the ground.
I have a minor elixir. I'll tell Levon, help me grab this guy, and then we'll pull him into the clinic.
I guess I'll go to the crazy one who's killing people in the streets and hide the evidence.
I did that with conceal spell, by the way. That way no one saw.
There is a small bit, a bit of a crowd now forming, this around, this kind of looking at what's going on. Like as you guys are breaking into the clinic, you see one older man. Hey, what are you doing? That's the clinic. You can't just break in there.
This guy that's dying, how far away from us is he?
Where's the deacons?
Oh, I got him.
Deacons! Well, there's a robbery going on. Someone call the deacons.
I'm just saying I can stabilize him from 30 feet away.
He was probably 30 feet away when he started walking from you originally, right? Across the street.
Yeah.
And then he walked further away, and Agatha was going up towards him.
I think just because we're losing our advantage here where we're trying to like rush in, unfortunately, but I'll have to like wrestle against Halm a little bit and try to get close enough that I can stabilize this guy so we're not murdering random people on the streets on our first mission.
Oh my
I can
God,
heal
that
him.
guy's bleeding. What?
It's okay. I can do something.
Luvon will trade places. Luvon stepping into the clinic to get away.
I'll give him a 2-action heal when I'm there with Levon. Like just holding him. Oh sir, I'm so sorry. Oh, Levon.
Levon's like, you guys are making way too much noise.
Yeah, I guess I was gonna go with you to take care of the guy, but you say you have it. You went to him. We're rushing in while we have, we broke the glass. We can't spend like 3 minutes, 5 minutes outside helping this guy. We got to get in before whatever happens inside before they beat it. So I'll reluctantly leave Agatha outside and dip in with the rest of the crew.
All right, so the three of you go inside the clinic. Agatha, what are you doing?
I'm hoping that this works well as a distraction from the 3 boys trying to get inside the clinic.
Okay. This guy is now down, bleeding from his head, slumped against.
I make a show of it where like I'm tying up like a bandage, but while doing that, my other hand is casting heal on this guy.
Okay. I would say roll for create a diversion.
So that's a deception?
Yes.
Okay. Rolling. That would be a 19.
19, that's enough. So the crowd was like listening to this old man, this old geezer, right? He's pointing out like that you guys have broken into the clinic. And then suddenly another woman's like, oh my God, this man is bleeding. You make this big show of going over to him and like, I can help, out of the way. And like going to bandage him, and like you're drawing the focus on to like this man who has not been knocked unconscious and is bleeding from his head. No one knows it was you who did it, but you pull the focus away, and the old man just like, wait, no, the clinic. Won't somebody think of the clinic? The 3 of you enter. So Agatha, what are you doing? So you're gonna use heal?
Yes, I'm gonna use heal.
Okay, go ahead.
Did I cast it already? Not yet. Okay, Agatha. So he would heal 4 versus living. Healing. Roll.
So many screens to pop through.
15 points. See what I did to him?
His eyes go wide.
And then I look at him.
He looks directly at you.
And then I shake my head no. Hopefully he figures out that I'm asking that he doesn't cause a scene. I'll try to use intimidation with my eyes.
He looks at you for a moment, and he just rolls up one of his sleeves. I'm going to send you a message.
Okay. Whispers.
He's showing you his buff muscles. He's like, check it out.
Whispers.
Yeah.
I definitely meant for one of the three of us to go with Agatha, but I guess we all ended up inside.
He just rolls up his sleeves for a moment and looks at you. You gonna let me go?
Run.
And he just takes off, gets up quickly, looks around at the crowd. Oh, he's alive! He's alive!
I try to make another show that I'm trying to really represent the neophytes and the saints in Azael. Like, like with the graciousness of Azael, I was able to bring this man back up to life. My name is Agatha. I'm a newly graduated neophyte. If you have any questions, just trying to get people's attention on me and not in the clinic.
Okay, I'll say this would be an impression roll. Normally, you would need a feat to be able to do this to.
Oh, too many people. I'd like to use a hero point. I rolled a 10.
All right.
Hero points.
26.
26.
Let's go.
So you're saying all this, and what happens is you make the impression on one person first, and then they start the chain reaction of, it's the neophytes. They're neophytes. It's the new group of neophytes. Like, oh, this is saint business, and that murmur starts and spreads through the crowd. Now, we'll cut to the gentleman. You enter in to the clinic, and it's dark here in this first room. You see a large desk and various chairs and couches. It's a waiting room, essentially. But it is dark here. And you see now that flicker of light, Caden, is coming from the door behind the desk.
So if it is dark, I'll basically, I'm going to use an action to sort of activate my halo. So my halo basically creates like the light cantrip off of me. So my hair goes bright white, the halo turns on, and then there's a light radiating off of me that fills the darkness.
And that is, what's the radius on that?
It's just a normal light cantrip, so it's 20 dim, 20 bright, and 20 more dim until I get a higher, once I get to a higher level, it'll get brighter, but that's it for now.
What color is your halo?
I think it's white, with a yellowish tint to it.
Like his hair.
My hair is usually kind of like darker, like a brownish. And then it's like kind of like a darker brown, but when I activate the halo, all the color, like all the brown disappears out and my hair just turns stark white while the halo is active. But otherwise, it's normally brown.
I feel like there's a wind effect when it's open and it's on too. Like,
It's just how I'm next to him.
So suddenly a halo appears above Caden's head and it illuminates the room around you. And you see there's a few plants. It's essentially like your common medical waiting room.
Which direction? Like, what's the layout like? Because I heard a noise from within. So where am I hearing noise in this kind of office space?
It's literally, so you walk in and it's just a square room in front of you with a desk right in front of you. And then chairs lining the other sides, and then the door is directly behind that desk. So straight in front of you past the exit.
Levon or Hal, I mean, I don't know if this is more your guys, like this sort of like rushing into a building in the action might be more of a your guys if you guys want to take the lead, because Caden also kind of came in hesitantly because he was going to help Agatha. So maybe you guys take the lead and Caden will sort of follow your guys' lead.
Are you giving Levon permission to bolt through this door?
Yeah.
I don't know what actions it would take to juggernaut this door, but
Force
we need to
open.
go get him.
mm-hmm.
So yes, it would be to force open the door. All right, so I need you to then roll that athletics check, please.
Athletics with a -2.
-2 because you don't, unless you have a crowbar.
It says, it says without a crowbar, prying something open takes the -2 penalty. Are we trying to pry the door open? Or are we just shoulder charging it? It's kind of, I guess, up in the air.
I'm just gonna roll it. You can subtract 2 if you want to. 16 if you want to subtract 2, but an 18 rolled.
And on the dice.
You try to pry open this door, and it's actually pretty sturdy, and it's not budging.
Vaughn just collapses and picks himself back up. How can you get it?
I'm just gonna try the door first to see if it's locked.
It is currently locked.
So I will take my picks and try to unlock it.
I'm gonna like hit you with a guidance while you're doing that. I probably should have done that for Levon, but I have a lot of spells and I didn't notice it until this moment.
You want a thievery check?
That is a thievery check with a +1 circumstance bonus. We can just go and drag. I guess you don't have a token, so
It's a
just
status bonus. Thank
status
you very
bonus.
much.
Yeah, sorry. One of the few things that actually give a status bonus.
Right?
I'm gonna use a hero point. Even better. Not really. That's a 7.
You're trying to pick this lock. It's not opening.
At least we know they don't really have a way out, right? Do we just maybe threaten them? Maybe we need to like Saints, or I guess I can't call us Saints yet. Neophyte business. Open up. Don't make this hard. We're just looking for the doctor. Is that you?
Give me an intimidation check.
17, 9 on the dice.
How do I know you're not just thieves?
It's true, we did break his front window and
Is there room under the door, or is it like really well fitted?
There's a bit, like I said, the light is able to come through from the other side, so it's not like, airtight seal.
Vaughn's gonna kneel down with his dislocated shoulder and try to just shove his little badge underneath the door.
We're here from the Sky Ladder Academy. We're looking for Dr. I forgot his name.
Aeolus.
Dr. Aeolus and potentially some missing students.
I didn't know anything. You can't pin this on me. I didn't know.
How about you just open this up and we can just...
The doctor didn't tell me anything.
Is he telling the truth?
You can give me a sense motive perception check.
13. I look at Levon, Sharg, and try to help him up.
From what you can tell, he's doesn't seem to be lying. You're not 100% certain. Like, his voice is shaky. He seems very scared and nervous.
If I back up further, I might be able to break the door down this time. I underestimated it. I'll use the other shoulder.
I will lean out of the way.
If my friend has to break down that door, he's going to break more than just the door, friend.
I didn't know. Oh, as I see me, I didn't know.
Right, we gave him a shot. I'll also hit Levon with the guidance.
What does guidance do in this game?
As you're running by, slap him on the back.
It's a +1 status bonus to your roll.
So I only have a -1 this time. Just gonna roll again. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and use a hero point because this is getting ridiculous. I don't want to break both shoulders.
Hero point.
Heroically knocking down that door.
18.
Yeah, 20 with the circumstance bonus, and then a -2 if it's not crowbar. So
I'll say with this second hit, the first one, you heard it rattle and start to creak, but it wasn't enough. With this second one, you see it start to splinter a little more. It hasn't given way completely, but you can see now the hinges are starting to splinter. The door itself is not, but where the hinges connect to the wall is actually splintering. The wall is the weak point.
Levon backs up and quietly lays hands on himself.
I'm just gonna be like, enough, and then I'm going to cast command and command him to open.
Okay. And you can target. You don't have to see the target, right?
Well, it's interesting because typically in Pathfinder you do need line of sight, I think, to affect something. but this is an auditory effect, so I don't entirely know. I think it's...
I mean, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, maybe he gets a bonus for not being in eyesight of me or something, but the fact that it's auditory, I think, gives it some leniency here.
I'll give it to you. And what's your save?
It's a DC 18 will save.
Even with the bonus that I gave him, he failed.
Is it a failure, not a critical failure?
Not a critical failure, just a failure.
Okay. Yeah, it just says the creature must use a single action to do as you command.
So you see, after a few minutes after, this booming voice where Caden's voice is deeper than you've ever heard. It almost echoes. You hear this power in Caden's voice. And after a moment, you hear this shaking of the knob. What? No, why am I... And you see it open, and you see this lanky, blonde-haired teenager. And then he backs away from the door from you. You know, yeah, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. And he's backing away now into the hallway. And you see now the hallway goes right and left.
But he was just in a hallway, wasn't even in a room.
Seemed to be just in the hallway right now.
What's going on? We can still help you. It's not too late.
You're part of the Saints, though. You're here to arrest me, aren't you?
Have you done something wrong?
You just said to look after the clinic, not let anyone in. I didn't know. I didn't know. I thought maybe we were just scamming for some coins from the higher ups. I didn't. So much blood. So much blood.
I think if I look up, if I look past him down the end of the hall, do I see like a room at the end of it, or what do I see?
Yeah, there are doors. There are 2 doors on either side. Not on the opposite side of the hallway, right? Not from the one you came in, but 2 doors on each hallway on the opposite side, and then 1 door on the hallway straight ahead.
I'll look back like something's going on here. This kid's not right. We might still be able to save this person. We need to find him.
Well, tell him to take it to us like you did, made him open the door or whatever that was.
Let's just do this the old-fashioned way, and then I'll just go. Like, I'm gonna start on one side of the hallway and just opening doors, looking for anything that might be out of order on one side of the room. You guys want to take a different direction? I don't know.
You can all give me perception checks. In the meantime, Agatha, what are you doing?
He's Caden. Oh, not bad either.
Oh.
Pretty good. How?
So I'm just looking back and forth between the clinic and the crowd. Just waiting for the guys to come out. While waiting, I'm still trying to talk to the crowd but at the same time, like really talking about boring topics. That way they would slowly start to disperse because it's too boring.
Okay, you start talking about the procedural dismemberment of newts to get the maximum yield of components, and the pickling and preserving of them, and the different, mixtures of acidic substances and salts to get the best preservation for the highest yield. And eventually the crowd just like, this is neophyte business? That'd be more exciting. Gross. Newts. And eventually most of them disperse. Some kind of linger on. They were there around the area too, but they're not really paying as much attention.
And then once, they've dispersed and then there's only 1 or 2 people left, I will do a quick bow and say, thank you so much for your time, but I do have to go back to my job. And then I just stand outside the clinic and keep my head on a swivel.
The 3 of you are looking through these doors, and you see there's just examination rooms in the 2 hallways to the right and left. Hal and Caden, you both get to the center at the same time, and you both notice, and you look down and you see this kid cowering in the corner, and you notice blood on the bottom of his boots, and you notice now faint bloody boot prints walking up and down the hallway from the main hallway that leads straight ahead to the one door and back. I didn't know.
Hey, are you with me? Buddy, what's your name?
Randall. And my name's Randall.
Randall, can you tell me what happened here? There's a lot of blood. Is it yours? Oh, keep your eyes, look in my eyes. Stay with me.
Not my blood. I made it out.
What's going on in there? Made it out from what?
I didn't know. The doctor. I thought maybe we were scamming the Office of Commerce, for reimbursements for the clinic. Just wanted to make a few coins. I didn't know he was hurting anyone. Oh God. Oh God.
I look down at the hallway and kind of narrow my eyes a bit. This is...
You can't go in there. You can't go in there. No, you can't make me go back in. He starts back.
Yeah. You stay here. This is saint business now.
It's not safe. It's not safe. It's not safe. They're gonna kill us all. They're gonna kill us all. And he runs out, and he just tries to run.
Yeah, towards Agatha. I don't stop him.
All right, he runs out, hands in his hair, and Agatha from the door flies open, and you see this lanky teenager, probably 2 years younger than you, just running. They're gonna kill us all. They're gonna kill us all, and just screaming, running and screaming into the day, and running out into the streets, and disappears.
With my eyes narrowed on that door, I'm unstrapping my new shield from my back and getting it all tightened on my arm. Something's bad's going on in there.
I go in.
The room immediately is dark, and you see the glow coming from the open door, and you see Caden standing in the hallway, halo above his head, illuminating the area. There's a few crystals that hang on the wall as well inside the hallways.
What'd you guys do to the kid?
I think I'm right behind Caden as we're making our way to the door. It's not safe. You can't go in there. I'm we'll see. Let us go.
Agatha, the kids may be too late, but we gotta try to do what we can. And we're marching towards the door. I would say probably behind Levon, because Levon's the big one. But you tell me, Levon.
Levon's spirit is broken. Doors are his enemy.
That's true. Hopefully this one's not locked.
You head to the door at the end of the hallway, and this door is much more... It's made of mahogany wood rather than just plain plywood and paint. Brass doorknob. You open it up, and there is a very ornate office. Large wooden desk, large paintings along the walls covering plants, various shelves containing dissected and preserved animal parts. Some may even look like humanoid parts, you're not sure. But it's just a very nice office. And you see, once again, using those same perception checks from before, you see the bloody footprints from this office.
Where do the footprints lead?
They lead to a large mural, a large framed portrait. Not lifelike, but double in size, that hangs on the far left wall. It goes from the floor almost to the ceiling. It's a portrait of a very distinguished, well-dressed elven man. Shorn black hair on one side, long on the other, just draped down, wearing black and silver. What we would consider almost like a military uniform, right? But it's just kind of a high-end form of suit and dress.
Could I look at this and see if I might know something about who this represents, or if I would know who the person is, or something, or the uniform? Anything I can glean from the portrait?
Give me a recall knowledge check, either Bastion, Society, or if you have military lore.
I'm going to use my bardic lore. But I am also going to use this thing I have, which is called Lore Master's Etude, which is a focus spell. So I'll cast that, which basically gives me fortune on my... It's advantage on my recall knowledge check.
Is this a secret door?
Do you have something for secret doors?
Perception?
Outside my
Yeah,
eyes.
I think searching for a secret door makes sense, right? Like,
Yeah, if you give me a perception check, if that's what you're asking. Like, I thought you like had like a feat, like you automatically find secret doors or something.
I would like to search for a secret door because half a footprint is going into the mural.
Hallam's doing the like practical thing, and Caden is just doing the whole like brainiac thing, like staring at this photo, like this must be someone important. So
you don't recognize the man in the portrait. You recognize that this is a uniform from the front lines of Bastion's army. Dress uniform for someone who's served in the army, the military. And you do notice that one of the medals that one of the patches and medals is for the Medic's Corps. But you don't recognize who it might be. Hallam, give me a perception check.
just saying that out loud to myself, like from the Medic's Corps, from the army, just thinking out loud as I
looking around. You see, you don't see any light coming from behind, but what you do feel is a faint bit of airflow from around the seams of this large framed portrait. And with the footprints, you notice that there's a half footprint underneath the frame itself. This is a secret door for sure.
He will elongate his claws on his hand and he will pull along the edges to see if something swings open or slides away.
Pull against the canvas?
Wherever the seams were.
Okay, the seams around the frame. You try to tug at them. They're not budging.
find something, Helm?
Scratch down the middle of the painting with his claws.
You scratch down the canvas, ripping the man's portrait almost in half. And behind it, you see instead of what's the canvas backing, you see metal.
This is a secret door. Look there. You see that footprint that goes through, and you see these seams here. Something needs to open this or something. Is there anything in this room that you can pug on? Was there a sconce for a...
And I try to look at the footprints, the bloody footprints, and see if they went any, like if they come into the room, do they go anywhere before they go to the portrait, that I can try to trace their steps?
Give me a perception check to try to see. There's a bunch of them, right? Running around. So try to piece where it might have gone. It takes you a couple minutes you're literally like going through and following the paths of these one set of footprints. And you notice it. And finally you get back and you notice the footprints that are coming out immediately go to one spot first and then start running around. And you go and you see this kind of taxidermied head of this small creature, lizard-like creature. Jaws open, fangs wide. And that's where it ends. Hanging on the wall.
Fiddle in its mouth, feeling for like a tooth, or if the whole thing is like a full switch or something.
Give me a reflex saving throw.
Ooh. 23. 19 on the dice.
That is a critical success.
Ooh.
Nice.
So you go and reach into its mouth, and you're barely able to pull out your hand as it snaps shut.
Oh.
And you see a bit of liquid drip from its fangs.
That's not good. Found something. I'll call you guys over to take a look.
What do you want me to do? Kill it? It's already ahead.
Maybe you're supposed to shake its hand. Oh, never mind, its head. Like poke its eyeball or twist its ear, right? Something like that. Or you could tap it on the head.
What do you do, Caden?
I pet the top of its. Oh, it's a lizard. It doesn't even have fur, right? It's just scales. I guess I rub the top of its scaly head.
You rub the top of its head, and its eyes glow, and the jaw opens. The portrait moves aside.
Just wanted scritches.
Into a pitch black opening.
Mental note: do not put your hand in the next jaw we come across.
You see stone steps leading down into the darkness.
Caden, stay close by. And Luvon will lead down the steps.
Don't pet the burning dog. I heard that is bad for you.
Yeah, I'll stay close behind Levant to put out that light.
So you descend down the stone steps, the bloody footprints leading up from the stairs as you head down, further down into the darkness. You see a metal grate in front of you and a large stone door behind it.
Is the grate on the ground or is it in front of the door?
It's like a grate. It's like a gate.
Gotcha. Portcullis.
Surrounding the door.
Yeah.
It's like a portcullis, yeah.
Well, pack it in, boys. We can't get through this door.
You do see a lever on this side. On the left.
This is obviously a trap. Back up.
Luvon stops reaching towards the lever and backs up.
I will pull the lever.
You pull the lever and the gate portcullis raises.
This is for locking people in.
You see the large stone door has a large metal wheel on it. And you see four large steel beams across it on either side. So 2 and 2.
Well, still holding on to the lever. I will look at Levon and kind of give him the go ahead.
I will do my best to turn this wheel.
You turn the wheel, and the steel bars retract from the walls.
Must be something nasty in there. Is there a handle on this door, or is it just...
No, there's just that large wheel.
Pull it, push it. Come on.
All
let's
right,
go.
I'll try to pull on it.
You pull, and doesn't move.
Let's try push.
You push, and it starts to separate in the center. And the wheel separates as well. So it's like two halves that were a whole when it was together that you could turn. Then when you push, they become like handles almost. There's another portcullis.
Any obvious levers?
Yes. On the other side of you is another lever.
All right, back up. I will pull the lever.
So you'd have to go to the other side of the hallway to grab that lever.
Is it in the same first chamber, or do we open a door?
Yeah, it's in the first. It's in the same first chamber, yeah. So there's two levers.
Hal's on one side, Levant's on the door. I'll go pull the other lever then.
You open the other portcullis, and and the stone hallway continues further into the darkness. Everyone give me perception checks, please.
Finally a decent roll. Oh, was that supposed to be secret? My bad.
Didn't really say, but I just assumed it was secret.
Agatha.
Oh.
And I have to get used to them. As the stone doors open, and as Caden goes to pull the other portcullis, and starts to you hear this faint sound.
Someone's in there.
Mommy.
Hal will reach into his bandolier and he'll pull out a rod that's about a foot long and he'll crack it against the wall. And the area lights up 20 feet bright, 40 foot dim, and he will go rushing down towards the voice, if that's what is where the sound is coming from.
As you rush forward, 6 seconds after you take your hand off the portcullis gate, the lever, it crashes behind you as you run through. You rush forward and you see a dark pool of blood and a severed head. What appears to be a humanoid male, although it's hard to tell what exactly, as its face and features are been ripped apart. What look like maybe organs are surrounding it, and bloody footprints lead through it and back the way you came. What do you do?
I will call out. Who's in here? We are with the Saints. I've come to save you. Who else is here?
I want my mommy.
Where is the doctor?
Yes, please, I'm scared.
What am I seeing?
Let me show you.
Oh.
And I'm sorry, the doors didn't open outward. You were able to push them in to the sides of the wall.
That makes sense.
Everything okay up there?
Try to get that gate open. I have no idea. Where's this coming from? Where's this sound? I will move up.
I'll pull the lever.
I'm holding one of the levers.
Yeah, I'll pull the other one. That Hal
You
is
see to your right
pulling.
and left now, Hal. Cages. Cells. Gleaming metal bars. And bloody footprints everywhere. Blood. Pooled and dried. Severed limbs. More blood. More gore. Innards.
Where is this? Where is this?
The whimpering goes louder. And the crying becomes louder and louder. And you see now, you turn, and you see a small girl huddled in the corner. Pools of blood around her. Whimpering. As she looks up at you, her eyes open, deep, blood red. The skin around her face, cracked and scaled, red as well. And her jaw opens unnaturally long and wide, her face splitting as row upon row of jagged teeth stare up at you. I want my mommy. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
I have to sleep early tonight. How am I going to sleep early tonight?
You're
The
not.
row.
Yeah.
Whoa!
So we'll pick up next session in these hidden depths underneath the clinic of Dr. Eolis Minala, facing off against whatever this small child might be, with Hal facing down and the rest of the party on the opposite side of a portcullis gate.
So I think I'm holding one, and Agatha was holding one.
Yeah, Agatha
So
tried
they
to pull
should-
it again.
Oh, I got to open the other one. So yeah,
Agatha
Alright.
the other one after Hal left it, and I was on the one.
Okay, so the gate's open, but Hal rushed forward while you guys all stayed back.
Yeah, Louvain was trying to get, like, he wouldn't have caught up, but as soon as Agatha would have opened it, he was trying to go after him.
Okay.
But just slightly closer, not like all the way out there. He was just, yeah,
You'd probably be around here.
perfect. Just in the dark. I love it.
So yeah, we'll pick up not next week. In 2 weeks.
Woo!
See whatever this is that you guys have discovered here on this easy mission that you guys selected.
You know, Agatha, if we just let go of the levers and walk away, a little bit less competition for me and you to get into the Saints.
I don't know where your loyalties lie, Caden.
Hey, we get to kill more children. This should be fun.
Yeah, right.
If you enjoyed tonight's episode, hopefully you will join us in 2 weeks as we continue on. I would like to take this time to thank our Patreons, who without your support, none of this would be possible. You guys are awesome. I would like to thank David Sims, Sam Skaggs, Mark Paquette, Sandra Wagner, Kevin Christensen, Joshua David Miller, Derek Southworth, Awal Jalil, Mikkel Waltz, and Jason Irvin. You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you so
guys.
much for everything you do. If you would like to see your name up on this list and get all of our cool perks, including first access to the VODs of these games of Bastion, including our pre-stream games that won't be available anywhere else, please check us out on patreon.com/recallknowledge.
Do it.
Maybe even some custom Bastion themes creature stat blocks made by Richard.
Yeah, maybe some Bastion maps eventually, though they won't be as good as Rick's. Maybe I can convince Rick to redo some maps for me. But yeah, that's going to do it for us tonight. Thank you all so much for joining in. Hopefully you guys can sleep after this. So, yeah. Anyone else have any announcements?
I just want to say shout out to anyone that was hanging out with us on Twitch tonight. So I watch Twitch and TNBK, and I'm sure there's others. I'm scrolling back up, but you guys for hanging out with us in chat tonight, and thank you for that.
For sticking with us, even with the technical
Even with the
difficulties.
echo.
Mhm.
And thanks for Richard.
that's my
for putting
fault.
Together.
I'm new to running this show, so
Literally
bear
before
with
we went
me.
live, he said, "I'm gonna check and make sure I don't have the microphone on all the other scenes. I'm good." And then there one scene you forgot.
I missed one. Yeah,
I missed one.
So.
Which is the one that we spent most of the night on. It just happened to work out that way.
If you want to see a clean cut of this, I'm going to do a Patreon cut, clean up that audio. So it's a good reason to join our Patreon. So yeah, check out all our other videos on YouTube as well. Our Abomination Vaults run through. Join us on Wednesday for our Outlaws of Alkenstar playthrough. That's awesome as well. You can actually see who Anita is, not Agatha. But yeah, that's going to do it for tonight. So thanks everybody, and we'll see you next time. Good night.
Good night.